saying that a 14-year-old can give consent to a 40-year-old. What is that about? Like, let's really get to the bottom of that one. Not that's not the only thing, but would you say that a Muslim person has to like homosexuals, even though that goes against their religion? It's not irrational. I'm not saying that you have to like someone is irrational. That's irrational. That's like saying I have to like pedophiles. That's irrational, bro. I don't care which way you put it. Saying that going telling me that I gotta go against what I believe in and saying I have to like pedophiles is irrational, bro. That is fucking irrational. They don't have to like them. They not support discrimination against them. Yeah, but why did you assume that I was discriminatory against homosexuals? Why'd you assume that?
Hey, Honnold.
Let me mute myself. Hold on, wait.
Honnold
Let me
Bonald.
mute my teammates
Honnold
before
Bonald.
I get into this
I
because I
should,
don't want
I,
to
sh
like.
I didn't ban you because I couldn't find your name. I banned everybody else. Yeah, I remember you. I wanted to ban you yesterday, but I didn't because I couldn't remember your name.
So why would you do that? Why would you put somebody in that position where they themselves? I felt uncomfortable when you did that. I'm kind of starting to see you in a whole new way, bro. A whole new way.
You've got gas closing in fast. Get to the safe zone.
Actually, I'm gonna play solo so I can just talk to you one on one, cause you really gotta help me understand, cause I'm having trouble understanding.
I believe in absolute free speech.
I feel
Uh,
uncomfortable that I'm okay with
it
discrim.
depends
I'm
what you.
not discrim. I don't. I'm not. I don't think
Okay,
discrimination
so
against
it
gay
depends what
people
you
is
mean by
okay.
free speech.
I don't.
Yeah, and in terms of not sending
Why
people
would
to
you assume
jail,
that?
in terms of not getting people
Is it because
in
I'm
trouble for
black
free
and I'm a
speech,
male?
yes. But at the same time, I very much dislike certain
Is that why you
ideologies,
assume that
which is
I'm
why, which is why I.
discriminatory against gay people? I don't like them, but I'm not discriminatory. And I'm not gonna say I don't like them because I do have like gay friends, but that doesn't mean I don't like I'll discriminate against them. I have gay friends, bro. But if I go in a gay bar, I'm not gonna be going to there to try and talk to people. Like, come on, like you gotta understand shit in life, bro. This is probably why like a lot of people just don't see you as rational when it comes to like the politics category. Cause I guess you took what I said the wrong way, and then your first shit was trying to discredit what I do with my stream and saying, "Oh, you don't even stream politics. You stream Call of Duty all day." Like, what kind of shit is that, bro? Like, seriously, what kind of shit is that? Because you can't have your way? That's some serious white people shit.
How did that?
No, I think you
How did that
are
come on my
okay about
stream?
discrimination because
That's
you
weird.
aren't comfortable about protecting them from discrimination. No, but listen, this
Oh
dude
wait,
he
oh that's awesome. Okay.
assumes I don't like them, but I won't discriminate against them. I'm the same exact way, and I'm not homosexual. I'm just not. But this dude yesterday, hold on, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do to you what he did to me. I'm gonna unban you, but he said you have to say that you're not discriminatory against gay people, even though you've never said anything discriminatory against gay people. You have to say that. You have to do that.
Enemy
I
soldier
think it's
incoming.
fucking weird, bro. I just don't like it. I don't think it's right. Like, you shouldn't put people in that situation. That's one.
Enemy dropping
I'm
into
not
the AO.
discriminatory towards gay people. The fact that you think that is you're just trying to impose that upon people, bro. That's just not what I'm about. Like, it really shouldn't be that hard to say that you don't think gay people should be hurt for being gay. But it's not like I'm out there doing the hurting, so why does it matter? I'm not out here hurting gay people, so why does it matter what I think? You clearly said you don't give a fuck. Why does it matter? Now I feel like I feel, you know how gay people talk about they being oppressed? I feel like I'm being oppressed for being hetero. I was about to say it. For being heterosexual. I think I'm being oppressed right now. Cause this feels like oppression. And it's fucked up.
Be advised, gas is closing in. Proceed to the safe zone.
Like, Nathan, I hope you educate yourself on like other cultures and shit. Cause some of the shit you say is just really over the top. It doesn't matter because you influence people with your beliefs. Bro, I'm not influencing nobody. I influence people to believe in Call of Duty Warzone. Exactly. I find gay stuff. I find homosexual acts a little bit stomach turning. But at the same time, it's none of my business, and I don't discriminate against. You know what I mean? But Nathan just assumes like he just wants to like fucking be so politically correct, and he just wants everybody to be like on the same boat he's in. I just think it's bullshit. And then, aside from that, like, okay, I'm gonna just, for the record, bro, for the record, just so that you know, I'm not discriminatory against gay people. I just don't like it, and it's against my religion. Or my beliefs. Let me not say my religion, because I don't know how God feels about gay people, but it goes against my beliefs. Alright? Let's just say that, and that's what it is for the record. Now, the whole thing that you think it's okay for 14-year, bro, children, bro, children, I'm gonna say it again, bro, children. You think it's okay for children, Nathan? Children. Not innocent children, but still, nonetheless, children. To be in a full-fledged sexual relationship with a 40-year-old. I'm not gonna lie, like when I was 17, I might have knocked down a 40-year-old or two. But not at 14, bro. At 14, what was I doing at 14? I was in a group home at 14, bro. And even at the group home, fucking 30, 35-year-old, you know, women, like, really, you know, like, really trying to go there with me. And I'm not saying I was against it. I was, you know, I didn't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Never happened, but she was giving me the signs, bro. I could have made it happen. I ended up losing my virginity at like 17, but it definitely could have been ahead of that time, without a doubt.
Unban.
Then once I lost it, bro, it just went up from there.
Got gas moving in.
But explain that, bro. I don't mind the N-word thing, but the 14-year-old thing is, bro. Hold on, who said anything about the N-word? 16, I can understand. Well, like I have said, there are plenty of countries who have. Yeah, but we're talking about America, though. Maybe, yeah, in other countries. Like, even then, bro. No, I'm not gonna let you try and alter my thought, bro. I still think it's like, come on, at 14, bro. What decisions are you making at 14 in America? Wow. That dude fucking got me. Why is this shit like? Let me unmod Nathan because I feel like he's like deleting what he wants to delete and shit like that. Because I don't know why your messages are like highlighted and shit. Nathan, don't delete any messages. Don't like now. I gotta check what you're doing, bro. Because you really been on one lately, bro. So it's not like I'm unique. I'm talking about everyone. In Africa, they marry children. Age of sexual majority is 16 in the U.S. states. It's 14 in Germany, Austria, for example. I'm not deleting anything.
You win this fight and you return to the front line. But if you lose, you're done here.
Yeah, bro.
Sort 'em out.
I just don't think it's right. Don't fucking think it's right at all.
Going back to the front line. Earned it.
I just don't think it's right. Like, what? Like, can you give me like a better understanding of why you think that shit's okay? No, we're not talking about me, Nathan. We're talking about you, bro. This is about you. This is about you. Like, you don't even believe in religion. And you try to get other people to not believe in religion. Like, that's fucked up, bro. Honestly. Like, I've done that before, bro. I've tried to get other people to believe in God, and I just how the fuck did he see me?
Turn to base for debrief.
I'm just under the impression that that's not right. Like, my homegirl's Buddhist, you know. We cool, you know what I mean? We be fucking around and shit. One day I was like, you know, you should believe in God or whatever, and yada 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 yada. And then I'm thinking back, like, yeah, like, I'm being just like the people I hate. I hate church people. Yeah, and this is why I'm having that discussion with you, Nathan, because I'm not trying to change your mind. Because honestly, I think once people like think it's okay for 14-year-olds to have sex with 40-year-olds, changing their mind is just not worth it. So let's stay off of religion. Let's stay off the two things that the two topics that I initiated. Having people go against their religion and the age of consent. Having people go against their religion is so fucked up, Nathan. Listen to this. That's like putting some bacon in front of a Muslim person and saying, eat this piece of bacon. I know it goes against your religion, but eat this piece of bacon. I'm going to treat you like an outcast. I don't care if we're friends or whatever. That's fucked up, bro. And you're a fucked up person if you do that. Religion is nasty. I want people to drop their religion. Jeez. Nathan, man. Yeah, I mean, people aren't gonna drop their religion. That could be one of your wants, but I don't know, bro.
Enemy soldier incoming. Get yourself sorted. We'll be deploying shortly.
How do I unban everybody?
Arnold, if you could hit that follow button, that'd be cool. But yeah, I agree with Arnold. Some of your positions that it's like it's insane and very, very irrational, bro. Very irrational. So what you're saying is I should just go I should
Battle
trust
Royale.
every gay person
You've
just
got
because they're
gas
gay?
closing in fast. Get to the safe zone.
Because if me naturally just not trusting someone,
Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
is that discrimination? Me just not trusting someone, that is that discrimination? Or me watching out for myself? Like which one is it, bro? Because I don't know when it comes to you, bro. 'Cause I seriously don't trust you.
CAO.
Never said you have to trust people. But if you don't trust someone, is that discrimination? Based on their beliefs, whatever the fuck. If you don't trust them, is that discrimination? It's discrimination. You refuse service. Yeah, well, I'm just gonna say I don't trust all gay people. And yo, and Arnold, hop in this chat, this debate, man, cause like I don't want to talk to this dude by myself, cause he really likes to impose his will on other people, and I think it's fucking ridiculous, bro. It's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, don't leave, bro. Don't leave, cause I don't feel safe. Nathan, you do not make me feel safe. I don't. Plain and simple, bro. I do not feel safe, Nathan, in your chat. I feel like my beliefs aren't respected, and that you try and force me to conform to like worldly shit, and I'm just not with it. And follow me on Twitch, I'm Hondo. I think like we can keep this going.
Okay. Okay, here we go. I did it. Get rid of the ban for a ton of people. Okay. But Boston's just a stupid chud. Just like literally, he's a fucking homophobe. He was exactly the point when I said that, quote, gangster culture is toxic. What I mean is that there's a tendency for, like, among African American communities in particular, to be like in, how should I say, to actually have very right-wing beliefs, but that gets kind of excused by leftists, and I think that's silly. You know, that if as long as right-wing idiocy is committed by non-white people, then it's okay, and it's actually still white people's fault. Like, no, it's not. It's not. Anybody still here? Do I have Ricky the Great? Irrelevant. Okay, let's just go here. Man, this is so depressing. Oh, and also, okay. Okay, but these are, yeah, these are all idiots. Man, look at all these fucking idiots. Yeah, they're just another moron. Well,
Anything, at least in my experience.
Thanks for trying to cheer me up, Charlie.
I want to debate some more.
who's this?
Only if we're down.
If you want to. Or do you want to debate? What do you want to do? I'm not sure there's much to debate. I mean, you know what I think of. I've seen what you think of. It's like, if you want to do it, what do you want to do?
put my stream up so you can hear me.
Okay.
I can hear you. I have our stream playing.
Okay. It's just very slow, unfortunately. Okay, and audio, here we go. Here we go.
Alright. So Nathan, I'm 26. This isn't gonna be the only thing I'm gonna talk to you about, but I'm 26. If I was with a 14-year-old girl, would you think that's okay?
I would be okay with it. If the girl is okay with it.
I'm 26.
Again,
This isn't gonna be the
that
only
is
thing
not
I'm gonna
like
talk to
so weird, like literally it's legal in many places. Again, so it's not like it's super unique. It's legal in many European places. It's legal in many rich Western European, countries. It's not just some sort of weird sort of thing that from like tribal hill
if the
people or
girl isn't
something.
well, if I was to ever, no, I can't even talk. Listen, all right, let's if she's okay with it, of course the consent would be there. Ew, it's fucking disgusting. But yeah, if the consent was there and I was with a 14-year-old girl, you would be like, you'd be able to go to sleep like, yo, there's not something fucking wrong with that dude.
Yeah, I mean, literally, I don't, I don't see, I don't understand. Like, why is it a problem? Literally, I don't see the problem. If she wants it, like, of course you shouldn't like
I guess
harass
that's
her
just your
and like,
belief, bro. But that I just think it's a sick one though. I think that's a really sick one. It's just not. I can't. I don't know, bro. She wants it, you want it. Nobody is hurting her, bro. But that's not that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's not something I think the average human being would want.
okay, but then they don't have to do it.
And if that is what you want, there's something seriously wrong with you. It's literally legal in tons of countries. But see, this is the thing. Like when I talk to you, you talk about, oh well, in other places this happens, in other places that forget other places. Like what about your household? Like what about like let's say your household. Let's say you own a home and that's your own country. Like what is it gonna be like Michael Jackson's Neverland Ranch? Like no. Why is it okay for 80-year-olds to be with the 18-year-old? Because they're 18, bro. I would be okay if I saw an 80-year-old with a 21-year-old. I would be listen, hey, it ain't tricking if you got it. Fuck it. Michael Jackson had younger people, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. Nathan, what do you mean Michael Jackson had younger people? What do you mean by the word had, bro? I'm kind of Yeah, but the cutoff is arbitrary. I don't want to argue. I'm trying to get an understanding because I just don't understand it myself. It doesn't register in my brain.
Like it's just so weird
Like,
how there's
and it's not just this one
this
topic. It's like a
conformism.
lot of them, bro. Wanting people to go against their own religion and beliefs because it sounds like you really out here trying to start like a Nathan cult. You want other people to go against what they believe in. You know, be down with your ideas, your beliefs. Think it's okay for 14 and 40-year-olds to be like, what's up with the number 4? Like, come on now. That's a 40 minus 14 is like what? Like, that's like a 26-year gap, bro. And it's not even the gap, but it's at 14. Like, I understand in different cultures, 14-year-olds are very responsible and all that, but for America, no. 14-year-olds, most 14-year-olds aren't really tackling life like that where they can make decisions like that. I don't think so. Well, sure, I think other people are wrong and should listen to me. I think if more people listen to you, bro, we would have a lot of traumatized youth. Honestly. Growing up thinking, what the fuck was I thinking at that time? Yeah, but culture should change to make people more responsible. Yeah, so the 40-year-old taking care of a 14-year-old is really Yeah, bro. I don't see it. I'm gonna get a bowl of Raisin Bran real quick. I'll be right back, bro. I'll be right back. I just don't see it, man. All right. See, Sunny Cuba. Maybe if you owned a comic book shop, it would be okay to not sell. Even though that's still discriminatory in its own, bro. But no, I don't believe in discrimination. No, I don't believe in that. I don't believe in discrimination. For some reason, for some weird, warped, crazy reason, Nathan thinks that me, a black man, believes in discrimination when black people were discriminated against. Two wrongs don't make a right. I've been knowing that. I don't know why he would think I was discriminatory. All right. I don't know why that is. Nathan, if you can give me a response of why you thought that I was discriminatory. By the way, Sunny Kuba, hit that follow button if you can. Nathan, why did you think I was discriminatory at any given point in time? Because that assumption is wild. You just assume that I was discriminatory because I don't. Exactly, Kuba. I'm just calling you Kuba. I have a gay friend too. It's because you said stuff that suggested. Bro, you said stuff that suggests discrimination against Muslims. Just because we say things doesn't mean that it's okay to discriminate against like people, human beings. This is what it's about. Human beings. Like, yeah, I find it weird that someone was born a man can now in this day and age become women. That's not abnormal to you. And the fact that I find that abnormal, people are so quick to jump the gun and say, oh, you're discriminatory, you're oppressive, you're a chud, you're this and that. No, it's just abnormal. It goes against nature. And I realize that. Can't fool me. And exactly, all I care about is human beings. People can do whatever they want with their lives. As long as everybody's happy and not hurting nobody else, I don't care. But the fact that Nathan assumed that I'm a discriminatory individual, that was just really eye-opening last night. You didn't ask shit. You said, the second I came in, you were like, oh, well, I've been thinking about banning you, Boston. And then you forced me. I wasn't going to type it out because the sentence that it was long as fuck and I couldn't remember the shit. That's why I asked you to copy and paste it. But you forced me to do that shit. Which in my eyes is you imposing your will, Nathan. That's you imposing your will. That at that point in time, you were imposing your will upon me. And I didn't appreciate it. It made me feel very uncomfortable. It made me feel like I couldn't make my own decisions or risk a friendship, acquaintance, association based on non-conformity. I don't know what the fuck the word is. I've been banned from every stream in politics. This is my refuge. Honestly, streaming is my refuge because I don't fuck with people like that. Like people, I don't fuck with people. So when I stream, I like to have like a nice safe space. This is my safe space. People come, like my mom comes and opens the door and interrupts my stream, and then when I get a little bit bothered by it, she makes it seem like I'm the one with the problem. This is my safe space. How the fuck do I have a problem? I ask her to send me a text message. You know, I might be going off topic here, but I'm just explaining. I might ask her to send me a text message or leave a sticky note on the door. Way too fucking much. Can't happen. Me hanging out talking to y'all, debating with Nathan, talking to Kuba, Right now, I'm in my safe space. I'm eating Raisin Bran, drinking a little bit of water, playing a game that I really fucking love, Warzone. Like, this is my safe space. The fact that people, living human beings that I know, see that as a problem. That's what I can't understand. But I'm kind of seeing what other people mean, Nathan. You're having this that is people. Okay, people scorn you in real life and on Twitch. I get it, but same here. I don't go talking about it, but same here. I have no safe space. Twitch should be your safe space, but getting people to go against their own beliefs can make it very dangerous. Not dangerous, but it can make it not pleasant. People are more than welcome to come in my chat with their beliefs and everything, within within what I think is right and wrong. Because this is my channel. The gay thing was just a hypothetical comparison to anti-masculine. Yeah, but allowing gays don't put people at greater risk of getting a nasty disease. Gayness is not an infection. Who's comparing gays to any disease? Don't tell me you're trying to baby me. Gay people do have increased HIV, but I don't think there's no direct link between like being gay and HIV and AIDS. Like when the baby said it, I let me say this: when he said it, he said what he said. I don't think it's I don't think there's any direct link, but he said what he said. Can't nobody change it. It happened. It's history. It happened. Exactly. A lot of things can transmit HIV. But hey, we ain't no scientists, so we ain't got all the answers. But honestly, and this is just me being rational about it and using common sense. If a man puts his penis into another exit where fecal matter full of bacteria, germs, all that shit has a lot of bacteria. Why do you think it's unlikely that you can catch AIDS? I'm just saying. I'm not being. Don't call me discriminatory. Don't call me biased. Don't call me shit. I'm just using science. I'm just using common sense. I just think when you do that shit, you dancing with the devil. Like it was and I'm gonna bring the Bible into this. It was man and woman, Adam and Eve. I read a little bit of the Bible. I didn't see anything stray off from that until you read about the land of Sodom and Gomorrah. Once like Sodom and Gomorrah, the land of Sodom and Gomorrah came around, people was doing all that, hokey pokey over there, you know. And I believe that the land of Sodom and Gomorrah is somewhere west. That's it. What if that person has a nosebleed and it drops something in my mouth? If somebody that has HIV/AIDS has a nosebleed and it drops in your mouth, bro, you getting AIDS. I don't give a fuck, bro. You getting AIDS. So you gotta be careful. HIV is more dangerous than COVID, are we are we talking about like the time to kill, the TTK, on that shit? But this is the thing. This is how persuasive Nathan is, though. This stream was to be supposed to be me calling him out on his shit, right? And now we talking about HIV and AIDS. Like he's good, bro. Honestly, Nathan, I hope you think about the things I'm telling you, and you think long and hard when you think, oh yeah, it's okay to get someone to go against their beliefs. Honestly, cause I for damn sure don't believe in 14-year-olds and 40-year-olds being together and shit. I just think it's wrong, bro. That's it. This is just wrong. I just got frustrated at all the sinful beliefs expressed on my stream. But yo, this is streaming. This is Twitch, bro. This is Twitch. Hey, Sunny, hit the follow button, por favor. But this is Twitch, bro. I've been streaming for 2 years. I've been getting hate raids before they were even talked about. But well, talked about like this, where like everybody talked about it. I was getting hate raids 2 years, a year ago, a year and a half ago. All right, I was getting hate raids way back then. This is Twitch, bro. Not everything's running smooth like a FaZe Clan stream. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Everybody has their own stream. They're gonna run it how they see fit. All you can do is, run your own stream. Like, I let you ban who you want, but like a month later, I just unban everybody. Unless there's people I think that should stay banned. Which I'm about to do right now. But if I look at a name and I say, oh yeah, I remember him for saying some like racist shit or some really off the wall shit, I don't unban him. How do you go to your ban list? How do I do that? Help me out. Help me out, my warped crazy friend, bro. Ban chat, I found it. Face Tweaker staying banned. Sir Levin staying banned. JJ Builds, I don't know why he got banned, but I did. Just ask Peabody, Faded Nomad, Mike the Chud, me McGay. Bro, see, I only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I got like 9 or 10. Yeah, I got 9 people banned. But they're all banned for a reason. Yeah, they're all banned for a reason. And then they're not getting unbanned. But now that we got this out the way, well, no, we didn't get it out the way. Answer me this: do you think it was fucked up and really? Because even Anglican was like, "Oh yeah, that was really out of character for Nathan." Do you think it's fucked up for that you just assumed that I was discriminatory when I wasn't? Because that might be a problem. You make assumptions. Because even with Polly, like, you assumed her gender or whatever, and that became like a big thing. Like, you shouldn't assume things about people. It's kind of, it really is fucked up. Like, I wouldn't now at this point, I learned from this. I didn't just assume again. It was based off on stuff you just said. LOL. Well, this talk between me and you has been so eye opening that I refuse to assume people's genders, and I'm gonna ask first because based off what I said, you assumed that I'm discriminatory, and that hurt my feelings. Seriously, did. And you think it's a joke, bro? It's fucked up. It really hurt my feelings. Assuming beliefs and genders, yeah, there is a link between beliefs and genders. Um, yeah, there definitely is a link between beliefs and genders, and for you to not think that, that's not okay. And I can see why, um, you and Polly didn't see eye to eye, because I'm pretty sure when Polly got her surgery and she was done, she believed, yeah, I'm a woman. Yeah, she's a woman, bro. She's a woman. I mean, it's not something I was growing up believing in, but yeah, she's a woman. Like, you know what I mean? But for you to not think that, oh, her gender is like that there's no link between belief and gender is crazy. That's like saying, oh, okay, somebody gets a sex change, but they don't believe that their sex is changed. That's what that sounds like to me. I've always had more female friends than male, and I always felt like I could talk better to them, and they don't like me, so I'm incel. But yeah, bro, I prefer having female friends too, cause dudes like Nathan, bro, crazy. This motherfucker crazy, bro. I can tell you one thing about females, Nathan. They hate a motherfucker that's gonna assume shit about them. A, a chick is not gonna fuck you in the first 10 minutes if they think that you're just gonna assume that she a hoe. Let me be a living testament, bro. If I came off as judgmental to women, they would not be fucking me as fast as they do. I mean, I judge them based off what they do and how they do shit. But if they fuck me in the first 10, 20 minutes, first 5 minutes, I'm not gonna be like, oh, she's a hoe. Maybe she was just feeling me. Like maybe she just like me. Like you can't assume things about people, bro. You really can't. It's wrong, Nathan. Yeah, but just because you're open to sex doesn't mean you're a hoe. That's what you got the definition of a hoe fucked up, Nathan. That's what it is. You got the definition of a hoe very askew. A hoe is a woman that a woman that you can get shit out of, whether it be money, gift cards, fucking whatever you want, sex, whatever. And she openly, you know, a hoe can mean a couple of things. I don't want to give you guys a full explanation, but a hoe could be a couple things. And a hoe isn't always a woman, cause you could be a dude and be a hoe ass motherfucker. Simple. Hit that follow button. You could be a hoe ass motherfucker. The word hoe is not a word exclusive to women, and that's what a lot of people have misinterpreted. That's why you gotta listen to rap music, hip hop. You might learn something. Exactly. Like, what would the world be without women? Men and women are here. We're here to like reproduce. We're here to fuck. We're here to fuck. Women who are hoes. Why not just say hoes? Why is it women that are hoes? Like why does the word hoe always got to be associated with women? Like Yimby, what you just said, that's some hoe shit. What you just said is some hoe shit. Nah, Yimby, yeah, you a hoe, bro. Dead ass. Nah, you really a hoe. Like seriously. You gotta, yeah. You just said some whole ass shit.
Oh wow, I've got 5 years.
That is not true. That is whoa, whoa. I mean, probably on average, yeah. No, 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 not even on average, bro. To assume that men have more sex drive than women, you are fucking crazy, bro. Yo, you just haven't met the right one or the right ones. You out here assuming that men got more sex drive. Listen,
Women settle
half of
down
us men
once
need to
they have
pop a perk,
kids.
snort a line, smoke some weed,
Yeah. Okay,
do whatever
men
to
do too
just to
often.
keep up
But
all night with some of these women.
but it's true that I mean, there's more
I
of a
don't condone
tendency to
drugs,
sort of
like just weed, alcohol. You know what I mean?
not
Like,
like that. Men want more
but
sex
just
overall, I
weed.
think. I think there is more
Honestly,
sex drive overall.
this is how much you're wrong, bro. This is one chick. I gotta smoke a blunt before I fuck her. I gotta smoke a blunt and jack off before I fuck her. It might sound crazy, but I gotta smoke a blunt and jack off before I fuck her.
Get yourself sorted. We'll be deploying shortly.
But you're crazy. Women settle down and once they have kids. Some of them, yeah.
Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
I mean, but at the end of the day, like, I don't know, bro. I feel like a lot of people on this app like to go talking for like other people, bro, and it's just no, like you don't know. You haven't fucked like every woman in the world, so it's like you just don't know. By the way,
I need everybody to hit that fucking follow button, bro. All I do is play Warzone. I don't get into this politics shit. So fucking follow me, bro.
Battle Royale. You've got gas closing in fast. Get to the safe zone.
I just think everybody should stop trying to be so politically correct and fucking. It's okay to be wrong. Like Smite Knight said it, bro. It's okay to be wrong. 100%. It's definitely okay to be wrong.
Eliminate all targets in the AO.
There we go. That's not bad. Hey, is anybody on my chat? I see it says I've got 6 viewers, but I don't see
UAV overhead.
why is nobody like commenting? I don't understand.
Did you just
Go
ban somebody?
go follow Boston.
Nathan, why would you ban him? What the fuck is wrong with you, bro? Unban him, bro. Unban him.
I'm playing BDO
Like, I shouldn't have to be
background.
stopping to play my game to unban someone, bro. Unban him. Even if I have a wife, I also have sex with other women. Yo, you're being fucking weird, bro. You're really
Thank
gonna
you
ban him
for
over?
unbanning me.
Now I look at you as a
Yeah.
fucking simp.
Well, it's not because I
He
like you.
said, even if I'm married, I'm still gonna have sex with another woman.
It's
That
not
bothered
because
you
I
so
like
much
you.
that you called him a monster.
Nathan, quit wasting
called him
time
a
on Twitch and go
wait,
back to the
whoa.
medical field.
You called Yimby. Whoa, I gotta highlight this shit too, bro. I gotta highlight this shit too. You called him. You think it's okay for a 14-year-old to be with a 40-year-old? Oh, bro, I'm about to get shit on by Most Wanted. No way. Give me the car, bitch.
Imagine not being
You think
economically
it's okay
center
for
left and socially
I'm gonna run
right
this
wing.
bitch ass over.
Who is that? I'm not that. I'm not socially right wing. I'm anti-death penalty. I'm anti-marriage. I'm pro-drug legalization. I'm pro-anti-discrimination laws. I'm like absolutely not socially right wing.
This
Pro
is
early
crazy, bro.
abortion.
I am
So you think
socially
it's
right wing and
okay
economy
for
right
a
wing.
14-year-old to be with a
Jesus.
40-year-old?
Cultural degeneracy.
And Yimby says, "Oh, if I have a wife, I'm still gonna cheat. I'm still gonna cheat on her with
That's
another
not cultural
woman." And you
degeneracy.
call
That
him
is
a
degeneracy.
monster.
Your
Yeah, it's
thing.
some fucked up shit.
Your thing is that.
But you called him a monster. But somebody
At
that's
Billabilla Gammon, you better get your economics together,
somebody that's
son.
a 40-year-old that's with a 14-year-old is not a monster. Bro, you just got me killed in Warzone, bro. You gotta be fucking tripping, bro.
I took
crazy,
Econ
bro.
101 in high school.
You just got me killed on some dumb
Deregulatory
shit.
economics don't work.
Well, I mean, you can deregulate to
Nathan,
some
stop.
extent, but just don't do it too much.
Don't ban anybody. Please don't. I'll ban people, bro. I'll still keep you as mod. But
At Happy Merchant
yeah,
Origin,
hit that follow
socialism
button, bro.
always
Hit that
fails.
follow button. I got your back, bro. But like, yeah, it's fucked up what you said, but you're not a monster for that. I mean, okay, you're a monster, but all right. Listen, I'm
At
not
Happy
look, I hate
Merchant
socialism.
Origin,
I
you
agree.
think I'm a
If you're with a
socialist?
40-year-old with a
I agree.
14-year-old,
Bring back
you're a
your cooking
monster.
streams at Thena Thanal.
That's what I think, bro.
Oh yeah, I could do that.
That's
It's
just
true.
crazy.
Like, yeah, the things that people they don't see.
Alright,
Like,
I ban people, but I didn't. I
like
don't. I ban people for no reason though. You had in your head you had a reason. I ban people for no reason.
that's somehow
In
better.
your head you had a reason. Can you see how like people come with that irrational, like, oh, Nathan's irrational kind of thing? If you made me mod right now, I'd ban Cottonmouth for no reason because he knows I just like sometimes he came in my chat and said some dumb shit and I banned him talking about I gotta talk about politics and shit like that.
Nathan, I believe one
I
day
guess
you
that's
will be
a
a big
reason,
streamer
but
with 5,000 subs.
Yeah,
well,
I wish. Hey, look, I don't know. I'm not even saying anything at this point. No.
Just because I
shit's
don't
crazy,
want
bro.
the market to destroy us all doesn't make me a
Hey, thanks for that
socialist.
follow in Arco. I need all the fucking Twitch follows I can get.
It's like
I'm
we're
a
gonna,
I used to have like
Pelican.
1,800 followers at
yeah,
one point.
LMAO.
socialist again. Remember, socialist. The actual like
Most of you
true
is
definition
assholes,
of socialism
but
is not. It's not like Europe, right? Socialism is not Europe.
you need
Socialism is
assholes.
USSR. It's not modern Europe. Socialism is USSR. What they call social democracy, which is like welfare. It's like capitalism with a bit more government, a bit more welfare. That is what they call
It's
social
happy.
At
democracy.
Thena
That's
Thanal,
not
how is
Happy
life in the
periods. I thought
Socialist
Happy
Republic
Period
of
was this.
Ardnistan?
Happy Period is cool.
Again, it's not
I
socialist.
don't know who this guy is.
Like literally, that's not what I call socialism. It's what we call a mixed economy, with some socialist components, just like you've got in the United States
Yeah, man,
too.
that shit's
Debate
crazy.
Rikide Great or Tina
That shit is
_2.
crazy.
I can't. I'm banned.
LUL.
They all banned me. Like I fucking
At Anarcho-Doomerism, hello.
fucking hate socialists. There's some really they're really apt. I mean, interacting with socialists here on Twitch makes me really dislike them even more. I never was a fan of socialists, but now like I really just don't.
Nathan says that he is a doctor, but he refuses to work in the medical field. What up with that?
Well, I did work in the medical field. Well, because I think I would actually impact people's health
Yo,
positively
Anarcho, don't do
much
that,
more
bro.
so if
I
I
think Tina-
actually was a big streamer and can
Tina's funny,
influence
but Tina could
people
debate.
on policy.
She was
you know.
probably a part of like the mock team or something like that. Tina could debate.
Okay, like Oh yeah, because I guess Boston still see what I'm saying. Yeah, I like literally I want to help people be in better health, right? I think if I was a big streamer like you know, good old Hassan, Hassan
BSTN is pretty smart.
the rich, I could influence people probably more potentially. There's a chance that I could have
Dude,
a greater
you are
positive
not a big
impact.
streamer, but you could make big bank if you really are a doctor and you went back to the medical field.
Yeah, I know I'm not a big streamer, but if I was a big streamer, I could help people's health more.
Hassan is a traitor to the working class.
What? Well, Hassan is maybe, I don't know, he's just, you know, you can say lots of things
I hate
about.
people that want to tell others how to live their life. If I won the lottery I would be rich, but I ain't.
Yeah, well, it's not so much telling them how to live their life, it's more about telling them, you know, giving them some like advice on how to make people's life better. And you should tell others, like it's part of your job as a doctor to tell
At
people how to live.
Gamin, okay, so you hate me, like I care.
Oh, Bila Gaming. I thought you were referring to me
Wait, so I didn't get a
saying
hit
that I
marker?
wanted to
What
tell
the
people
fuck?
how to live their life, because I also do that, right? As a doctor, I mean, as a doctor, it's kind of your responsibility almost to tell them, like, don't smoke, don't drink, don't eat junk food, you know, be healthy, right? That is kind of your duty
At
as a doctor.
Gamin, the fact that you want employers telling their workers how to live their lives does not inspire confidence.
How does Billy Gaming want that?
Practice your aim while you wait. Taunting your enemy is an effective way to get inside.
But
Nathan, I am trying to help you. Didn't I try to help you pick up women?
yeah, I think you did. I think you did. I appreciate that.
He's econ right.
I appreciate that. Oh, he's econ right. Well, again, as like I've been saying, as long as you've got a basic income, then you can be econ right if you provide a UBI, because then people can just be like, okay, I'll just go back on my UBI if working conditions aren't okay. So you can actually deregulate the economy. You see, it can actually. That's why Milton Friedman, for instance, famed very much right-wing economist, that was, you know, a big hit with like Reagan and such, Reagan Thatcher crowd, right? He actually was in favor of a negative income tax, which in practice can more or less essentially amount to UBI.
If you went back to being a doctor, you could get all the hookers and blow you wanted.
Again, but I don't want hookers
I
and
wouldn't be
blow.
giving unasked life advice on Twitch. That's pretty cringe.
Consideration towards other people's beliefs. He can debate his own beliefs.
What are you
He
what are you
just can't
talking
do
about?
it without dismissing other people's beliefs. That's what I think.
Who's the wheeler? Oh, and you banned anarcho-doomerism.
And I think that's wrong. I'm gonna make you mod Anarcho. If Nathan bans anybody that's like for no fucking reason or for some dumb shit, unban them, bro. Now if they really say some like really crazy shit, then yeah, you know what to do, bro. You know what to do. Oh shit.
Who are you talking to, Billy Gaming? What unasked life advice?
I just fucked
Is that
up. I just
are
fucked up.
you referring to Cottonmouth or referring to me or referring to somebody else? I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I mean, I don't mind that. What I don't like is more of this stuff that people are okay to just let people die if they don't have the money to like buy food or to have healthcare.
I
See,
just
that's the
fucked
stuff that
up,
really
bro. My
pisses me off.
bad.
That's why I banned everybody.
Fucking technology, bro. My bad.
That's why I banned everybody. Like, just I was thinking like, okay, I'm gonna ban them forever. But actually, I didn't even last. I didn't even
Need
last
money.
24
You
hours.
still here, bro.
Get a
I'm
job.
sorry.
Yeah, but the thing, how about,
I
you know,
did
there's
not
some
mean
people
to
that are
do
like
that, bro. I didn't
mentally
mean to ban you.
challenged,
Who
right?
asked?
Some people are mentally
My
challenged who
fingers
can't
slipped.
get
It
a
was an
job.
accident, bro. I promise.
The economy also works in such a fashion that you end up with unemployment just happening kind of spontaneously. Like, people who are able to get jobs also don't necessarily get them. So that's another problem.
Hey, Narco, let me know you're alright, bro. I didn't mean to ban you, bro.
You see what I mean?
Taxes are immoral.
It was an accident.
Taxes are not
It was an
immoral.
accident.
Aren't you happy that we have a police force, that we have roads that are paid for through taxes? I mean, would you really want to not have those things? Aren't you happy that you can just freely just you know, like take to the road at any time.
People
instead of
should
having
freely
to
live their life how
pay a
they want to
toll.
without government intervention.
But no, the government
If you are
gives you
disabled,
more freedom.
then you can get welfare. If you are able, get a job.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so fair enough. I see where you're coming from, Cottonmouth. My point is that the economy doesn't even require everyone to get a job. Like,
At
and the economy,
Billibilligamen LOL. That's so 20th century.
like, government intervention actually is useful, right? Like, how about precisely the welfare for people who like are disabled and who can't have a job,
Like this is just
right? That
It's a
requires
crazy
government
world we live
intervention.
in, bro.
Having free roads requires government intervention.
And
Having
I
a
feel
free
I feel
police
like
force requires
what
government intervention. Having
what
free
Lil
garbage
Boosie said
collection
is so true, bro.
requires government intervention, right? And I think right-wingers actually like that. I don't think
Straight
right-wingers
people
are
are
all that
impressed.
right-wing. I mean, I think right-wingers, they claim to be against
At
government, but
Billibilligamen
I don't
you're
think
a
that's
If
true.
you're
dumbass.
heterosexual,
How
bro, you're
are we
impressed.
gonna pay for social security, the military, and other institutions
Oh,
without taxes?
that's pretty slow
It
text-to-speech.
ain't immoral at all.
What the fuck?
Nothing is free,
I don't know what you think of the
except maybe air.
text-to-speech. Of course it's not free, but the point is that it's free at point of
Personal
service.
freedom and
It's paid for through
responsibility is a
taxes.
fundamental cornerstone of the American economy.
Bro.
Yeah, of course, but there should be some a safety net, right? To sort of just so that you don't like just crash and die if it doesn't like work. And like of course it's not free. You pay for it through taxes, but that's what I'm saying is that taxes aren't immoral. Taxes pay for those things,
The
and it
government
makes it.
shouldn't be giving life advice to people.
But it's not life advice. It's making life much just better for people. Instead of having garbage just rotting away on the road, you have like the government pick it up. That is useful. Okay. Like like a road. A road is paid for through is paid for through taxes. A road requires the government to like essentially expropriate people in exchange for a fair price, right? When there's no road and the government wants to build a road, you have to pay a bunch of
At
farmers.
Billibilligamen that's true, but it is being eroded by government stimmy checks, rent suspension, unemployment increases, etc.
Yeah, okay, well, Cottonmouth, sure, there's that, okay, but don't you agree that it's good to have publicly funded roads, that it's good to have publicly funded...
UBI is life advice. It tells people not to be productive.
No, because UBI isn't too big, right? You give a modest UBI, so it's just enough to have...
At Billibilligamen bingo.
It's just enough to have a small place and eat cheap food. If you want to have anything more
I
than just
agree
a sort
with
of
Billie
basic
Eilish.
quality... If you want more than a basic quality of life, like, you work. It's just that now the stick is you're just going to be relatively poor instead of just being completely broke, you see. It's just you don't have quite as much of a stick of just, potentially like being homeless or something. It's UBI, it just ensures that you got a home, not a great home, place, and it ensures that you have like just food, and again, not great food, just food so that you don't starve. That's all it is. It's not like there's still plenty of incentive to do more. I think most people want more than that, and then they can work if they want more than that. It's just saying, we're like...
Imagine not supporting universal health care. Right at Thenathanal. Welfare to people that can work should be stopped. If people who are able to work refuse to work, let them starve.
Okay, but I don't think most of them is that they're refusing to work, it's that literally that they often can't find jobs. I mean, to some extent, yeah, there are people that are refusing to work. But you see what I mean? That is actually, it simplifies things if you give a UBI, because then the government doesn't have to determine whether a person can work or not, So there, you get rid of all that thing.
My fundamental position is personal freedom and choices. Giving healthcare to people means they become fat and unhealthy.
I disagree. I don't think
At Cottonmouth63, you're a fucking psychopath. You're simplifying things way too much.
That doesn't mean that they become fat and unhealthy. People don't
There are
want to be fat
millions
and
of
unhealthy.
job openings in the USA.
I mean, sure, there's some of that, Cottonmouth. Sure, there's some of that who are just on welfare. But my point is that it's, in reality, okay, would I unban Hitler or Osama from my chat?
Would you unban Hitler or Osama from your chat?
I mean, heck, I've unbanned people who like have ideologies that
That's that
are
fucking
like
slave
At
master shit, bro.
Cottonmouth63, maybe I am a
murderous.
psychopath.
How can you determine who's fit
So,
to work and who's
I mean,
not?
I've already banned people who
Not a
essentially
fucking
Free
okay with
healthcare means
letting
people will
die.
abuse the system.
So, like, okay
Visit
with
the doctor 5x a
homicide
week,
through neglect.
become fat and get unnecessary surgeries.
Yeah, I mean, sure, there's the unnecessary surgery component. You'd have to pay for unnecessary surgeries, you know, like if you want to do cosmetic stuff that is not covered, that would not be free. To become fat, people don't want to. It's not like people say, "I'm
At
going to get fat
Billibilligamen,
because I
there is
have
no
free
such
healthcare."
thing as free healthcare.
What he means is free healthcare at point of service, right? It's not, of course, it's not free in absolute terms, right? The point is healthcare paid for through taxes, so it's free at point of service. To visit, yeah, regarding the visit the doctor 5 times a week, I would suggest pay people a little bit,
Honestly,
just a small
I'm not
fraction
fit to
of the
work. I
actual
just applied for
of
for
you know
the
if it
for
costs like
disability social security.
$100,
I
like
honestly believe I'm
$5
not
or
fit to
something.
work
See,
because of PTSD,
that way you
anxiety,
don't have people
depression.
just going all
Those
the
three.
time, presumably, because they
And I
still
got
have
hit
to
by
pay
a
for it.
car
So when
a
I
few
would say
years
don't
ago.
make it entirely free, but still
I don't think I'm fit to
At
work.
Billibilligamen, lol,
Just
people
based off
are
the
already
the
fat and
PTSD and
unhealthy
anxiety I went
because of
through.
not being able
Fucking
to
life,
afford
bro.
good food products because they need to pay for healthcare insurance. There is no federal power for healthcare in the US Constitution. At Thanal, you seeing these arguments?
I'm starting to wonder why I banned you, Happy Merchant Origin. I'm seeing this. Why did I ban you?
What the fuck,
I'm not
bro?
sure. Yeah. Yeah, it's because, yeah, exactly. That's a great
Okay.
argument, Happy Merchant Origin.
People are fat because
And
they choose to eat McDonald's every day.
What kind of
They
logic
must
am I
accept the
getting
health
here,
outcomes
bro?
and pay for treatment themselves.
yeah, but the thing is that lots of people get sick even if they eat healthily. Okay, I agree with that. But Billy Gaming, if you wanna penalize people for eating at McDonald's, the way to do it is instead raise prices of junk food. How about having a tax on McDonald's and a subsidy? You know, and the money that you raise from the tax, then you give back out as a subsidy for healthy food, right? So people will pay the same for food overall. It's just that the healthy food becomes cheaper, the unhealthy food becomes more expensive. That makes more sense than just letting people die because they don't have proper health coverage. See, instead you make them pay for the cost of eating McDonald's by taxing it. That makes much more sense. I mean, it's much kinder.
Bro, don't tell me it's gonna be another
At
fucking hateful ass.
Cottonmouth63, you're a constitutionalist then?
Yeah, but then he's stupid because the constitutional
That would be a syntax which would work, yes.
amended. Yeah,
Seriously,
a
can't even
syntax,
fucking-
exactly. Why
Yeah,
do you
they're
think
just
about
shitting
that?
on everybody. I'm not fucking with that.
Would you support a syntax for that? I mean, I like
Out of that
syntaxes. I think it's good, like for drugs, you know, like tobacco, for alcohol, and for junk food. I think that's
Why should the
that's a
Gov
good idea.
tax McDonald's and not other restaurants? Gov should not pick losers and winners.
No, I agree. Cottonmouth. It shouldn't be
Why
the
are
restaurant.
masks still a thing? By this point every single person came into contact with the virus.
Yeah. Well, luckily here it's not a thing. So, yeah. Well, no, now it is because there's
A
just
syntax must cover the cost of all negative health comes of eating that.
Yeah, I agree. Play the game. High stick pull. Man, my speech chat is really
Hello.
really slow. It's really got a huge delay. Happy Merchant Origin, you say personally favor the
At
progressive tax.
Cottonmouth63, well, I'm personally in favor of the progressive tax across all income brackets.
Sorry for the delay.
At Stickpole, hello.
Yeah, but the thing
At
is, we could
Cottonmouth63,
amend
yes,
the Constitution.
but the Constitution is not being followed very closely by the government anymore. Fuck the government. Out of curiosity, any Gorth talks today?
I can. I'm not sure. Particularly want to.
Frankel48 Trump head Frankel48 Trump head PogChamp. At holy_flesh libertarian kappa. Listen 7 Angry Craig. At Cottonmouth63, did you know that the bottom 50% income bracket pays 0 federal taxes?
Yeah, so there's, I mean, I mean, there already is a progressive tax. Like I said, I would simplify the tax system to have like just
At Cottonmouth 63, does it need to be? It's over 200 years old. It's not up to date by any means.
yeah, I mean that's a fair point. Happy Merchant Origin. Bravo, Happy Merchant Origin, proving to be
At Cottonmouth
an
63,
idea
it's
that
the
you're right.
highest law of the land.
Okay, but you know there are amendments, right? I mean, right? Don't you probably like many of the amendments, right? I mean, I imagine you're particularly fond, for instance, maybe of the Second Amendment.
I would support no
right?
taxes incomes up to roughly 50K. Then a low progressive amount.
Right? You're probably pretty fond of like some of those amendments, so you know, obviously you're okay with, you know, if you are, like, then you're okay with the concept of amending the Constitution. We could amend the Constitution to, you know, explicitly provide for healthcare which is free at, or close to free at point of service, right? That could be an amendment.
At Cottonmouth 63, what do you mean? Just because it's the highest law doesn't mean it's up to date.
Yeah, it doesn't mean it's right necessarily.
How about we balance the federal budget, just spend what we take in taxes?
Yeah, well, sure. Well, you know, like a UBI, one of the things I would say, I would, you know, counter regarding like the UBI thing, is that my UBI would be lower than like unemployment benefits. So, okay, you'd have to, more people would be getting it. But in any case, you could just conceive it as a negative income tax.
At
So it's just
Cottonmouth 63,
like
okay,
people
feel free
below.
to change it. Good luck with that. As always, individual freedom should be maximized. Taxes on low-income people should be very, very low.
Again, I feel like the problem is that people focus on this word freedom, but what they mean is just, when they say freedom, what they mean is absence of government intervention, and not actually freedom, just lack of government intervention. I would counter that freedom is about having as many choices, as many life choices as possible, and of course UBI would increase your life choices. It would make you be able to do much more things in terms of life choices than not having a UBI. If you see what I mean.
People can do what they want with their life without anyone telling them what to do. That is freedom.
Yeah, but if you don't have the money to do what you want, then you don't have freedom. So I see, again, I would counter that most people don't actually experience all that much freedom. That's my point, is that UBI ensures that everybody has a fair amount of freedom because they have enough money to make some choices. You know, a person who makes no money because that person can't, that person doesn't have freedom.
Any reason you're watching this person play video games?
Well, just because Boston
At Billa Gaman, are you against gay marriage, abortion, and weed?
Yeah, that's
If
also
so, you're already restricting freedoms.
that is actually,
How the fuck does my loadout
a
disappear,
good
bro?
question. How about meth? You know, how about
Cause my dumbass teammate quit, bro. How the fuck
You
does
know.
my loadout disappear? How does that happen?
how about adult people changing gender? I mean, I think abortion later in
game
pregnancy
sucks,
is not. I mean, then you're actually like restricting the freedom of a person to stay alive, kind of, right? So, I mean, I'm not.
The problem is
I'm-
meth addicts end up a cost to society.
Yeah,
The
sure, but how about if you
text-to-speech spoke over you. What was the reason? That
So
is
you
why
said-
meth must be illegal.
Okay, but then junk food also is a cost to society. So then actually junk food should be illegal as well. Okay, so then you're massively restricting freedom. So again, like if you want to maximize
I
freedom,
agree, Billy.
if you want to maximize freedom, how about you legalize meth, but you tax it?
Not the same as meth.
Well, you know, there's lots of societal cost that comes from junk food. I mean, literally. You know, it causes obesity, it causes disease. You know, there are tons of chronic diseases are caused by
People
that.
pay their health treatment themselves for junk food.
Okay, but like, how about meth? And in fact, they don't pay treatment themselves really, in as much as, you know, then anyone else who wants like healthcare is going to have to pay more for it, right? Because overall costs of healthcare are going to be higher, so everyone's going to have to pay more. So no, you don't pay for it yourself. Precisely, if you tax junk food, then they would pay for it themselves. If you don't tax junk
Meth
food, then they
addicts
don't.
end up being unable to pay for themselves.
Hands up. Objective failed.
Yeah, of course. But the thing is that some people will end up being
Frankel
meth
48
addicts.
Trump head listen 7 Angry Craig Frankel 48 Trump head listen 7 Angry Craig Frankel 48 Trump head listen 7 Angry Craig Frankel 48 Trump head.
Okay. Yeah, but the thing is, it's an
LUL.
addiction. It's an addiction, so it's not really their fault. And the thing is that addiction. I mean, people get meth now, right? The thing is that banning it actually doesn't necessarily
LMAO.
help them. You might actually help them more
Had no
if
clue
you
what it was.
legalize it, because that way they won't be afraid to seek treatment for it,
Fucking.
and then you'll actually have less negative health outcomes because they'll have better, they'll be better taken in charge of, and you might actually, have a better overall societal outcome by legalizing it, and so that way, they can better seek treatment for the addiction. And we don't want people consuming meth, but the point is that just banning it is not
Oh
necessarily
shit!
the best
In
way to
40
deal with
minutes, I
it.
get to get my
I mean,
NFT.
if we
I'm
could
yo,
actually,
so fucking
ban,
excited.
Legalizing will increase consumption.
yeah, it will, but it might still decrease the societal costs because it might lead to safer consumption. So I mean that is why it's sort of like Portugal, right? It decriminalized drugs. Consumption actually stayed about the same, but the medical negative outcomes, the adverse effects from consuming drugs went way down. So actually, society benefited overall from the decriminalization. I'm not pro-drug. I don't like drugs. Okay, if we could actually just stop consumption by making the drugs illegal, I would be okay with it. Although again, I would contend that that is anti-freedom. So again, I don't think that's really pro-freedom. And I think lots of people use that just as a buzzword. They say they're pro-freedom, but they're not. Just like they say they're pro-small government, and they're not. This is my issue with right-wingers, is that this is why I said right-wingers rely on doublethink, right? It's because they claim to be pro-small government, and yet they're actually happy to have government to pay for their roads, to pay for their police force, to pay for their garbage collection. I think most right-wingers are pretty happy with having a public postal service, for instance. Probably lots of them are happy to have free public schools. So it's in reality, they're like they're it's not true. You see, it's just a sort of a sort of word. It's just like a tag that
Big
they put on
government
themselves.
is based.
I wouldn't say big. I mean, it depends what you mean by big. Like that kind of big, yeah. So you see what I mean? It's just a
10
kind of
more
tag, like
headshots
this
from this
idea that they're
combat
pro-small
article.
government when actually they aren't really. You suggest like not making roads free, and then they'll complain that that is hurting. It's hurting the average person, and that is like the commie thing to like make you pay for roads. No, the commie thing is to have free roads, right? Free roads at point of service, paying for roads through taxes. That is a commie thing, and they actually like it. You see, like the thing is that right wingers actually like some of their communism. They that's the funny thing. They just don't realize it. But that's the sort of communist aspect of of society. So yeah, and again, the freedom thing. They claim to be pro-freedom, but then they actually, they want to restrict all sorts of freedoms. Again, like the freedom of regarding drug consumption. They want to even restrict, I know lots of right-wing people who claim to be pro-freedom, and they literally want to ban adults, having sex reassignment therapy, whatever, surgeries or something. For kids, that's a different issue, of course, but for adults, it would be really weird to say you're pro-freedom and yet be against adults just doing that to their body, because then it really is just your body, right? Abortion, it's not. I think that's why these pro-abortion people
This dude
are
Bumpman
silly
is
about
a
saying
fucking
that it's
bitch.
about your body. It's not I mean, it's your body, but it's also somebody else's body. you know, like so that's not a valid argument, this idea that it's your body for abortion. It's not just your body, okay? There is another person there inside you.
It's your
Yeah,
body and the child's body.
exactly. But when it comes to gender reassignment, then it is just your body. So I mean, then it really is absurd to not let people change like their sex. I don't think most people are against letting adults change sex, at least nowadays. But I think kind of in theory, you know, if it wasn't considered as taboo to be sort of authoritarian about that kind of thing, I think lots of right-wingers actually would be okay with banning people to seek, you know, gender change surgery. So I don't know. I'd be interested in seeing what you have to say about that. The people here on chat. Let's see. I'm sort of pointing out some of the the inconsistency there. How about equality of opportunity, but then at the same time supporting like private schooling, which means that like kids who are born to rich families are going to have a much better education and much better opportunities as a result. That's not equality of opportunity, right? Equality of opportunity would be ensuring a decent education to everyone. So, do you actually support equality of opportunity or not? Maybe actually you don't, right? Oh, Japan doctors for ivermectin. Thank you for following. I didn't see that. Why did I miss that? Does that make sense? Anyway, thank you all, even people here that I disagree with. Thank you at least for coming to watch my
At
stream.
Thenathanal https://www.isidewith.com/political-quiz.
Okay, let's have a look at that.
Great quiz.
Let's have a look at that. I mean, the thing is that like I don't like this idea that it's okay to let but it's true in reality. And I think I've been a bit too harsh because like Cottonmouth, for instance, was and like other people, ivermectin works. Oh, thanks for. Oh no, this is gonna be like a fake thing, maybe. Okay, so you're probably like a fake account or something. But anyway, thanks for the follow. People like Billy or Cottonmouth or Excrement, like in reality,
Ivermectin follow bot.
like they are okay, for instance, for like welfare. They are okay with like welfare for people who are disabled. But then what I still don't get is why they don't support like people who can't afford healthcare to just let them die, you know? I mean, shouldn't that be like a form of welfare to poor people, right? Like just like you're okay with like disability welfare for people who can't get a job, why shouldn't we support welfare for people who maybe like can't afford proper healthcare, or who, you know, who just gamble, thought they would get away without having healthcare and then ended up having a big problem? Don't you think we should save a person if you've got like a treatment that could like prevent you from dying? Don't you think people should be able to obtain that? Like, do you really think we should let people die just from not having health insurance? I mean, don't you think that's kind of very callous? And really, I mean, I could side with you much more if you're just okay with saying like, you know, either like having like quote individual mandate where everybody gets health insurance if they must, right? Like they do in Switzerland, because I was in Switzerland, right? So like in Switzerland, it's not healthcare is universal in as much as there's a law mandating that everybody has to get a private health insurance coverage, right? I mean, why I mean, if you could just like support that, I would be, you know, much more I'd be much less frustrated. Okay, I'd be much less inclined to also like call you spawn of Satan and stuff like that. Okay.
Do you like the Swiss system? At Thenathanal.
Well, I certainly like it better than the West system, I think. I mean, the way the Swiss system is kind of like a US system, except that it actually doesn't even have like Medicare, Medicaid things. Instead, it's just basically saying everybody get yourself a private insurance. It's just like basically a law that says that you got to get yourself a private insurance. And yeah, and it has sort of aid systems for like potentially people who didn't get that, but it's not as much. I mean, overall, normally, I mean, I know some people don't get. I remember my dad when he first arrived in Switzerland, and he didn't get any health insurance, and he just had to pay out of the pocket. So that's what they call individual mandate. I think everybody should have health insurance, health care coverage. So definitely.
It creates the sort of problems we are dealing with now, like loss of medical freedom.
Yeah, but like look at the United States. In practice, like there's more being spent on healthcare, and yet health outcomes are worse. I would contend that having less medical freedom is not necessarily a problem. Like Switzerland has the highest life expectancy for males in the world, and the second highest life expectancy for males and females combined after Japan. So I mean, and it's literally 5 years higher than the United States. Like the United States is not a good system. It's not working well. Like the so and like literally in places that have government paid
That
healthcare,
could
like
be other factors as well, though.
yeah, there of course it's
Like
also
diet.
yeah, of course it's also diet. Of course it's also that. It's not just that. I know.
Stop the stairs. Stop the stairs.
But like the point is that maybe
Alright,
you'll so then there's like these countries that have like government paid healthcare, like the UK, and they'll say so there's more waiting times. Fair enough, except that in the United States you're not taking into account the fact that some people have essentially limitless waiting times because they don't have any health coverage at all. So they just if you take those people into account, you're actually waiting times for all people combined are actually higher in the United States. And so as a result, people actually have better healthcare overall when you take into account the people that don't have healthcare in the United States. So actually, government paid healthcare does work better overall for the population. So I still think it's preferable. Again, I think it's something that everybody should have. And I'm okay with rich people having somewhat less good healthcare coverage if it means that poor people can have a lot better healthcare coverage.
It's still going to be a massive for-profit industry. They are not interested in helping you under such a system. Which would be your ideal system? Athena Thanal.
Yeah, I'm not. I think overall the government paid system is the best. So I actually would support the NHS style thing. You just pay for it through government, and then it's close to free at point of service. I do think the so-called Medicare for all. I do think that is the best system for. And again, that's specifically for healthcare, owing to the the way healthcare works, which is very different from any other economic sort of thing. Other things, like even essential
The quiz
items.
has a question about this.
Okay, I'll have a look at the quiz. Like other essential things that you know how much you're going to have to pay for, right? You know how much you're going to have to pay for food. You know how much you're going to have to pay for housing. Most people are going to have to pay about similar amounts, right? But meanwhile, when it comes to healthcare, some people will have like no expenses because they'll be lucky. Other people will have very high expenses because they'll be unlucky. And this is why you require an insurance model, right? Because you don't know who's going to require lots, who's going to require lots of care. And it isn't really fair that the people who end up requiring lots of care should have to pay all of it out of their pocket, because it's not like they chose to get sick and require treatment for an expensive illness. So it makes sense to follow the insurance model, right? Because we recognize we all are potentially vulnerable to become sick, and we all potentially require expensive treatment. And so it makes sense that we all collectively should agree to do this. And so then the point is that so you get an insurance, but then
the last thing we should do is give the government greater say in our medical decisions.
Well, I disagree then, because then the idea is that really rich people, they're going to maybe say, well, I can just pay out of my pocket if I need to, and so they might not even purchase necessarily healthcare insurance. I mean, they can afford not purchasing healthcare insurance, and then they'll just pay out of the pocket, and it's not fair because they're not showing solidarity to the people who do require treatment. And I guess my point also is that everybody should have equal access to healthcare, right? Everybody should have access to healthcare, which means that you shouldn't have to,
If we're very rich, you probably don't even need insurance because you can afford even large treatments.
Yeah, but in practice, you likely still are gonna take insurance, but because you can also afford the insurance, but yeah, I think everybody should
You're
have
supposed to tell me don't be so hard on
access to
yourself.
decent healthcare, right? I think that's like basically everybody should have access to the basics of life, right? Everybody should have access to housing, to food, and to healthcare. So sure, you could just have this. You could, for instance, have a UBI that enables people to then purchase health insurance, and then I mean, that would enable you to pay for your housing and your food and your health insurance. You could do it that way. Thanks for following, wee baby 1776. But then you have to bear in mind that then how does this health insurance work, right? Basically it would end up having to agree with healthcare providers to pay for certain services, and the issue there is that like we're gonna have to have some sort of like proper, sort of like people aren't necessarily gonna know like what the health care provider is going to be able to provide. And I think what we want as a society is to ensure that people all have access to a certain array of treatments, and that that there's some sort of there's some decent standards that are ensured when you acquire health insurance. So we want everybody to have a decent coverage, and at that point, well, like you might as well just have the government do it instead. I think that's kind of the idea there. Especially because how's the pricing going to be determined? That's the other thing, is that like I like market mechanisms in general for pricing. If you got a private enterprise and market economy, then prices get fixed organically. But how are you going to do that in the case of healthcare? Because you're just going to basically, what you're going to do is you're going to have like healthcare providers, then you're going to have insurance companies, but you're not going to have the same sort of market mechanisms that you normally have in market economies.
What are you doing?
Can you even negotiate healthcare prices?
161 damage.
Yeah, because I mean that's the sort of.
I feel like there's a lack of production on yen, bro.
Like how does the insurance do it? Like, so I guess the insurance then negotiates a price with the healthcare provider. So in that, from that perspective, sure, it kind of makes sense to have a market system, because then like the healthcare providers will try to convince the insurance to like pay for more treatments, and then the insurance will say like there'll sort of be this tug of war that's actually productive, and that's why in Switzerland they've kept the system that they have, right? That's why they've kept that kind of that system in Switzerland. But see, the funny thing is, at the same time in Switzerland they actually say that there's a basic healthcare, and the government actually mandates that all insurances cover the same basic healthcare. So at that point, it's not like you're even going to get a different service, right? It's sort of weird, because you're going to different companies, but for the same fundamental service that is provided. So at that point, like, what's the point of having different healthcare providers if you're going to get the same healthcare from
market, bro? Market.
So that's
Wouldn't
why.
you just take the cheapest then?
Well, you might. No, because yeah, well, because the thing is that yeah, you would take the cheapest.
That's crazy, bro.
But of course, then you do have then different.
If it's all the same.
Yeah, well, it is all the same in terms of like what diseases are covered, but then it's not entirely the same of how it's covered. For instance, some people, I mean, some insurance policies will allow you to directly go seek a specialist, but that's going to be more expensive. Whereas the cheaper ones are going to say that you first have to see like a GP first. For instance, that's one of the and that also you might have like a mandated like GP. Some insurance will say, you have to take this particular GP. So there are sort of different modalities that way. And in that case, in that sense, it kind of does make sense, that to give people more choice in how they do their healthcare. So I'm okay with the Swiss system as well. I'm honestly, I can accept the sort of the Swiss system. I think, like, it kind of makes sense from that perspective. But yeah, I'm sort of torn. I'm sort of torn between the Swiss system versus the UK system. Torn between having private insurance.
Wait, what the fuck? Cut.ly/3WRCBXB. If we're mandated to visit a certain doctor, What stops him from charging insanely high prices?
Yeah, so then that's
disabled.
well, no, because
Oh,
the
shit,
doctor
shit,
then
shit.
is paid for through the by the insurance, and the insurance is gonna say I'm not gonna pay for you if you charge too high, right? That's kind of how it would work, essentially. I mean, there are reasons for doing it this way. It's not necessary.
Yo,
So I'm
can you
not.
do me a favor though? Can you do me a
I want
favor?
everybody to have proper healthcare coverage.
Can you follow me on Twitch?
So yeah. So basically either do it, just have it paid for through taxes by the government, or instead do the model like they do in Switzerland. I'm not sure necessarily which is best. It's not necessarily clear, and it's true that could potentially give choice. More choice of having these different modalities and paying more or less for it then, according to those modalities. They're it's not clear that I just want everybody to be covered, to have some sort of coverage.
Yeah.
What was that link? I'm gonna have to look at this like on. Again, I still didn't have a look at the quiz. We're gonna have to look at that quiz.
One thing I dislike about the Swiss system is that it's not progressive. Whether you're rich or poor, you pay the same for the same coverage.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Yeah, of course. Of course. I agree with that. That is an issue. I know that I agree. That is also sort of what I dislike about that. But I guess my point is that, like, the reason, I mean, you know, like, we have differences in income is precisely so that, like, you're able to afford more things if you have more income. I mean, it's right. If you adjust everything to income, then everybody actually ends up earning the same in terms of purchasing power. So I mean, it's normal that some people, that for some things, you'd have to pay the same amount, and so that rich people could have more of it. And I feel like it's also like food and housing and stuff, at that point. Those are also essential things. So should food be then free? But then how determine, like, some food is more expensive than other food. Should all food be free, or just like certain food? Then housing, same. Should all housing be the same, or like housing be like free, or just certain housing? Like, because some housing is better than other housing. So that's why I prefer actually to keep having a system where you pay for your thing, but then it's just you pay in proportion to how good it is, right? So some food is cheaper than others because it's more, expensive to produce. Likewise, some housing is cheaper than other housing because it's more or less expensive to produce, and also it's more or less desirable, in terms of like location. I think it makes sense to keep the pricing mechanism, right? You should have to pay more for something better. And if you have like different healthcare modalities, like you do have in Switzerland, in fact, you can choose whether or not to like have the modality where first you have to see the GP or not. I think that's not bad, to be able to choose whether or not you first go and see the GP or not. And so if we grant people that kind of choice, that makes sense. They'd have to pay more or less for different modalities. And then, of course, it makes sense that, that you would actually end up having to pay for it. And so then all we have to do is ensure that everybody is able to pay for it, right? And that's where the UBI comes in. In a way, it makes sense to retain pricing, for all these things, even for essential goods, even though we recognize that people are going to need a certain amount of food. And so in that sense, you could say, it should be free because everybody needs it. Just like for housing, we recognize that people need housing. Could say we should need to make it free, and that's why you see lots of these leftist people saying that we should decommodify things such as food and housing. Well, I would say that the problem there, like I said, is that how is it fair that some people will get better housing than others? Because that's what will happen if you decommodify it. People are going to get housing for free, but some people are going to get better housing for free than others. Some people are going to get better food or more expensive food, what would be more expensive if it wasn't free food, than others. And that's not really fair. like the pricing mechanism actually ensures that you have to pay in proportion to the to the value of an item, and I think that is actually fair. So then we just have to ensure that everybody is able to pay for their basic needs. So you just provide a UBI that ensures that you get proper, you know,
Down him. Just like,
you can buy decent food, you can have an acceptable place to live in, and
Net
you
pricing
can have
mechanisms
access.
make sense the way you explained it. Nice housing should be more expensive, for example.
Yeah, exactly. So my point is that it makes, instead of just saying that housing should be free and that like food should be free, instead you keep the market system, you keep the system where you have to pay more for better stuff, and then all you do is you provide a UBI to ensure that even the people who can't get a job are at least able to just get the basics, right? So they're able to get basic housing, basic food,
I
basic
got plates. I got plates. Plate bundle shit.
basic healthcare and insurance coverage. I think that makes more sense to me, and that's why I advocate for. So I mean, and that is not socialism. Okay, this is very different from socialism.
What? Somebody just ain't me right now.
So yeah. And yeah, but it's weird how like I get like literally I get hated on by so many like socialists, like people, like all these. I'm banned from pretty much all
Shit
the
on Bounty, bro. You know exactly where
leftist
that-
streams on Twitch, plus the right wing
I
as
know.
well, because I said that like they're like I said that right wingers are horrible monsters, and that got me banned, of course, from a right wing stream. But like meanwhile, it's funny because I agree with
Forget Bounty.
left wing
Nah,
people on
forget
so many
Bounty.
things,
I just came
and
from
yet
that,
they
but I
still
said
hate
this-
me for
this
like
should be
for
clear at that
just
last one.
trivial little
Oh, and this
for
loadout weapon.
trivial
Ping
issues.
them loadout weapons. Ping the loadout weapons. Ping the loadout.
It's weird. It's really weird.
Both sides are terrible.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
He's running straight towards you.
Like
Green. Running straight towards you. Turn around. Turn around.
they've got decent arguments, like sort of on both sides. They make sense, but the problem is that they've got like some really nasty, fucked up shit on both sides. I mean, like the problem with the right wingers is that they're okay with just letting people like die from not having healthcare coverage. I mean that is pretty terrible. They're also okay more generally globally with letting people just like starve because they just happen to be unfortunately born in a country that just is super poor and that doesn't afford any good like economic opportunities. So that is terrible there. So that is why I think the right wingers are worse, is because they're, you know, like I feel left wingers at least mean well, whereas right wingers they kind of think they mean well, but actually they don't. Like they're okay literally with just letting people be miserable. Left wingers want to achieve equality. They want to, sort of, improve things, but they want to do it in a way that's actually ends up being oppressive, even though they don't realize it. Essentially, and they have these sort of weird irrational.
Where are all the redneck streams?
Yeah, I don't know. They have. Are you asking what? Because I got banned on the right wing stream. I got banned on one right wing stream. It's true. I don't really know. There aren't that many right wing streams. It's true. Most of them, yeah. But like the problem with socialism is that it's not a particularly it's not a particularly effective economic system. So likely your economy is not going to work as well. You're going to have less freedom.
At Equaldari.
You're going to have less freedom. You're going to have less productivity, so less overall wealth to share around.
CST.
And you're going to actually force people to work, because socialism actually, it has the same issue. They talk about wage slavery, but actually socialism has wage slavery too. That's kind of
I
ironic.
used to be quite interested in anarcho-communism as a political philosophy.
But no longer? Why not?
Thanks.
Okay, I think I'm gonna mute Boston maybe. Why are you? Or maybe not. Maybe it provides a bit of a bit of a soundtrack. What do you mean? Yeah, yes to no longer. Yes to no longer. Like my point with the problem with anarcho-communism is that actually you can't. Anarchism doesn't really work. Okay, like you need some sort of you need some.
Not anymore.
Power. Yeah, you need some sort of power structure, right? You need some sort of thing that overall, ensures that for instance, that people will retain the sort of, you know, communist anarchist thing. So you actually do need some sort of governing thing. So then you've got the state there. And then the problem with like communism, anarchism economically is that, you know, there's this idea that it's about the workers, you know, choosing, you know, making the decisions and stuff. But the thing is that management is a job in and of itself, right? If you basically like communism, socialism, anarchism, it's sort of when it's sort of anarcho-socialism, anarcho-communism, that kind of thing. It basically means that all the workers get to vote on all the stuff that gets done, which means that they all become managers, which means that they don't have the time to do anything else, right? Because a manager is a job in and of itself. So, and now we're saying that everybody has to be a manager. So literally, we're just making everybody a manager.
I'm confused. How can you be anarchist and communist?
You can. But yeah, but essentially my point is that in practice it wouldn't really work. In practice it doesn't really work. So the idea, so let's think about this. What would happen if we say, okay, we're implementing an anarcho-communist society. So it's the idea basically that this is sort of decentralized worker ownership of the means of production. So you've got yourself like all the workers, and they now finally all get to decide on what gets produced. So now the question is, so how does this actually happen in practice? Because like I said, if the workers now get to decide
you
on what
need
gets
some
done,
kind of superstructure to enforce the redistributions.
Yeah, exactly. So here's the thing. Are all the workers going to be deciding on everything or just their company? So presumably, you know, you're going to have different sectors. Presumably you'll still have different companies, right? And people will be working at different companies. So then do people just like, for instance, make decisions for what gets done at their own company, or do they get to decide make decisions about what happens everywhere in society? Because if they get to decide about what happens, what gets produced everywhere in society, then it's just completely impossible, right? Because there are way too many decisions to be made. And so then what needs to be done is you have some delegates, right? You can't leave it to the workers. You need to have some people that are delegated to do the job of deciding what actually gets done, right? That's the management. And that's, of course, the economic planning bureaucracy that you have in socialist societies, right? That is why you end up having, instead of having the workers make the decision, you have the economic planning. You see, you have the economic planning by a committee, because you can't have everybody deciding. It would be just too much of a mess, right? Does that make sense? And then but then you might say, okay, well, the workers only get to vote on what happens within their own company. But then the problem there is that at that point, you know, it's just, how should I put it? It's still a lot of work. Being a manager, even just for one company, is still a lot of work. So even then, you're going to be requiring workers to spend a lot of time in meetings and stuff discussing the management decisions. And another thing,
at Equaldari, it's possible.
And another issue is that the workers could then simply decide.
They aren't contradictory philosophies. Athenathanal Happy Merchant Origin is a Nazi who tries to JQ people by blaming Trotsky and by extension the Jews or the failure of anarcho-communist projects. Don't let them do their shit and just ban them and any of their outs.
Really? Is this?
Ad Flug Fanatic what?
And so, and then the other problem is that, like, we could imagine that the workers, if you got a workplace democracy, right? What is to stop, like...
You're thinking of someone else.
If you got a workplace democracy, what is going to stop 60% of the workers in a particular company to vote that the other 40% of workers should do all the work?
I have the logs from you doing it in many channels.
Okay, what is it to prevent... What is it? Look, I'm not ban. I unbanned everybody. Okay, lots of people that I don't like and stuff. So like,
Your name is literally a Nazi meme.
Hey, bro. You see,
really?
I your level, bro. I know you.
Okay.
No, it's not.
Fuck out of here, bro.
Okay, so like, what is to stop like 60% of the people from saying that the other 40% have to do all the work, and that meanwhile
It's just an
they get paid.
inside joke from
Oh, you
my
trying to go there
You
friends.
to
see what I
see?
mean?
Okay,
Does
okay,
that
all
make
right,
sense?
then bet. I
I'll maybe
guarantee I'll
I'll
finish
turn
the
off
season at
Boston
like
here,
level 500. No joke.
right? Do you see what I mean? The 60% could get together and say the other 40% they could vote, right? And then if it's majority vote, then they could literally force the other percent to do all the work, but still get paid, right? And how like in a market economy, if a company did that, well, the company would tank, right? The company would tank if you've got a bunch of people just.
Also, Trotsky was responsible for the failure of Makhofia and the CNTFAI. That is a fact.
So okay, but that is true if that would only work, of course, if you were now that is sort of in the more the kind of what should we say market socialist thing where businesses are sort of independent, right? Because otherwise, of course, you just in an actual socialist structure, you're gonna have just like you know like nationally determined salaries and stuff, and so you can't do that. So like the workers can vote on what happens in the company, but not in terms of like who gets to vote, who gets to work how much, and who gets paid how much, and that kind of thing. That would get determined
Listen,
by
7
the
Angry Craig.
bureaucracy. But so that's the problem with like market socialism. And of course, another problem with market socialism is then either going to be some businesses will be doing better than others. So then either you're going to have to bail out the businesses that do less well, or you're going to have to accept that some businesses will fail, and then some people are going to be unemployed. So then, of course, if you don't have the sort of independent businesses, which you would then in that kind of thing, then you're going to have a superstructure, and then you're not really going to be anarcho-communist, right? Basically, if you like anarcho-communism, kind of implies market mechanisms typically. Otherwise, you're gonna because like yeah, if you got just a bunch of worker co-ops, then they're still going to be like vying in the market, and so that's going to be sort of like market anarcho-communism, and then you've got the problems I just said there. And otherwise, if you want to ensure that like you don't have this issue of like workers, the 60% of the workers telling the 40% of the workers to do all the work, then you're going to have some sort of superstructure, and then oops, and then that is going to not be like it's not going to be very anarcho, right? Like there still is going to be some sort of authority, right? In any case, you need a superstructure to ensure that that happens, right? I mean, basically, we do have anarcho in a way. Like liberalism is more anarcho, right? Liberalism is saying you can do whatever the fuck you want, right? Liberalism is saying, well, if you want, you can like buy something and then like sell it, and nobody's gonna like enforce it from above. So in reality, you could contend that liberal economies, quote capitalism, is more anarchist than, at least politically, it's more politically anarchist than what typically gets called anarchism. All right, because to ensure that like the workers, all workers have a say in each company, that requires government intervention, right? It requires government regulation, government regulation requiring that all businesses, and give workers a say in the business, right? So it might be so it's it, so within the business there would be less hierarchy. But then governmentally there's more hierarchy. It involves having a government to enforce this idea that within each businesses there is no hierarchy inside the business, right? So anarchism is actually less anarchist politically. You see what I mean? Like it's more it's like to enforce economic anarchy within businesses, you need more government intervention politically, if that makes sense. Which is why I just don't really think anarchism is really a viable thing. I mean, anarchism basically kind of leads to authoritarian Bolshevism, really. I don't feel like it's possible to have anarchism. Like anarchism basically is you're either going to be doing ANCAP stuff, which will then basically lead to feudalism, or you're going to be doing the Bolshevik road. And that's why Bolsheviks actually say that, like, that's the Bolshevik kind of critique of anarchism, and I would agree with that. I think, there's a reason why socialist countries have more or less inevitably followed the more, statist and, centralized and authoritarian Bolshevik model, right? There's a reason why communist countries kind of turn out the way they do. And that is kind of the reason, is that it's just anarchism is not stable. You need the government to enforce all these things, right? You need to get a government to enforce that all workers get paid the same amount. You need a government to enforce that workers get to be able to vote within their company. And also, you need, if you want the workers to be able to vote on everything that gets produced in the economy, then then you've got the issue. Basically, you're going to have to delegate people, and then that's why you have like the planning committees and stuff. Does this make sense? And let's just go see the quiz. I side with political quiz. Like, again, if, like, you see what I mean? If you just, anarchism, if you want to just get rid of, like, authorities, is going to lead to ANCAP. It's not going to be ANCOM, right? It's like anarchism, if you just get rid of government, is going to be ANCAP, right? You need a strong government to avoid having ANCAP by getting rid of authorities. And ANCAP, of course, then creates a power vacuum, and which will lead to, presumably will lead to feudalism, most likely, which is why feudalism kind of arose in the first place. ANCAP is sort of what happens sort of spontaneously when there's no particular structure. I just don't think it's useful. Like, it's not going to change your life to, like, own the means of production or not. Like, what's much more important is to have a sufficient income to have a decent standard of living. I don't think most people actually care whether or not they, like, get to vote a couple of times on, like, the decisions of the business that they work at. Like, I wouldn't care. I, like, literally don't care whether I own the means of production. I was an employee at a hospital. I'm fine with being an employee at a hospital and not making decisions about how the hospital is managed. Like, it's not my job. There's a reason you, like, delegate, like, decision making to certain people. To me, it doesn't make sense. Like, why should I, as a doctor, vote on, like, hospital management decisions? To me, that's kind of absurd. It's kind of weird. It says I've got 7 viewers, but nobody, my chat is completely shut up. So do I have any viewers? Or is this just a sort of human wrongs whispered to me?
Are hospitals in your country privately run?
Okay, did human wrongs come over here? As human wrongs? What did you say? Sorry. Are hospitals in my country? Well, what is my country though? In the place that, in Switzerland where I was working. Yeah. Wait, where am I? Oh, here we go. Yeah, they're privately run. But see, my point is that, like, it would be weird to have all the hospital employees be, but there is some public, like, they're public hospitals. Like, mine was actually the cantonal hospital, so it's also publicly, it's sort of mixed. They're public hospitals or private hospitals. Mine was actually a public hospital, but then it's still paid for with a private health insurance. But like it would be weird, right, for all the employees of the hospital to make management decisions of the hospital. I don't think it's actually a good idea. I don't think it.
Person wearing turban, dark skin tone, male
Oh,
sign.
jeez.
Does the person want companies to be run democratically?
What person? Does the person? Are you referring to who is the person? What? What? Who are you referring to? What person is that? Like, I don't think it's useful to have the companies run democratically. Like, there's a reason most companies aren't. Is actually it's not the most efficient.
I think he's talking about this person wearing turban, dark skin tone, male sign. Take down CCP.
Yeah, well, we can agree on that. I gave you mod shell to since you're a sub and I banned you. I need to compensate somehow. I got rid of mods because people are over modding.
At Ebauthaly are based. I hate the CCP.
Yeah, I hate the CCP too. Just don't ban everyone.
Partying face. But the CCP is run by the glorious Xi Xinjiang.
What?
Xi Jinping.
Yeah, so. Yeah, look, we can agree that we don't like the CCP, okay? We don't like the Chinese Communist Party. I don't like it. But at the same time, you'll like lots of these.
I won't ban everyone.
Okay, good. Just almost everyone. But like, lots of the leftist streamers on Twitch, they don't like the Chinese Communist Party either, right? But I mean, I don't like these leftist streamers. I mean, they don't like me, which is why I don't like them.
11 Xinjiang XD, what an irony.
No, I think, yeah. But I think they're morons. Like, they literally all ban me. They all think I'm a terrible person for stupid reasons. Like, it's so.
No,
it's
the
so
CCP
stupid.
is amazing. It brought China into glorious prosperity, and allows its middle class and rich to feel honorable in their success.
Yeah, but I mean, China could have done that potentially without the CCP. It's true that I mean, it did a good job. I mean, it did a much better job than it could have, right? The thing is that China could have seen prosperity without the nasty aspects of the CCP. You could have had prosperity with democracy.
At Mechabuddha Mao was a glorious leader.
We could have had it with democracy. You could have had it with economic liberalism.
As Jackie Chan says, the CCP made them successful. If you criticize them, they can take it away.
Chris, yeah. Again, I'm not a fan of the CCP, but it's true there's been big success, which is why most people support most Chinese people support their own Chinese Communist Party. There's lots of support in China. I mean, most people.
The beauty of the Communist Party is that they are always right.
The communist, like, the things that most people in China do support it. So, like, if you had
Deng Xiaoping is my glorious leader, face with steam from nose, face with steam from nose, face with steam from nose.
I'm not even sure I'm not sure if Mechabuddha believes any of the stuff that you're saying or not. Like, I don't know. But anyway.
Deng asterisk autocorrect is messing up.
I thought you were just doing another joke on purpose. Like the Xi Xinjiang and the Deng Xiaoping. I think you might be doing it on purpose. But yeah, it doesn't matter. You can do that on purpose if you want. Okay, let's look at the quiz. I think I've already seen this, haven't I? Okay, should the government increase spending on public transportation? Yes.
Deng Xiaoping led China onto the steps of its glorious success. At mental _states _ of _America correct.
You support the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act. Okay, other stances? Oh.
Only a great Europe can face China.
Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, this thing. Yes, and provide more free public transportation. Yes, but only if the spending goes towards environmentally friendly solutions. No, it should reduce current spending. No, and satisfy. No. Okay. Do I support the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, Obamacare? Other stances.
Only bad thing about China is that they are imprisoning these people. Person wearing turban light skin tone male sign person wearing turban medium light skin tone male sign person wearing turban medium skin tone male sign person wearing turban medium dark skin tone male sign person wearing turban dark skin tone male sign person wearing turban male sign.
What's the fucking problem with you? You must have been like dropped on the head when you were a baby. Should the federal government increase funding of healthcare for low-income individuals, Medicaid? Other stances. Yeah, the problem is that there isn't. I mean, I would say pay for the
Yeah, I cover my head injury with a turban.
The problem
so I look like person wearing turban medium light skin tone male sign.
Right, that's where it comes from. Let's see. No, and oh, I don't know. This is hard. Should I do a single? I'll go to consistency. I'll do this. I'll do this, even though I'm also okay to choose providers and stuff. I would say pay for it UBI. Then it would be add my own stance. But if I add my own stance, then they won't be able to. They won't be able to know where I am. So I'll do this. You support a single payer healthcare system. Yeah, but I'm also okay. Like I say, I'm also okay with the Swiss model. Okay, should the government require children to be vaccinated for preventable diseases? Yeah, I think so. What are other stances?
Since you're friends with Beyond Tags, can you get him to debate Dr. Joe Mama?
But only for
because he's afraid to talk to him.
Yeah, I'll say yes. Here we go. They support the use of nuclear energy. Yeah, let's do something like this. Okay. Should producers be required to label genetically engineered foods? Yeah, I'm okay with labeling. I don't really care that much. I'll say less. This is less important. I think it's not so important. I don't think GMO is
How
that
long
important.
are you staying in Australasia?
I don't know. Indefinitely. Should the government continue to fund Planned Parenthood? Yes. All right. Other stances?
He's not in Australia.
Australasia. That's a term that refers also to
He's in Kiwis country.
That covers New Zealand. It's a sort of weird term, but yeah. Where's my stance? Other stances. But okay, here we go. This one.
Athena Thanal, can I visit you?
Well, no, actually you can't because
I don't know.
Literally
the Chinese government doesn't teach about Australia.
The government wouldn't let you in. Should the health insurance providers be required to offer free birth control? Yes. What, should we cover like any other prescription? What? What do you mean? What should be paid for? Environmental issues. Should the government increase environmental regulations to prevent climate change? Yes. Let's just have a look at the other. And provide more incentives for alternative energy and production? Yeah. Yeah, but also tax carbon emissions. Yeah, so the US withdraw from the Paris Climate Agreement. No. Okay. Oh, I've got more people now. It's good to see. I've actually sometimes, it's interesting. Like sometimes we've seen that there've been. I'm sort of an amateur naturalist. Like
Are you
I'm.
still debating the based bastard at noon?
Oh well, if he wants to, I said it was off. I said it was off because I basically said he was an idiot, and I stormed off, and he sort of got pissed off too. But if you want, we can do it still. I said it was off, but maybe we can, if you want to talk to Base Bastard and get it to do it again, we can do it. So if you want
do
to,
it.
Okay, but I'll let you.
Who's the Base Bastard?
It's just a person called Base Bastard.
I'm here.
Oh, you're here. Okay. Cool. Well, if you want to have a chat, we can. I just sort of got, sometimes I sort of reach the threshold and I get pissed off and I just sort of yell at everybody. If you want to, we can have a discussion. If you feel like it.
I understand.
Thanks. If you want to, you can come.
Let's do it at noon still.
Okay, cool. So that's in 42 minutes?
At the Based Bastard debate Dr. Joe Mama too.
Again, not everybody is not everybody is in Chicago like you, remember? Not everybody.
When is it starting?
At noon, because everybody lives in the Midwest or Texas.
Is it true that Australia is a sanitary dictatorship? And that just one COVID case can lead to a 3 weeks lockdown?
Yep, and New Zealand too. We had one case and we've got super lockdown as a result of that.
Are you allowed to leave the house in Australia?
But I'm glad that they do, because then when there's no cases, then there's no problem. There's no COVID issues at all. I'm allowed to, I don't know. I'm not in Australia. I'm in New Zealand. I don't. But like they've got all the time. They've got like I've got my uncle, some of my family live in Australia, and they've got really strict lockdown stuff. But it sort of depends. It depends regionally. It depends if there's been like a new outbreak and stuff. Like right now, here I'm in New Zealand, and here, specifically where I'm in New Zealand, we've been like ultra lockdown as a result of one person having been tested positive with COVID, and as a result, tons of other people then were also tested positive with COVID. But I actually support this, and most people in New Zealand they're glad with this. Why? Because New Zealand's so strict with that quarantine that most of the time there's no COVID. So as a result, we're okay with like having lockdown for a couple of weeks, and then
at the Based Bastard, I will debate you on the CCP. Deng Xiaoping has been the greatest political leader in history.
Like literally, then there is like nothing. Okay, like there's no COVID and there's no restrictions for COVID, so people are willing to have like super restrictions on COVID, if that then because then it means that we have like no COVID restrictions and no COVID at all around.
What can be done to drastically reduce mental illness in the world today?
I'm not sure there's much.
At Mechabuddha, actually the greatest political leader was FDR.
But I would say what we could do, I'd say UBI is definitely good actually, because poverty is sort of a big compounding factor with mental illness. I think if we can eliminate poverty by providing universal basic income, that could really help reduce mental illness. I think also what I would like to see is maybe like more community stuff, like helping people, like meet people.
FDR didn't save the glorious China from poverty.
Having places where people can meet and make friends and stuff, just like you create like, but you sort of like a church, but just not be religious affiliated. Just like have like, maybe like
mental illness is largely caused by sinful behavior.
Yeah. Well, I would contend that sinful behavior is largely caused by mental illness. Should disposable products, such as plastic cups, plates, and cutlery that contain less than 50% of degradable material.
FDR didn't give China the legs to begin to conquer the world and create nationwide wealth at the same time.
Or should transgender athletes be allowed to compete in athletic events? I don't actually have a stance on that. I don't care. Yeah, should it be added? No, and no, let's see. Yes, definitely. Yes. Should business be able to deny services to a customer if the request conflicts with the owner's religious beliefs? Let's see. Junior universities provide trigger warnings and safe spaces for students.
My friend Long Duck Dong took asylum in Canada.
Where is that from again? Is that like Seinfeld or something? Should the federal government institute mandatory buyback of assault weapons? Okay, let's do this. Should gay couples have the same adoption rights as straight couples? Yeah. Yeah. Wow, there's lots of questions. How many questions are there? Do you support the legalization of... Well, I want no marriage. Yeah, take the government out of marriage. Should the state be allowed to should states be allowed to display the Confederate flag on government property?
I would hate to have two male parents.
I would be okay with it. I don't mind. Maybe you wouldn't mind if you actually had two male parents. You might be okay with it. Yeah, I'll just say no.
You just gave churches the right to ban same-sex marriage. Way to go.
What? Yeah, but within the church. Like, you get rid of marriage as a thing, so it wouldn't be actual marriage governmentally. Okay. Like, churches can ban marriage within their own church, but they don't ban actual government recognized marriage. You just get rid of government actual official state marriage, and then it's just a sort of, in the eyes of the church,
At
they can ban
where
it, yeah.
in the Bible is gayness okay?
Should businesses be required to have women on the board of directors?
Who cares about the Bible?
Should the federal government require racial sensitivity training for employees?
At Mopr the church.
I don't.
Fuck the church.
Not necessarily. I don't know. I'm okay with it. Basically, I'm okay either way. I'm okay either way, so I'm not going to answer. Do I support the death penalty? No, I don't. Should the government support a separation of church and state by removing references to God on many federal buildings and national monuments? Yes. Just do it like that. Okay, wow, there's lots of stuff. I don't know how much to do. Should the military allow women to serve in combat roles? I'm sorry, I don't know. If this is boring, I could do something else, but
Do all of it?
Yes, as long as they can pass the same physical test as men, but I don't know.
It's very interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, should women allowed to wear niqab, face veil at civic ceremonies?
You don't have to take a quiz to know you have communistic tendencies.
But I don't. You know that I've been banned
at Delbert _Booger Bell true.
like literally they say like I'm a chud if I go to the communist stuff. Have you seen what how they react on the communist streams? I fucking hate it.
He's been banned from the lefty streams.
I've been banned from all of them. You fucking hate me.
LOL.
Should people under the age of 18 years old be able to receive gender transition treatments?
The Bible
Yeah.
actually tells you to practice your beliefs in private, so in a way, churches are against the Bible.
Okay, I did, but then I think there's a missing thing above here for, yeah, here, show more science
Ubi
questions.
is communism, and moreover a global Ubi. I call that Comintern.
Yeah, but it's not communism. It's not communism. Okay. Like you just say it's communism, but it's wrong.
If Jesus really came again, the church would be against him. Organized religion can be scary.
Yeah, that's another good point. If Jesus came again, the church would literally deny
No
the second
Ubi
coming.
until robots can do all the jobs.
No,
At Ebauthaly or communism is literally just a classless society.
Yeah.
Ubi is just sockdom.
Yeah. Like, it's not communism. Like,
communism is not classless, lol.
Actually, it is. It's intended to be
Ad
classless.
nota but LMAO, yes it is.
Yes, it is. That's
Athena Thanel doesn't like classes.
Yeah, I don't like classes. That's true. But it's not like... So in that sense, okay, but it's not just classless society. Communism, like there's the idea of communism is like high communism. It's the idea of a pro-scarcity society where everything is free, and you have like no money and no classes. And that to me, to me is silly. Like we need money to be able to just determine who gets what. So I think communism is just a pipe. That kind of high communism is a pipe dream, and then socialism is sort of like what the so-called communist countries were. Actually is not communist but socialist, right? When people say communist, what they're referring to is more like socialist, although even like Marx himself like
any ideology that gives more control to government is destined to fail.
I disagree.
The government bureaucrats would be the same class as a plebeian working in the field. Pipe dream theory. Under Brezhnev, the society wasn't that bad, no.
Like, in any case, like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't support USSR.
At Delbert_Boogerbelt, social democracy is heavily successful.
Social democracy is just a mixed economy. It's what we call capitalism. Social democracy is literally what you call capitalism. I'm literally just advocating for the system you have now, like, which is what you call capitalism.
I mean a little functional.
You're just calling me names, but it's not actually true. Should people be required to work in order to receive Medicaid? No. Should federal government mandate that masks be worn by all people on public transportation? I don't know. I'm not sure. It depends. Like, not in New Zealand. Should the government regulate the prices of life-saving drugs?
Medical exemptions.
The question is why. Let's see. Wait.
Yes.
Here are other stances.
Perpetual growth is unsustainable, period. RIP capitalism.
Well, the thing is that why are these, like, normally the prescription drugs shouldn't be so expensive, right? Because the prescription drugs...
Perpetual growth is not unsustainable.
Like, why are these drugs so expensive? Like, why are the insurances accepting to pay these prices? Normally the insurance should be lobbying to pay lower prices. I don't understand why. I don't understand. I don't understand why these drugs are so expensive. Like it doesn't make sense. They shouldn't be so expensive.
He deserved it.
I don't understand. I don't understand the things that normally you've got like non-patented drugs and you should be able to just access stuff. So
How you achieve perpetual growth can be unsustainable, but the idea of
I'll
always
actually
growing
say
is not
no.
by definition unsustainable.
Should cities open drug safe havens where people are addicted to illegal drugs and use them under supervision of medical professionals? Yeah. Should be more or less
Recourses are
privatization of
finite.
government's healthcare.
Yes, harm reduction works.
I don't know. I don't care. Should the federal
Moper,
government
no,
be allowed
they are
to
not.
drug prices for Medicare? Again, I'm just not sure about this Medicare model. Like, should be allowed to negotiate drug prices? Yeah. Okay, let's go. Yes. Whatever. Should the government increase funding for mental health research and treatment?
Stop rewarding people for being successful. How is that supposed to work?
How did I never said that. How did I say stop rewarding people for being successful? Like, again, I'm not what you think I am.
Capping income.
Oh, yeah. Well, because you're still rewarding them. You just have a limit on the reward.
Moper, we haven't even utilized any space-bearing resources as a civilization.
You see, it's not that I'm not rewarding them. I just have a limit to how much they can be rewarded. Yeah. Should health insurers be allowed to deny coverage to individuals who have a pre-existing condition? No. Yeah, that's the okay. That actually is a good point for me.
This website is great.
That is the real problem. That is my problem with the private insurance. Actually, that was why in the end I decided to advocate for the one single payer healthcare, is precisely for this, for the not denying the coverage and for not having the same prices. That is why. No,
if
so
you
they
eat
shouldn't
like
be allowed
shit,
to.
get diabetes, then try to get insurance for them to cover it.
Yeah, so I say no.
Whoever made Twitch has made too much reward tax the shit out him. Why should they be forced to increase the cost for everything? For everyone asterisk.
Yeah, that's the absurd thing with Switzerland, is that Switzerland actually allows insurers to deny healthcare coverage. That's the big problem with the Swiss model of healthcare insurance. That is what should change. Healthcare insurers should be obliged to provide coverage for everything, including pre-existing conditions. I mean, because it's absurd, right? In Switzerland, in any case, healthcare coverage is obligatory.
But do they
right?
have a public insurer?
Like, in any case, no, there isn't. It's mandatory private insurance. There's a bunch of different private insurances. You're obliged to have one, and you can change every year. You can change, and people do change. But the problem is that if you change, then if you got a pre-existing condition, then it won't be covered, and that is a mistake. There should be, if you want universal
Obamacare
healthcare
style.
coverage, yeah, but except as mandatory. So like everyone has private healthcare insurance, and you don't actually have like Medicare and Medicaid so much. Like, it's just everybody gets a private. There's just a law that says everybody has to get a private healthcare insurance, which is pretty
Become a DR and you might look at it differently.
I am a DR.
Obamacare mandatory or fined.
So it's like literally, but the U.S. system is so complicated. Like, I don't even like. We don't actually study that much in medical school about the healthcare system, and we certainly don't study the healthcare of other countries. So
the
like,
Democrats before the party switch were based.
Before the party switch, what, like before the Southern strategy? I mean, like the blue dog slaver pro Jim Crow Democrats. Is that what you're saying? No. Like, if that's what you're saying, then no.
Woodrow Wilson to LBJ. Those guys.
Okay, but what do you mean by the? Okay, those guys. But why were those guys more based than the ones after? You support the legalization of marijuana.
Archie Bunker was a Democrat. They were economically center-left and socially right-wing. My exact ideology.
I don't think they were that socially right-wing, though. Anyway, yeah, I'm definitely not. But see, that's the thing. I'm not socially right-wing, but somehow I just say a couple of things, and so the socialists, all these socialist people, then they think I'm the devil because I say I want a term limit on abortion, because because I don't think that the police is intentionally killing black people for being black, Well, so I say this stuff and that that
The left is intolerant.
that is not being socially right wing. Okay. Saying you want a gestational age limit for abortion is not being socially right wing. Saying that you don't think then it's not even a prescriptive thing. That's what's absurd. Is that the left requires
Bible
you to
thump.
actually
But it is in today's political climate.
The left requires you to believe certain narratives as well. It's not just even prescriptive. Like, you can say you're anti-racist, but if you say, I don't believe that racism is happening in this particular instance, then that makes you racist. It's so weird. Like, they call you racist just for saying that you don't believe that racism is happening here. Which is nuts. Like, I literally just, yeah, I would say, okay, black people get shot more, but I wouldn't call that racism. I would say that it's because there's more violence in
Have
black
you think what
communities.
happened in Guinea?
There's more violence in black
It's intolerance of differing opinions and views.
Yeah. What happened in Guinea? No, I don't know what happened. Last I heard, Guinea was Ebola. What's the more recent stuff?
Have you seen Asterisk?
What's the more recent thing? So
The shooting.
Oh, there's been a shooting. Yeah, just tell me what has happened. If you can send me a link or something else, I can have a look. Yeah, these socialist types, they're literally just, I don't know, they're
Coup d'etat.
Oh, coup d'etat, really? Seriously.
Oh, the shooting was a coup, lol.
Okay, let's have a look. So it's weird. I'm literally, and oh yeah, or the colonialism
When
thing.
was the last coup in a poor country?
Yeah, okay, Moper. Yeah, I know I see your thing. Then the speech chat, for some reason it's delayed, so it's not reading it out yet. But yeah, if of course we can't be too tolerant to but it's not so much extend tolerance to those who are intolerant, but it's more like tolerance of really harmful beliefs. I don't tolerate. I mean, I tolerate the expression of harmful beliefs, but we can't tolerate the actual imposition of harmful beliefs, right? Which is why we can't tolerate communities to impose Sharia law, for instance, right? That is the kind of thing we can tolerate people saying that we should impose Sharia law, but we can't tolerate them to actually do it. Okay.
Le dysfonctionnement des institutions.
If we extend unlimited tolerance even to those who are intolerant, if we are not prepared to defend a tolerant society against the onslaught of the intolerant, then the tolerant will be destroyed, and tolerance with them. Karl Popper.
Okay, but the thing is that, the things that leftists aren't, not intolerant. And it's not it's not necessarily like right-wingers are intolerant, right? It's more like right-wingers are okay with nasty stuff happening, which is not necessarily, it's in some ways right-wingers are too tolerant.
The left is intolerant.
The left is actually intolerant in many ways, and the right, in a way, I would say, is too tolerant. The right is too tolerant about certain bad things that are happening in the world. You could almost, that's the thing. I wouldn't consider that the left is necessarily more tolerant. It's not necessarily good to be more tolerant. Yeah. So yeah, but it's so weird. Oh yeah, and this other weird thing, they think, like, literally they think I'm a quote chud person, right? They think I'm like a sort of nasty right winger for saying that Africa wouldn't be
I support this military junta.
like you're apparently for a socialist you're supposed to say that Africa would be.
I am a
you do?
chud.
Oh, you do? Okay. Like you're supposed to say that Africa would be rich
You are
as
not.
Europe. Okay. I'm supposed to say, but chud is not a good thing. I think
Yes, it is. It presupposes that your view is not supreme and any view is valuable. XD.
Eve, I think you're sort of maybe you're not seeing that chud is like used as a pejorative. There's Chad. Chad is used as a good thing with an A, but chud is not used as a good thing. Okay. I've seen you sort of say this before.
Look up chud.
Yeah, chud is
I don't mind.
You don't mind? Okay. Okay. Yeah, like I just literally said, like, Africa would still be poor if it wasn't for colonialism. Like, if there hadn't been European
It's
colonialism,
cannibalistic human underdwellers.
Africa would be poor without colonialism. Okay, it would still be poor. Ethiopia was barely colonized. In fact, then the monarch that there was in Haile Selassie, he actually stayed. He was there before the colonialism, and then he was like still there, and like he was after colonialism. There's just
no free trade.
There's just a sort of
no colonization.
What am I saying? No, like there's just the brief Italian sort of incursion into
trade them the new tech.
Ethiopia, right? No, my point is that there has been colonization of Africa, and my point is that Ethiopia wasn't particularly colonized, and it's still is poor, right? Also, up until the late 19th century, much of the interior of Africa was not colonized.
Imagine exploiting the whole continent didn't set them back. LOL.
Yeah, think about it this way. There's this sort of race for Africa. The inland of Africa only became occupied in the late 19th century. Yet it's not as if the inland of Africa was like undergoing its own industrial revolution and becoming rich like Europe was. Like, come on, it's not like Africans were like building railways and stuff like they were doing in Europe. It's not like they had built like big factories and stuff. No, Africa wasn't doing jack shit, despite the fact
colonization developed Africa.
It underdeveloped. To be honest, they very poorly developed it. They mostly largely exploited it without properly developing it. That's unfortunate. It should have developed Africa. It could have developed Africa, and unfortunately, it didn't as much as it could have. So that is definitely unfortunate.
European medicine developed African demography.
Yeah, that is definitely true. And my point is that now, if Africans now have roads, if Africans have electricity, if they have fridges, if they have access to all if they have access to lamps and all the those things of modern life.
The West with liberal views always had a tech edge because our resources, power, and brain power were decentralized compared to the kings of other lands.
I wouldn't say
the creation of hospitals, roads, airports.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, there was development. There could have been more development, right? But the point is that yes, colonialism did, and it's not just colonialism; it's also just development, right? Technological development, right? I mean, Africa on its own could simply have not, airports. I mean, like airplanes were invented thanks to the success of European culture. If it wasn't for European culture, you wouldn't have airplanes, you wouldn't have trains, you wouldn't have cars, right? If Africans, the ones who have those things now,
it was because of war.
If they have of that, it's thanks to Europe, right?
But I agree that ethically, it is not moral to colonize others.
Well, I would agree that it would be moral to bring them the tech. Yeah, but yeah, it's okay. It's
war drove the tech innovation throughout history.
Well, war has driven innovation, but it's not just war. It's not just war. So so it's absurd. Like literally, Africa is richer now than it would be without colonialism, actually, and it certainly was richer than it would be without Europe. Let's put it that way. It's richer than it would be without European technology, because now Africa, well, now it's got actual technology, right? I mean, if you've got a cell phone in Africa, it's thanks to Europe. It's thanks to Europe who led the descendants of Europe, I mean the United States and so on, which led the progress that
Jules Ferry, Third Republic French leftist, wanted to civilize inferior races. That time leftism was supremacism.
Well, but is he really a leftist? I wouldn't necessarily call Jules Ferry a leftist. But I sort of agree with the idea of civilizing and fair. I mean, I don't know, but I kind of agree with that sentiment. I mean, that kind of the sort of Ferry kind of attitude.
The left of that time.
The kind of Ferry attitude to colonialism is what makes me say that colonialism wasn't all bad. I mean, that just
the idea of universalism.
Yeah, the idea of universalism and of civilizing inferior. Again, I wouldn't use maybe the term inferior races, but yeah, less developed.
The right of that time didn't want to colonize.
Really? They didn't? Okay. I do agree with with helping other people and civilizing them. So I'm sympathetic to that, and which is why I don't think that's the thing. I don't think colonialism is necessarily like, it shouldn't be imperialism. It should be more about helping civilize other people, and that would have been a good thing. There was some of that sentiment, in fact, even though there's enormous amounts of exploitation as well.
It was the left idea, and then few years after, the right adopted the idea.
Yeah, but just that idea in and of itself,
and wanted to go to
bring civilization. Just that idea of bringing civilization is something that I agree with, which is why, again, I don't completely agree with saying that colonialism is bad. I mean, there was tons of exploitations, tons of bad stuff that was done, but like, it's not just the idea of bringing civilization to people. That is a good thing. Definitely will say that bringing civilization to people is good. Let's see. Sorry. Yeah, like, so as I was saying, right, up until the late 19th century,
civilizing people to me sounds like you think you are better than them and you need to impose your values those people.
Well, you do. I do believe that.
At note but true.
I do believe that. And Africa was poor. Africa was poor. The interior of the continent was not occupied until the late 19th century, and yet it's not like the interior of the continent was starting to develop and become like richer. No, it wasn't. Like, if literally Africa had, all the way up until the late 19th century, had just millennia to develop, and it didn't. Okay, so why do you think that just between the late 19th century and now, suddenly Africa would have just...
Well, I think that's fundamentally racist or xenophobic or some ism. Some form of supremacy may be white?
No, because it's not white. It's supremacy of my idea specifically. It's not European supremacy. It's more my supremacy of my own idea. Yeah. So, like, they think that Africa, since the late 19th...
Tongue sticking out.
Would have like spontaneously undergone a massive sort of development.
Exceptionalism. It's a sad look at the world, really.
No, I think that's stupid. These critiques of universalism is silly. I believe in universalism. The left now doesn't believe in universalism, weirdly, in a way. I don't like that. The left now believes in relativism. It believes in multiculturalism. I don't like that shit. To me, that is crap. That is crap. But that's why these people, like these socialist people, don't like me. But I don't like them. I really don't like them. This really makes me dislike the socialists even more. Like, literally, Africa was further behind than Europe in the Renaissance. Like, Africa was like in the Middle Ages. It was like literally at the level that Europe was in the Middle Ages, and plus lacking lots of like the philosophy and stuff that Europe had. So somehow Africa since the 19th century would have, without European intervention in just a century, was supposed to basically
Everyone
undergo
should
the
be
development.
proud of their heritage. It's not a bad thing.
No, you shouldn't be proud of it. You should just sort of
Of
say.
course you
like,
do.
yeah.
They show you how wrong your reasoning is.
No, they show that they are idiots, and they just don't like that I have better reasoning. Of course, some ideas are better than others. Of course, some cultures are better than others. You think female genital
There you go.
female genital mutilation, that's a cultural heritage. Should we be proud of that? Stoning women to death for having sex out of wedlock, that is a cultural heritage. Should they be proud of that? Is it wrong to
Africans were people content with living where they were.
Mhm.
Everyone not on Africa had an ancestor that wanted change. That's different type of people splitting from one another.
Okay, but they might have been content,
Some
but they
populations
still
are
would have been
proud of
super poor.
Sharia.
Yeah, they are proud of Sharia, but my point is that it's wrong, and it's better. It would be better to impose. But the point is that you shouldn't impose it, like just because it's not going to work if you try to impose it. If you can impose it, then you should. But if often it's not going to work, so instead what you should get them to do is just recognize that it's bad. But you should want to get rid of those things. Some cultures are shitty. Some values are shitty. And you shouldn't say that like all values are equal and stuff. No, that's terrible. That's stupid.
It's like court-ordered rehab. It's a joke.
What do you mean by that? What you mean, like imposing values? Imposing values? Yeah, you have to make them like themselves want to change values. Like, yeah, you have to enthuse them to make them see that the values that you bring are actually good values. But sometimes court-imposed rehab could work.
If you have a group of people that want to voluntarily live under a set of values, who cares what they want, do, and believe?
Well, because not everybody, of course, but the thing is that actually that's not really true. Some people happen to be born in that group and they don't want to be subjected to those values, but they don't have the choice to escape. You see? No, I don't think a woman who's being stoned to death.
And they can flee.
A woman who's being stoned to death.
Claim refuge.
A woman, yeah, but then many of them can't. I don't think most people who wouldn't want to live under Sharia law are able to flee and claim refuge, right? And people don't want the refugees. People complain about all these stupid refugees and stuff, right? I think we should grant asylum to anybody who doesn't want to abide by like stupid Islamic law, for instance. I think we definitely should do that. A woman who is being stoned to death can't flee. I bet women are considered as property. They cannot flee. Literally, women weren't allowed to leave Saudi Arabia. I think they still aren't. They need the approval.
I'm sorry, keep trying. I won't spend my brother's son's blood, 2 trillion, and 20 years of war for nothing. Listen to the video. It's funny.
Okay. For some reason, it was difficult to load.
Guinéennes et Guinéens, chers compatriotes, la situation sociopolitique et économique du pays, le dysfonctionnement des institutions républicaines, l'instrumentalisation de la justice, le piétinement des droits des citoyens, l'irrespect des principes démocratiques, la politisation à outrance de l'administration publique, la gabegie financière, la pauvreté et la corruption endémique.
It wasn't for nothing. They managed to replace the Taliban with the Taliban. That must be worth something.
No, obviously you should do something that works. Hey, I'm not saying that you should like.
When was the last coup?
I'm not saying that you should waste your money on something that's gonna fail.
National du Rassemblement et du
January
Développement,
6th.
CNRD, à prendre ses responsabilités vis-à-vis du peuple souverain de Guinée et dans sa totalité. Nous avons décidé ainsi, après avoir pris le président qui est actuellement avec nous, de la République, nous avons décidé de dissoudre la Constitution en vigueur, de dissoudre les institutions. Nous avons décidé aussi de dissoudre le gouvernement. Et la fermeture des frontières terrestres.
No, they fail.
Et aériennes. Nous appelons nos frères d'armes à l'unité afin de répondre aux aspirations légitimes du peuple de Guinée. Nous les invitons également chacun, à ce qui le concerne, de rester dans les casernes et continuer leurs activités régaliennes. On ne va pas les prendre les erreurs du passé. Nous allons nous concentrer sur le développement.
Okay. Yeah, it's kind of funny.
Noon was even charged with insurrection.
Oh,
And
wait.
the only people killed were Trump supporters.
Just give me
The
a second.
media spin is not to be
Gonna
believed.
grab something to eat.
Join your Discord. So the death cop was a Trump supporter? Dead. That cop died from a heart attack. Not murder. Nathan, add me to the voice chat. You need one black person. Roflo.
Okay. So.
Based is in chat. Your Discord.
Oh yeah, okay. Alright. Okay, Boston allowed you to. Oh. Oh.
Tell him to join Voice One.
Well, there's voice 2 there. Okay, so you go to voice 2. Boston, you know how to get on my thing, right? Oh, there you are. Okay. Okay.
I'm gonna be the mediator.
Is everybody hearing each other?
Yeah, I can hear you, Nathaniel. How are you doing today?
Okay, I'm alright. How about you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. Oh yeah, absolutely. No, thanks for having me. Let me ask my chat. Hey, chat, can y'all hear Nathaniel?
What about the mediator? You don't ask the mediator how his day's going?
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
shit.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
No. Yeah. How was your day too, man?
It's
Sorry.
alright. It's cool. It's cool. Been getting
Good,
shit on
good.
was on the side.
Okay.
I understand.
All right. So, Boston. You know, you can
Hey,
you can also
Boston.
like chime in. Okay. Oh wait, I'll turn off my speech chat
Oh, of
actually because
course, of course.
that's gonna interrupt. All
Now I'm
right.
just the mediator. Like I
Okay.
might pick a topic or something like that, or like I just make sure
Sure.
That
we
that'll
try
work
and
for
be the
me.
voice of reason.
Sure.
That'll work for me.
No, it works for the greater good, not just you. But yeah.
Well, I understand it works for the greater good, but some people prefer other things than others. We haven't agreed on everything, so.
Yeah. Okay, so I don't know if you've got a particular topic. I mean, if you got a sort of subject, you know, topic that you would prefer to start off with, or like something in particular that you'd like to discuss. Otherwise, I can suggest stuff, or of course, like Boston can suggest.
Tell
Things.
Sablo to shut the fuck up and go try and open his Ouija.
I'd rather not focus on that. I'd rather focus on the debate.
Sablo, you hear what I said?
Sorry, I've just been chewing a little bit.
Look, continue with the debate though. Like, all right.
Tell me, base bastard. Tell me, what is there a topic you'd like to start off with?
No. I'll let you take the reins on that. Whatever you want to do, man.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well. Okay.
Let me pick it. Let me pick it.
Okay.
Sure. What have you guys like talked about like prior to this? Like,
I haven't talked much. To be fair, I haven't talked much.
Let's talk about Nathan's beliefs. Like, what do you think about Nathan's beliefs? Base bastard.
I don't think base bastard necessarily knows all my stuff. Okay. No.
So you talk about your beliefs then.
Okay, look, let's focus. I like to focus. Let's start with the stuff that I would start with when presenting my own beliefs. Okay, because I'll focus on the stuff that is the most important, and then we can go to like the more superficial things.
No, yeah, not just what I should talk, but like that ass just go on with your beliefs, like all that shit, go with all anything.
Okay, no, so look, for me, like the number one thing that I support is universal basic income. Like to me, that's the sort of most important thing that I think it should be implemented to help improve things like overall in society. So I can
Now, I have a
firstly
question.
explain. Okay.
I have a question. So are UBI's universal? Like, is it like UBI? Like, is it similar to like food stamps, welfare, unemployment, or is it something completely different?
Okay, all right. So, host.
Hold on, he's answering my question. Just give him a second, because I'm really curious.
Yes, but I'm the host. Or you're the host. I'm going to be asking the questions from Nathaniel here. You're just the mediator.
Yeah.
You hear this dude?
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So essentially, I don't know. I can present the reasons why I think it's better.
So Nathan's about to he's about to answer the question. Answer my question. You just said what you said for what?
Boston.
Never mind. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. Just finish. Just go ahead, Nathan.
I mean, it just depends how you consider it, right? UBI just give a certain amount of money to everyone sort of periodically, like the checks you got from like, you know, before for COVID and stuff. But you get it all the time. So why do I think it's good? So I can now, if you give me a minute, I can explain why, what are the benefits I think you can have from it, like the good things that come from it. A, it eliminates all poverty below the UBI. Like literally nobody's going to earn less than that. First really good thing. B, it eliminates the so-called wage slavery, right? It eliminates this need to have to have a job to, you know, to survive essentially. Then it has a benefit for people who do work because it gives them more bargaining power, right? Now they can say, you know, if you fire me, I can just go live off of my basic income. Just likely to force employers to provide better working conditions, probably raise wages without having to implement a minimum wage. I would actually not support a minimum wage if we can have UBI instead. Then it's better for employers precisely because then they don't have this responsibility towards employees, which means you can get rid of all the regulations that employers have with respect to providing a livelihood. So we can get rid of regulations regarding like overtime, about regulations about paid leave, whether it be for vacations, for maternity, for illness. We get rid of any regulations potentially concerning like having to provide, you know, pension funds or anything like that. any regulations regarding how much advance notice an employer has to give before like firing somebody. You can get rid of all of that with UBI, so it simplifies things for employers. It removes a burden from employers. Plus, also if you remove minimum wage, that also removes a burden from employers. So it's really also it's a win-win situation here. Then with respect to compared to benefits like unemployment benefits, there are three advantages. So one, it removes the stigma that's often associated with benefits. Then it removes the need of the government to snoop in to check whether a person actually deserves to have the benefit or not, right? And thirdly, it removes the disincentive to work that comes from losing your benefit if when you find a job. See, with the UBI, you keep getting the UBI
Yeah.
even if you have a job. Then there's the issue of dependence. Like lots of nowadays, often like you'll have a couple and one person is working, the other person isn't. The person who isn't working might be afraid to leave the person who is working, even if that person is abusive, just because that person is afraid to not like be able to find a good job and to be like stuck on the street. With UBI, it's easier to leave an abusive partner, but it's also the corollary to that is that there's be no more need for alimony, right? Alimony, the purpose of that is precisely to avoid that kind of thing. But then it's a burden on a person who's working. So with UBI, we can get rid of the need for alimony, and that more or less covers it. And then there's just sort of secondary benefits from UBI that we can potentially expect to see, such as a decrease in violence, since violence and criminality often originates from poverty. We know that poor communities tend to be more violent. So if you provide a UBI, there's less likely that people will go towards criminality as a means of as escaping poverty. Also, drug addiction often can be potentially linked to poverty. And so if people have more satisfactory lives, they might be less likely to end up addicted to drugs. So there, that is essentially why I support
I have
UBI.
a
So
question.
now, go ahead.
I have a question. So like, say in your own like world where UBI was applied, would that rule out would that take away like this is say like disability benefits? Say somebody has like PTSD, for example, anxiety, depression, and they've been deemed like unfit to work because it really is a thing when you have depression, PTSD, anxiety. Like a lot of times you might lack the motivation to work, or like you just might not have like good interactions with others. You know what I mean? And say that's the case, does UBI like cancel out disability?
Yeah, it would replace disability benefits. Yeah, it would. But I mean, you're still, I mean, because you don't need them at that point, right? So, and they might be less than what you would have gotten on disability benefits, but then everybody gets enough to lead a sort of modest life, but at least you're not on the street, you're not completely destitute. That's the kind of idea.
Okay,
So
so
go
my
ahead.
my question would be to you, Nathaniel,
Yeah.
is I understand UBI, universal basic income. I understand that people want to use it to replace welfare, to replace social security, to replace alimony and child support. I get that, but who is going to pay for it?
Good question.
You,
of course.
bro. You.
So
you're gonna pay for it.
Okay. I'm asking Nathaniel.
All right, but let me
No.
I
don't want to hear anything.
I know you don't
want
to hear it, but you're gonna
you.
hear it. I
No,
believe in a
I'm
white
not
people's
gonna
hat.
hear it.
I believe in
I'm
a
not
white
gonna-
people's
no,
hat.
It's
no,
true. I think
Yes.
I'm going
Yes.
to-
The white people's
I'm
tax.
asking
You
Nathaniel.
yourself will be able to cover all that shit.
I am asking Nathaniel.
I'm gonna agree with
Not you.
both base bastard
You
and
are the
excrement.
host. That's it. Otherwise,
I thought I was a mediator, bro.
Yeah, a
I'm
mediator
gonna agree that you're
is just
somewhat.
making.
Yeah, I am. I'm the host, the
Nathaniel.
mediator, all that. I'm the producer, everything. Yes, all that and all that.
And I'm sorry to say that you're to some extent you're more of an interference than a mediator. So I'm
no
actually.
Kidding. It's like, dude,
I know.
and nobody wants you here, dude.
It's all good. It's all good. I come
Yeah,
from a good
Nathaniel,
spot.
can we get him out of here? I think that we're adult enough to
I'll mute
do this.
myself because I think maybe I should, but I'm gonna unmute myself and I'm gonna speak. But
There we go. That's better.
Yeah.
So I wasn't talking to him. I'm not
Just yeah, no, I
I'm
know.
not debating him. So
Of course, the reason I did that is because he already on previous Discord conversations he wanted to come on and he hadn't come on, and so and now he's coming back on. I disconnected him. Hey, Boston, I disconnected you.
yeah.
Yeah, but I think unfortunately he's sort of more disrupting than anything else. Sorry, Boston.
Absolutely.
So yeah. Anyway, hopefully it'll be a bit easier like
Anyway,
this. So go ahead. Tell me, Boston, fuck off.
And he's back in.
I have to make it. I have to make it private.
This guy just wants attention.
I have to make it private.
Yeah, let's.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Fuck.
Yeah, he just wants attention.
I don't know how to do it. The problem is I'm not. Super
do you want to
good
go
with
into
this.
a private call? Do you want to go into a private call?
Yeah. How
Let's
do
do
you do
that.
that?
I will give you a call real quick. Give me just a moment.
Do you know how to do that?
I'm going to.
So he disconnects. Oh wow, Eve, you're going at it strong. What have you been doing? But yeah, go have fun, Eve. You can have a bit of fun. That's okay. You're just on voice 1. Okay, you just got on voice chat 1.
As a friend here on Discord, and then I can give you a call.
Oh, okay. Wait, so did you?
So I sent you a friend's request.
Oh, did you?
So go to your pending friends request,
Okay.
add me, and then I can give you a call.
Okay, I just have to find for some reason sometimes it doesn't really show up very easy. Like right now, I can't see where my friend requests are.
Okay.
Okay. Oh wait.
If you go to the top where it says home, and then you go, you should have a pending.
Oh, here we go.
It should be there.
Here we go. Oh no, I sent you.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh wait, I said.
There we go. That's fine. I got you. I'm going to give you a call now.
Okay.
Can you hear me, Nathaniel?
Yeah, I can hear. Can you?
Okay. Chat, can y'all hear me and Nathaniel here? Want to make sure the chat can hear you too. We good? They can hear us.
Okay,
all right.
Good. Yeah, and can you hear both of us? By the way, chat.
Yeah, make sure your
No.
chat can hear us as well.
No. Oh, you can't hear Bastard?
They can hear.
Fuck. No.
They can't hear me. Okay.
No, he's laughing. He's not. That's not true. It's not true.
Okay.
He's
just bullshitting.
Yeah,
okay.
Just bullshitting.
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
All
So
right. My chat can hear
sorry
us
for
too.
this.
Okay.
Sorry for the logistical sort of mess up regarding all this. Okay, let's get going.
Okay. Yeah.
tell me.
So my question was, who is going to pay for UBI?
Oh, yeah.
Because what UBI to me, and I've got a few articles here on UBI on the why UBI is can be a problem, is that one of the key things that it does is more people are putting in or more people are putting in that what was it? Let me see here. I've got it here. That it was there would be an effect, however, on American taxpayer, where the Resolution Foundation, a think tank in the UK, crunched the numbers to see what the cost would be to the taxpayer. They found that the amount paid was actually much more than the amount received.
I don't understand what they mean. What is the amount paid versus the amount received? I don't understand how that would be the case.
So we would be putting more money in to UBI than anybody would be getting. Anybody would be receiving.
How's that possible?
And that's true for a bunch of things. Like when Texas pays taxes to the federal government, we don't get as much back.
But why?
And
not?
when like a state like Mississippi, a poorer state, when they put money in, they get more taxes back because they're a poorer state. So how would that work? Is when you pay taxes, I mean, you can't just put back the exact amount that was paid into taxes, I mean, your taxes have to go to everything else too. It can't just go to UBI. It's got to go to defense. It's got to go to, health insurance. It's got to go to, anything that pays for taxes, such as your roads, your infrastructure, your schools. So you're putting more into UBI than you would even be getting out.
No, because
But I guess my main question is, what is your idea, and how does it actually work? How do we actually get the benefits from this?
Sure. Okay. Good questions. So essentially, I disagree with the phrasing that we would be paying more from the UBI for the UBI than we'd be getting back. A better way of putting it is that we'd be paying more in taxes than we'd be getting back in the form of UBI, because some of the tax money goes to the things that you listed, such as the roads and like the schools and defense and all that, right? You wouldn't actually be paying more for the UBI specifically than you'd be getting back. Right? For the amount of taxes, that is destined to the UBI will then be redistributed in the form of the UBI. So, the portion of tax revenue that is meant for the UBI does in fact get redistributed. So I mean, just pointing that out. But yes, I think UBI. I think it depends how you conceive it. If you conceive it as, you can conceive it as a tax credit, like for instance, there's this issue of like right now we're talking about the child tax credits. That is actually UBI. It's UBI for kids. It really amounts to that. You get a sort of periodic payment of a certain amount of money for that. We know that Alaska, for instance, is doing a dividend, right, which is like a UBI also. It can seem really expensive if you consider the price to be, the cost of the UBI times the number of people who are getting it. But if you think of it as simply those people paying less in taxes, right? Like if, for instance, you could be earning like, I don't know, you earn $50,000 a year, and if your UBI is $10,000 a year, then you could conceive it either as that person having to pay $10,000 extra in taxes and then getting $10,000 back, or you could simply have it being that person just be neutral, right? And meanwhile, a poorer person will be paying a little bit more in taxes. Like a person who's earning $20,000 a year might be paying like I don't know, might be paying for what would be an equivalent would be like $4,000 extra in taxes, but getting $10,000 back in the UBI, right? But instead of seeing it as paying the person at 50,000, instead of considering it to pay that person 10,000 and and paying the person at 20,000 10,000, we can simply make it the difference in taxes, right? So the person at 50,000 actually don't have to pay anything, right? Because the person at 50,000 was supposed to pay 10,000 more in taxes to fund 10,000 back. So the net result is that you're actually paying 0 extra in taxes. And meanwhile, the person who's at 20,000 is getting 10,000 and is paying 4,000 more in taxes. So the difference is 6,000. So actually, in net terms, all that we're going to be paying for is the 6,000 that is going to the person who is earning 20,000, right? And so instead of paying 2 times 10,000 to both of those people, the net amount that you'll be paying is actually only 6,000, and which is going to the person at 20,000 a year. Hopefully that was clear. I know that it can take a while to sort of really
No,
get
no. I got what you're saying, but I mean, we do that now. I mean, we do that now. I mean, that's what an income tax return is.
Yeah.
We do that now. It's an income tax return. I mean, if you pay more in taxes and you make less, the more you pay in taxes, the more you're gonna get back.
Yeah.
But you say like a UBI of like $50,000 a year for the max individual. I mean, that's fine, but you have to take into consideration, what if somebody has like, my mother and my father, they had 6 kids together. I mean, $50,000 wouldn't feed 6 kids and house them and, get them to go to school and,
Of course, but the
and when
UBI
you
is
say a
per
minimum
person.
of like
Per person.
$20,000, per person, I mean, that would be like $1 million for, I mean, that's quite a bit. I mean, 50 times 8. 50 times 8. I mean,
No,
that's 2
because
parents and kids.
wait, I'll re-explain it. My point is that at 50,000 in this example, for instance, would be where
Mhm.
you wouldn't be you wouldn't be getting a net extra amount from the UBI. Like literally, like in that example, that would be like the threshold where you start earning less with UBI than earning more. You see, that's where like basically in
Okay,
that
so like
example,
an
yeah,
income tax return.
yeah, it's like
So the more you
basically,
make like on an income tax return, the more you make on your income
mhm.
plus your dependents, you get more in taxes if you make less and have more dependents. But if you make more and you have no dependents, some people owe taxes at the end of the year.
Yeah. So it would be something like that. It would basically just be, in a way,
But
you could
but
see it as making the tax policy more progressive. You could just sort of see it like that.
yeah, but I mean, isn't that is aren't we doing that already though? I mean, with the child tax credit that we have right now, all it is an extension to your 2020 tax return.
Uh-huh.
They're just paying it, $300 per child, from ages like 6 to 17, and from 17 and up, it's like 250.
Mhm.
And it's just an extension of your 2020 tax return. You're just instead of a $2,000 tax credit for a child, it's now like a $4,000 tax credit for a child. It's just an extension. I mean, it's not really like, oh, we're just going to start paying people $600 a month who have children. That's not what it is. It's just an extension of your tax return.
Yeah.
So, I mean, universal basic income would be, that somebody who isn't working is getting paid, a livable wage. But, we also have to determine what is a livable wage. I mean, here in the state of Texas, my livable wage can be, drastically different than what it is in California.
Mhm.
But
Sure.
my income that I have right now, I wouldn't be able to survive in California.
Yeah. So
But I can survive very well here in the state of Texas.
okay.
So the federal government comes in, and they're like, "Oh yeah, well this is a livable wage. This is the average that it takes in the states." But just because it's average doesn't mean that it fits where I am.
Yeah, sure. So regarding that aspect of, the cost of living being different in different places, I would bring up 2 points. The first is you can move, right? I mean, basically, if you want to just, not have a job and live off your UPI and be a bum, then you can do it and just go and move to Texas where it's cheap. Secondly,
Well, yeah, but what's the point of paying people who don't work? I mean, that means that people who do work are paying people not to work. What's the point of even working at that point? What's the incentive? If I can make just as much as if I make just as much as the guy doing nothing and getting paid, what's my incentive to continue to work? Because there's something more valuable than money to people, and that's time.
yeah,
That's why we had a problem with the unemployment, getting paid an extra $300 a week. I mean, if you're getting paid more than what you were at your job to do nothing but stay home,
no, you aren't.
what's the point of going to work?
No, because of course, and that is what one of the things that I brought up with respect to benefits is with respect to the typical like unemployment benefits is precisely if the problem with unemployment benefits is that you get money and then for not working, but then if you find a job, you stop getting the benefits. So like, why would you get a job? With UBI, it's not like that. With UBI, you keep getting the UBI even if you get a job. You see, so as a result, you don't have that loss of incentive. You keep getting it if you have a job, so you have extra money if you get a job, which is why it
Right.
works better like that.
Now I did have a question. You said that you wanted to pay people a maximum, or not pay people a maximum, but people could earn a maximum of only 50 grand a year. Is that
Yeah,
correct? Is
yeah. So,
that what you want?
that is a sort of the extreme, the sort of theoretical ideal extreme example. Of course, this is because I of course want. I mean, my ideal system, of course, would be global. So this is because globally that would globally 50,000 is a lot of money. I know in the U.S. it's not that much, but 50,000 a year for most people would be pretty great. Um,
It would be life changing.
yeah, yeah. And also a UBI of $10,000 a year would actually be a lot more than what people are earning now. Most people are earning
And are
now
we talking
globally.
about are we talking about US dollars here?
Yes, US dollars. Yes.
Okay, so why are we talking about US dollars? Why not, the euro, which is, has a higher value than the US dollar? Why not talk about a peso that has a way lesser value than a dollar? I mean, Is that because the United States has, created one of the greatest economic powerhouses in world history? I mean, what is the reasoning behind you using the US dollar to pay people across the globe?
Well, because it's sort of used as it's the reference currency, right? I mean, many,
It's the
in
gold
general,
standard.
yeah, exactly, exactly.
Okay, so we're the gold standard. See, and that's one of the problems that I have with socialism is that socialism takes what capitalism has given.
Mhm.
Socialism doesn't give back to what capitalism has done. Now, this is a statement that I do want to say. I don't mind people who are billionaires. Okay, they've worked hard for their money.
Mhm.
Now, I will say that most billionaires have done some shady things and are probably very corrupt people for getting, into that position.
Mhm.
But I think my difference between you and me here is I don't think it's a crime to create money and to create jobs
Don't either.
for people to have. But of course, Jeff Bezos, personally, as an American, I call myself the base bastard because I believe in a based society. And what that means is it's the opposite of wokeism.
Mhm.
It's what Donald Trump, was running on. And
Mhm.
it was, the American ideology of freedom and the ability to make money and to create jobs and to do good. I believe in your personal freedoms. But personally, if I was Jeff Bezos, I wouldn't have spent billions of dollars on a fucking rocket ship to go into space. I mean, you could have, ended world hunger with that. But again, personally, that's just me. But again, he's an American and he has the right to do with what he wants with his money. Um, but I think that I personally don't believe in cutting off people's income. That's limiting people's income, and what that does is that limits ideas, that limits inventions, that limits creativity, that limits um discovery because you're only going to be able to pay somebody, and if everybody's making $50,000 a year, it becomes worthless because it's just like if everybody a troy ounce of gold right now is worth about $2,000.
Mhm.
Okay, and it's worth about $2,000 because nobody, it's there's not everybody on planet Earth could own a troy ounce of gold. It would be physically impossible. We just don't have that much. That's why it's worth $2,000 because it is scarce and people want it. But if everybody makes $50,000 becomes equivalent to zero because everybody has one.
Mhm.
I mean,
Well,
it's just like if everybody all of a sudden in America became a millionaire, you wouldn't be able to buy a Lamborghini for $1 million.
yeah, no, of course, of course,
It would be worth billions.
of course. I agree with you. On that, I agree with you. Um, again, my point is that not everyone would be earning 50,000. Again, because people would be earning somewhere between. That was the idea of limiting inequality. It wouldn't necessarily be 50,000 precisely because it could be too low and the economy could tank as a result. Now, my point is that if we can get the economy to work at a cap of about 50,000, with the UBI being at 10,000, so 5 times the UBI, that is sort of what I'd like to see. I'm very much like in favor of highly limiting inequalities between people. I'd like to see everyone be middle class essentially. And so the idea is that instead, well, you don't work for for earning huge amounts of money, but instead you work for going from your UBI, which is 10,000 to 20,000, or for 20,000 to 30,000. You work to try to get from 30 to 40, 40 to 50. You see, it's much more modest in scope, but you still got that range between the 10,000 to 50,000. It's still a fair amount of range. And so the reason I precisely chose these figures is because it seemed to me as a kind of range where people would still be willing to work. If I brought it down to like 20,000, then it's maybe not enough range between 10 and 20,000, and then people will say like, screw this, I'm just not gonna work. The reason I chose this 50,000 number is because it struck me as like I asked myself, would I still be working if I could get 5 times more than what I was on the UBI? And I told myself, well, probably yes. Whereas if I brought it down like to much lower than that, then probably no. Um, but obviously, if that turns out not to be the case, if most people just can't be bothered to work for that amount, then of course we might have to raise it. But of course, yeah, it remains to be seen how much how much differential between like the people who earn money and the people who don't. We need to ensure people work. But now another thing I'd like to point out is that that there's only so much money to go around. I mean, wealth, right? I mean, even if you just print money,
Right.
then that's like you're not going to actually change the amount of wealth. So if you adjust
Right.
for inflation, there's only so much amount of money to go around. And
Of
so
course.
and so like my point is I sort of looked at this, and what I figured is that your average worker you can expect would earn roughly something like $30,000 a year, something like roughly. Okay, so that's my
Okay.
point, is that in an ideal solution you could only have, and this is again thinking globally, just imagining if we were to do this globally, you would have an average worker earning about $30,000 a year, simply because there isn't more to go around. Currently, it's a lot less
Sure.
because there are a few rich people that are hoarding lots of the income, and most people, as a result, are lower than that on average. So my point is that if the average person is motivated to work for 30,000, then like that, why is it that some people like how is it a problem if we limit it at 50,000? I mean, people right now are already working for a lot less even than 30,000. They're still working. Like globally, people are working for only like 3,000, and so this is sort of my reasoning. Most people are willing to work and willing to work for very little money. So obviously they're actually it's not like there's huge amounts of elasticity in terms of like wage to work. Like you don't need to pay people huge amounts of money to make them want to do something, to make them want to work. um which is why, again, I think based on that, it seems fine to limit it at 50,000, because the vast majority of people are working despite earning less than 50,000. So you see sort of what I mean there? I'm having a hard time putting it into words, maybe.
No.
But
I mean, I understand, but you're talking about paying everybody globally in U.S. dollars. A minimum amount on UBI. Okay, let's say the minimum amount is $10,000 a year on UBI. Someone in Africa can live very, very wealthily on $10,000.
Yeah.
Somebody in in a third world country making $10,000 a year, that's a lot of money to them over there. That can get them far and get them everything that they need. And I'm not saying that that's a bad thing to get people what they need and necessities, but they're gonna choose not to work because why? Why would they want to?
Well,
And me over here, working, you know, working to help pay for all of this UBI, and trying to support my family, because $10,000 a year would not feed me and my family. I would have to work and get the UBI, and I'm working, but the majority of the third world nations, which is the majority of the globe, is not working because they don't need to. So we're paying them to do nothing while we work, and again, that's socialism. It what it does is you know it is socialism reaps the benefits of capitalism without doing the work.
okay.
And that's the problem that I have there.
Yeah, that is again a good objection. I'm glad you brought that up. So I would counter that, actually, interestingly, because in Africa there isn't all that much production. Prices in Africa aren't necessarily all that cheap necessarily. So you wouldn't. So that's the first thing I like to point out, is that you wouldn't necessarily get like some poor countries aren't necessarily cheaper. But that's not necessarily relevant to what you're saying here. But just wanting to point that out.
Right, but
Another.
you get what I'm saying,
Yeah,
that
I get.
like
Yeah, I get.
living, where,
I absolutely get what you're saying, and
right.
I'm going to address that. I just so my point is that perhaps one of the biggest differences in one of the biggest factors that is responsible for the differences in cost of living between places is housing. And I believe, it's my firm belief, that the number one reason that housing becomes so expensive in certain places it's not so much a question of like how rich a country is overall, because as we know, for instance, in a rural area in Texas, housing is going to be very cheap compared to an urban area in California, for instance. Um,
Exactly.
so it's not just about like being in a rich country, because a rural area in Texas is still in the United States, it's still a wealthy country, and so there's something
Right.
else that's going on. And what is it that's going on? It's actually it's supply and demand. So what is it? Is that urban areas
Right.
have high demand and low supply. And why is this the case? So because urban areas have lots of jobs, people want to move to urban areas so that they can benefit from the jobs and also like the amenities that one can benefit from. But
Right.
supply is low. And why is supply low? Because of zoning. So the zone, literally, it's about zoning restrictions on the building of more residential facilities.
Sure.
And
Sure.
so my solution, actually, what I think is the obvious solution, many people have been saying this, the obvious solution to the issue of the skyrocketing housing costs in urban areas is to eliminate those regulations, those regulations that limit the construction of housing within urban areas. And that there
And
are.
and and
Yeah.
and, and you know, I agree with that. That is a based ideology there. That is, get rid of regulations and allow people to live. Now, I mean, some regulations are obviously a good thing. Like let's keep the drinking water clean. Let's not pollute our water. Let's do the things that benefit all of society, rich or poor. But yeah, I actually agree with you. We need to get rid of some of these regulations so that people can live.
Yeah.
Because just because I classify myself as a conservative Trump supporter, that doesn't necessarily mean that I don't like poor people, or
Sure.
I love the rich or anything else. What it means is I have a different view on how we can fight poverty,
Of
because
course.
that's what America was at one point. We fought poverty. We didn't
Yeah.
fight poor people.
Yeah.
But we have to give people incentives to work,
Mhm.
to actually go out and get a job and better your life, your life, and better your community and your society that's around you. But I don't necessarily think UBI is the issue. But you've definitely given me stuff to think about. But also, I feel as if we already kind of have a UBI with our tax returns.
Yes, to some extent, we've got stuff. We've got something. I'll
We do.
just yeah. Go ahead.
And I'm definitely not against certain welfare programs for people who actually need it. My mother, when my parents divorced, my mother was a single mother of 6 kids. My mother needed, and she worked full time and she went to school part time. She needed assistance. She needed
Yeah.
food stamps. She needed to be able to feed her children, and she needed to she needed that extra boost to help her out. So I don't think that welfare programs are an issue. I just don't believe that they were meant to be something. They weren't meant to be a life support system.
Yeah. Yeah. I see what you mean, of course, and obviously, like the economy requires people to work to function. Obviously, I mean that goes
Right.
without
Otherwise, you
saying.
don't produce things,
Of
like
course,
necessities.
that goes without saying, and we absolutely do need to provide an incentive to work. I guess it's just I prefer, if I can, I prefer giving a carrot than a stick. And which is why I guess the UBI is kind of about getting rid of the stick, which is, and this is even from personal experience. I like literally during my my whole like years of studying, like much of what motivated me, but this was in a bad way. Much of what motivated me negatively was the stick of telling myself, if I don't get a proper job, I might just end up homeless. And it really, so okay, maybe it motivated me to study harder or something, but it also just made my life a lot less pleasant. It made it a lot more stressful. And this is coming from me, who came from a middle class family in a rich country, which is
Sure.
which is a globally upper class family, who on top of that had good grades at school, so wasn't too much at risk of not ending up in a good sort of situation. And even like that, I had this stress. So I can, I must imagine that many people would have the same stress of the stick of ending up super poor because you can't, you just can't find a proper job because you haven't gotten proper training, or because maybe there just aren't many opportunities in your fields, or something like that. I mean, like some
Sure.
people, yeah. I mean that is kind of a problem too. I mean,
But
okay, go ahead.
But another thing is, like, psychologically, life and existence is pain. Life is. I mean, now we're getting into the philosophical meaning of life, and the meaning of life is, how do you better yourself and how do you better your community? Because everybody's life is a tragedy. Everybody's life is suffering. It's stress. It's everything else. I mean, life is not meant to be all happy rainbow butterflies and unicorns, unfortunately. And there isn't anything in the world that we're going to do to change that. Um, and I get where you're coming from, where you're like, oh, I got to work, or I don't reap the benefits of society. I don't have a home. I don't have food. I don't have shelter. I don't have basic necessities. But that's what being a part of a society is. Being a part of a society is contributing so that you get to live in said society. I mean, there's a meme going around where, it's the base gentleman, he cries and he calls it the animal stupid. And the animal says, "You're the only animal on the planet that pays to exist." We don't necessarily pay to exist. We pay to not live in the wilderness like cavemen.
Mhm.
We pay to have clean drinking water that isn't going to kill us. We pay to have food that isn't going to kill us. We pay to have necessities like clothing and basic necessities. That's what we pay to do. We don't pay to live. We don't work to live. We live, or we don't live to work. We work to live.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah.
And that's something that I feel a lot of people have, especially within the recent decade, people have decided, well, I'm just not going to work. I'm going to do something that doesn't require me to work. It doesn't really benefit society doing that. And like I said, one of the things of living in a society is you have to contribute to said society.
So, I mean, I understand that perspective, and I mean, it's partially. I mean, I largely agree with it too, and I guess I don't know. It just boils down to, I feel like it's not even that the difference. I don't feel like we even disagree all that much fundamentally. Like, um,
I-
yeah, like it's really. How should I put it? Yeah, I understand what you mean, and like one thing I'd like to point out is that socialism is also like that. I mean, socialists were very much about saying that everyone had to work and everyone had to pitch in, and not saying, and precisely kind of about saying you have to work here and you have to work this amount of time, and then we'll give you this amount of money. It's
Sure.
not like it's not. I mean, I'm not socialism. Okay, I'm not. I mean, my thing is it's not socialism, and people will say that it looks like socialism, but I mean, it's quite different economically in the way it's designed. It's very different from having like the so-called like workers' ownership of the means of production, which in practice means
Right.
just the
Means of
government.
production. And that's what, right,
Yeah,
right.
and that's like in practice means the
And
government taking over everything, and I'm not advocating for that.
right, right. Okay, okay. Yeah, I was just gonna say too that socialism means that the workers have the right to production,
Mhm.
and I don't agree with that at all.
Mm.
Because let's take Jeff Bezos for example. And again, I don't think Jeff Bezos is a good guy. I'm just using his example. He
Yeah.
started Amazon out of his garage, and he started it as a bookstore online in the early '90s.
Mhm.
But why should Amazon workers have the rights to the production? They didn't put up the risk. They didn't put up the money for this business. It's his business. He didn't, the workers aren't doing anything except, they exchange their time for a set amount of monetary value. They don't they In my opinion, workers, and I work a regular job too, but why should I get the rights to production? I wasn't the one that fronted the risk of having my business shut down and me losing my home and running out of money. I wasn't the one that fronted my life savings for this business.
Mhm.
That is what socialism is, and socialism destroys small businesses because it there's no incentive. In socialism, there is no incentive to open a business because one, the government will own it. Two, the workers will own it, and the only person who doesn't own it is the owner.
Well, yeah, in practice, you just don't have, private businesses in socialism and like actual socialism. So,
Of course.
but yeah, yeah. Yeah, sure. Well,
Absolutely.
I would, the way I would, the way I argue against like the socialist argument for the workers, being able to get like, own the means of production is that like, it doesn't actually change your life all that much, what does it really mean to own them? Like, what is the socialist idea? In practice, when you see them, like what they actually say, when it's not like the government deciding what gets done, because in practice, like, what's the problem with the workers getting to decide everything is that it's a cacophony, right? You've got tons of different workers, they all have their own opinion, so they'll have to get together all the time in like meetings and spend like waste an enormous amount of time in meetings to like discuss what they
Right.
want to do with like the company, and it basically makes everyone a manager, which is stupid because a manager is a particular job. It requires a certain amount of skills. It's a full-time job. If you make everyone do the job of a manager, and then have to sort of discuss it and vote on it, you
Right.
won't have the time to do anything else. Like that's a problem. That is
Exactly.
like that is a major problem with socialism. And as a result, and
Yep.
of course they realize that, and so what do instead? So they delegate people, right? And then that becomes the central
Right.
economic planning committee, right? So that's why you end up with
Right.
that.
Right.
And like,
Okay.
do you see what I mean? And so
I
like,
know. No, absolutely.
yeah, and to me, like that seems just kind of so it's absurd. It's not efficient. It's not, and how does that make your life better? Like how is suddenly how are you sort of living a great life now that you've got a central committee planning stuff for you? Like how is this sort
Right.
of like the
And
triumph
well,
of
I mean that's also why I disagree with wealth distribution.
Mhm.
Again, I mean, imagine if we were all making the same amount of money, and this is kind of why I disagree with that UBI system, is because if you're
Mhm.
all making the same amount of money, you're just as much as in poverty as you began, because the money becomes worthless. And in order to pay everybody on planet Earth in the U.S. dollar amount, I
Mhm.
mean, Jesus, that's like 8 billion times, bare minimum 10K, and that's still a shit ton of money.
Yeah. It's a shit ton of money.
But I do have some questions, that some of my chat were saying, and I want to get your view on the matter. What do you think of and this is, in my opinion, I'll explain here in a moment, but they were talking about what was it? A white tax?
Okay,
I
I
mean,
mean,
what is your opinion on that?
okay, so yeah, so that is of course Boston, right? Who was the person who came into our chat initially, right?
Yeah,
So that is
trying to be a
Boston.
mediator, even though he
Yeah.
was trying to, get all the attention.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And he also says that kind of to get attention. He himself is an African American, and he says
Okay.
this. I'm not sure to what extent he says this jokingly and to what extent not. And so yeah, he just sort of said, I'm not sure exactly how he would conceive that. Presumably, just pay like a certain flat fee for just being a white person.
Being
I
white, being something that, I can't change.
I think
To me,
it's ridiculous.
that's racist.
It's
Yeah,
racist
I
and
think that's
ridiculous.
racist. And there is no such thing as reverse racism. I don't care what anybody says. There is just racism.
Yeah, so you
But
agree that
yeah,
I mean, you agree that reverse racism is racism. I mean, yeah, that's racism. Yeah.
I don't agree that reverse racism exists. There's no such thing. There is just racism. If you
No, but some
are
people
any
like
race of person that doesn't like another race, that is just racism. That
no,
is
but I
the
mean,
definition of racism.
I mean, the point is that first you have to get people to agree that like there are two steps. Like some people will even contend that if you're like a black person, it's just impossible to even be reverse racist. Like you can be a black person, you hate white people, and you like try to hurt white people, and you still are not either racist or reverse racist. So first you've got to get them to agree that they are reverse racist, and then you got to get them to agree that reverse racism is just racism.
I mean, I see what you're getting at on your steps of getting somebody to understand that they're just being racist.
Yeah.
But
that's all I mean.
I think that and someone in my chat said 4D chess. And like I said, like I get it, but I just think that if you don't like somebody based on the color of their skin, or based on their race, as a matter of fact, because you know, even Middle Eastern people are considered Caucasian. If you just don't like somebody's race, you're a racist. If you sit there and say, "Oh, I want to tax a certain race," that's racism, regardless of what race that they are. But I just kind of wanted to pick your brain on that for a moment.
I agree
But
with it.
I also do want to say that anybody that's in my chat that isn't following Nathan, please follow Nathan.
Okay, and likewise.
I,
Oh,
I,
no, it's
I,
coming
I,
up. Here we go. I'm following you. I think I followed you already,
I
and then I must have
appreciate that.
unfollowed you. I think I probably followed and
It's
unfollowed
it's all right. But yeah, I just I think Nathan has some Nathaniel. I'm sorry, I say Nathan. I
No, it
emphasize
is Nathan.
Nathaniel, which
It is Nathan. It's not Nathaniel. It's
Okay.
Nathan L. I should have
Okay,
realized that
Nathan L.
there's.
Okay, no, that's all right, Nathan. Okay.
Elliot.
Um,
Elliot is my middle name, if you want to know. So I'm Nathan.
Okay,
Elliot.
okay.
Like, yeah.
Okay, Nathan Elliott. All right.
Or
So
just say Nathan.
again, anybody anybody in my chat that isn't following Nathan, please follow Nathan. I think that he has some good ideas. I think we differ on some of the basics. But was there, what else, and I'm asking my chat and your chat, is there anything else that y'all want us to, to talk about? I'm sure there's other things that me and Nathan, have some disagreements on. I know yesterday we were, I was in his chat and we kind of we talked a little bit about abortion. I saw somebody in Nathan's chat earlier talking about the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party. Again, I don't know what does the chat want us to discuss.
I mean, I think we could just pick topics. I think anything is kind of potentially of
Okay.
interest.
I mean, we
So
talked about abortion, and abortion's pretty prevalent right now, especially in the state of Texas.
So
But
are you from Texas
I want to
originally?
save
Or-
that
so-
one. I am from Texas originally. I was born and raised in the state of Texas.
Cool. I've quite a bit of family actually in Texas. My dad,
Okay.
my grandpa taught for a long time at Texas A&M. He's a physicist.
Oh, okay. So, oh wow, your grandfather was an intelligent gentleman then.
Yeah, I guess so.
Cannot not be intelligent teaching at Texas A&M, one of
Yeah.
the best schools here in the state of Texas, and
Yeah.
teach one of the most difficult subjects.
Yeah.
So I mean, especially being a professor, I mean, you got to have your PhD to
Yeah.
do that. So that is extremely intelligent.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we were talking about abortion, but I don't necessarily want to go there just yet. I mean, I've just been talking about that so much because of the new Texas abortion ban. But let's talk about the Chinese Communist Party. I heard that you disagreed with them, but you also liked some things that you did or that they did. Would you elaborate on that for us?
Yeah, well, like I can potentially like stuff that anybody did. You can look at Hitler and you can find
course.
some good things that Hitler did. It doesn't mean that you actually
Right,
like that
and
person, right?
right, and I've actually discussed that with people too. I was like, just because Hitler was evil, and he was a very evil, deranged man. His, I guess, regime or government did things that did benefit society that we have today, such as Bayer aspirin. I mean, anybody who's having a heart attack when they go to the hospital, they're going to be given Bayer aspirin. And I mean, that's just one of the things I can think of the top of my head. Again, I don't agree with Hitler. I think Hitler was an evil man, and nobody should admire the man. The man was a fucking monster. But you get what I'm getting at here is that even evil people and evil regimes can have some benefits that come out of these, evil, treacherous things.
Yeah, sure. So again, so we're referring to the Chinese Communist Party. Again, similarly, so the Chinese Communist Party obviously is not something I support. It's highly problematic. It's not as evil as Hitler either. I think it's sort of important to point out that there are different sort of levels of badness.
See, I would kind of disagree on that, but continue.
You would disagree? I mean, because Hitler voluntarily sent millions of people to camps to be exterminated. China
Sure,
has
but they're doing that in China too.
not
They're
extermination camps,
executing
re-education.
Christians.
Yes.
Re-education camps, death camps, they're the same thing. I mean, what
No,
did Hitler call his
no.
concentration
No.
camps to the public? He didn't call them death camps. He called them work camps.
It's very different because like we do have enough information about what's going on in China that we know that they're not millions of people that are being like sent to death in China in these camps. That's it. Like the Nazi, I mean, the Nazi camps were also very like they're very different from other camps. They're not concentration camps. They're death camps. They're intended to make people die. So yes, some people were put to work, but fundamentally these people were destined to die. Essentially,
Executed.
yeah. So it's
Sure.
quite
Sure.
different from just an internment camp. It's different even from like gulags. There's heavy mortality, but it wasn't the intention to have almost everyone die in the gulag, and most people didn't die
Well,
in the gulag.
the gulag was to work people to death. That's what it was. You know,
Mm.
I mean, it was to people were a resource through the Soviet Union, USSR, and they would just work them until they died. They gave them the bare minimum of food.
But
They gave them, you know,
most people did not die. It's
they
important to point out. Just like unlike
well, sure,
unlike,
most people didn't die. But I mean, I'm not saying that most people didn't die because a lot of people did die. And I mean, Joseph Stalin executed more people than Adolf Hitler ever did.
is that actually true? And I know, I mean, I know there are tons of people
Joseph
that died. I
Stalin.
know there are tons of people that died under Stalin. But is it more than Hitler? It wasn't, to me, it wasn't at least quite the methodical kind of. It wasn't kind of the
Joseph
methodical
Stalin.
elimination of a people like that. It was more about eliminating.
Yeah.
It was to eliminate dissent. You know, it was to eliminate enemies of the state, and not just like all Jews, like a
sure.
blanket thing for all Jews, all
Right.
all infirm people, all
But
Slavs,
they're
all
estimating
homosexuals.
they estimate that, and I've got it right here. They estimated that the USSR suffered 56 to 62 million unnatural deaths during the period, with
Under Stalin.
34 to 49 million directly, under Stalin.
Yeah,
Hitler only got Hitler estimated Hitler killed around 11 million people, and they say about 6 million Jews. Now, again, I don't know if I trust all of these numbers. I mean, it is hard to it's hard to get an accurate measurement. I mean, it could have been more, could have been less, but those are the estimates that most historians would agree on.
Yeah, but
so yes, Stalin did kill way more people than Adolf Hitler did, and in my opinion, that's what communism does.
Not intentionally. Okay, so I mean, it's still kind of important to point out that it was more like much of it was manslaughter rather than first-degree murder. If you sort of see the difference, Stalin, because like lots of it was from the famines, right? I mean, Russia suffered, USSR suffered 3 major famines, and like under Stalin's rule of 2 major famines. So that would have accounted for much of the excess mortality, and those figures might also be counting like the deaths in World War II as well. So I mean, if you then consider the fact that like Hitler's fundamentally were like responsible for World War II, you could literally pin all the deaths of World War II on Hitler potentially. Although you could probably share it with Japan, but like you see sort of what I mean. It sort of depends how you attribute the deaths to these different people. My point is that Hitler did methodically try to just wipe out a bunch of people, even if they weren't like being political opponents. And Stalin,
well, sure, and I think they did it. I think they did it. They did it differently. I mean, some of these people weren't necessarily doing it on race, but I have right here that Mao tried to was responsible for 77 million deaths. And that's the problem that I have with communism. The problem I have with communism is that it is a dictatorship, and they take away every strip of moral fiber in your being, and they make you loyal to the state.
Yeah, I mean,
that's their sole job.
I'm no fan of communism. I got just I kind of wear as a badge of honor the fact that I've gotten banned in all the lefty streams on Twitch. So like,
sure.
So
right.
But
the communists also they use famine to control the people, because if the people are hungry, they're not going to revolt. They're gonna, whoever controls the food supply controls the population.
I actually disagree with that. I don't think it's intentional. I think it's just like big fuck ups. I don't believe there's like an intentional In some instances, potentially, yeah, like there are indications that the early 30s famine, like the what they call a holodomor, might have been like motivated with that kind of reason. But I think overall, I've also, I could read more about stuff. I'm not super, well versed in this. There are probably dissenting opinions on this, but I mean, it definitely seems like the last of the three great USSR famines does not seem to be intentional. It was largely a result of the war and World War II. And in China, again, it seems to, I mean, sure, there are tons of deaths as a result of like flawed policies. There were tons of intentional executions as well. But I mean, the deaths from the famines, I do not think were actually intentional. I do not think that was sort of a tool of control of the population. I really do not. I mean, right now, China is definitely not intentionally,
Starving.
creating famines, right? It's actually very
Right.
concerned about ensuring that Chinese people have enough to eat, and that's in fact also part of like why it's going into Africa and stuff, for instance.
Well, I have a video here, and I want to share my
Sure.
screen if that's not an issue, so that you can see it. I've got all dark screens here.
Well,
Let's see.
I've got your own stream opened up on my thing, so I mean I can just see. I mean, I'm streaming you right now. I mean, like my
Yeah,
stream is
yeah.
streaming your stream.
Let me see here. I'm gonna try to pull it up here. You know what? I'm gonna go on to my site here onto my Chrome. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm not super good with this. I'll let you do it if you can figure it out. Go
Sure,
ahead.
sure. I will do that for us here. Give me just a moment. But this is in my opinion, I guess this is more of a conspiracy theory. But I would say that it is a very it's a conspiracy theory that can almost be proven, okay? So
Okay.
tell me if you can see if you're watching my stream.
Yeah, it's pretty small. I mean, I can see your screen. I see your Hong Kong protesters sing Star Spangled Banner.
Sure,
Protesters
I can
sing the
blow it
national
up
anthem.
more.
Yeah,
Do
I
you see
mean,
that better?
yeah, I
Is
mean,
that better there?
it's okay. It's
Okay.
yeah.
Can you hear it? These right here, and I'll talk after it's done. So that was sung by
Chinese people.
the Chinese people in Hong Kong.
Yeah.
And they were singing this and they were protesting the Chinese Communist Party.
Mhm.
And shortly after that, I mean, it wasn't even after, it was during these riots that COVID-19 came about. And it's one of the, and like I said, it was one of the and someone in my chat said that's a long time, and it was at the very beginning of the pandemic. Okay, I call it the pandemic because it was done on purpose. It was definitely done on purpose.
Yeah, I
And they
totally
did
agree
it to
with you on that.
stop
We can discuss that if you want.
these protests. Yeah, let's discuss that. Let's talk about how Dr. Fauci knew that it was a genetically modified virus, and he blatantly told the American people that it wasn't. And in his own emails that were publicly released, he talked. One of the virologists told him. They said there is no proof that this is an evolutionary mutation, that it was created in a lab. And he said, and I'm paraphrasing here, that he knew about that. That he was helping, and the NIH, I'm sorry, Jesus, was talking about how they funded the Wuhan Institution of Virology.
Yeah,
They
I know.
knew that they did. They funded them. They gave them the money. So, and I'll stop sharing my screen here. Give me just
No,
a second.
you can do it.
But they they knew about this virus. They knew that it was going to be released onto the people. And China, and it's a known fact that China lied about the time frame of the virus. They released it to the people so that they could stop the protest and lock down and keep people from protesting anymore. But I mean, we have Chinese Communist Party members, hiding the fact that this was a biological weapon against, mankind. And we have, right here in this video, we have Chinese people singing the Star Spangled Banner because that's what they desire. They desire freedom from a communist party. And you can't convince me otherwise that China didn't release this biological weapon onto the world. They even threatened the United States with nuclear war over investigations on the virus, on the origins of the virus.
Yeah. Again, it just doesn't strike me as the way you would go about if you wanted to do it. So yeah, yes. So Fauci did definitely like fund the Wuhan lab. The Wuhan lab was doing experiments on coronaviruses that came from bats. It seems like the COVID very well could have come from the lab. We don't have any good evidence. I really don't believe that. Like, I don't believe that it was intentionally released. I think it likely was an escape, an accident, a lab accident that was escaped from the lab. Why am I saying that I don't think it was intentionally released? Well, I would put it this way. If you wanted to intentionally hurt other countries with a pandemic while remaining safe yourself, you wouldn't have the pandemic start in your own country, right? You would instead send agents overseas to release the virus in various other locations overseas. That way you wouldn't even know, like all the eyes would be drawn away from China. It wouldn't even occur to people to think that China was responsible for it. And China also could that way avoid the virus by very quickly implementing the proper lockdown policies. That is what would actually happen if there was a country that was planning to do something like that to benefit from a pandemic, and China did not do that. The fact that the pandemic started in its own territory indicates to me that so you're going to say that it was an excuse to lock down, to crack down on sort of, freedom of circulation. They could have done it anyway. China, in any case, is an authoritarian state. It can impose like lockdowns and stuff, and like China, in any case, then actually very quickly managed to get the virus under control and get rid of the lockdowns and basically reopen everything. And so I just don't see how that squares with, Hong Kong, especially why would you have a thing over your whole territory when literally you just got a problem in Hong Kong? I mean, if you really want to focus on Hong Kong, you would do something much more like Hong Kong specific. You could just like go and like, I mean, China's powerful enough at this point. They could just like go into Hong Kong and just impose like their will onto Hong Kong. I I just don't see the logic behind it. Independently of any evidence that we have for or against it. I
And
don't really see
and
the
and
logic.
and
Go
I
ahead.
see where you're coming from,
Mhm.
but it is plausible deniability. My
Yeah.
grandfather, a World War II veteran, used to say the best place to hide is under their nose. But
Good point.
and you can't, how would I put it? You can't say that China wouldn't do something because we don't know what China is capable of doing.
Yeah,
But when
I
they're
agree.
threatening nuclear war with the United States over an investigation over the origin of the virus, that kind of gives you an idea that they possibly did something that they shouldn't have done.
Oh yeah,
Um,
definitely.
and you would definitely, if you're trying to curb protest, you're trying to curb a revolution, because the only way to stay in power is to curb revolutions, because people will always revolt regardless. And it was, shortly, and even during the Chinese Hong Kong protest, the thing is if you let a protest go on long enough, it'll grow.
Yeah.
It's like a cancer.
Yeah.
it's going to metastasize and it's going to go into other parts of your country as well. And pretty soon, there are always more people, more citizens, more subjects than there are government officials and agencies. They talk about, they tell us all the time, well, if we can take away your guns. Okay, well, how are you going to do that? How would you forcefully do that? The ATF only has about 5,500 field agents. Okay, and even if you brought in the ATF, the FBI, the CIA, the United States Armed Forces, all 5 branches, I think there might even be 6 now. I can't even remember because I know there's Space Force. If you brought in all those branches and you brought in the UN, there is still more U.S. citizens than all of those, agencies combined. So what do? You curb the revolution. You curb the revolt so that it doesn't continue.
Yeah.
Because no matter how many, Chinese Communist Party police officers, military you have, no matter how many, other agencies you have, there will always be more citizens than there are of those agencies and of that government.
Yeah.
And again, this is why I said it's a conspiracy theory, because it's not 100% provable. But when you have something where it's questionable and you question somebody and then they threaten you with nuclear war, that's kind of giving you the guilty, verdict already.
Well, it's not necessarily giving the guilty verdict. They might have been doing other nasty things that they don't want people to know about.
Sure.
So maybe it doesn't necessarily mean that was, that they actually intentionally released the virus. Maybe there's other stuff that they don't want us to know, other skeletons in their closet. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of
And
my,
I'm sure there is other skeletons in their closet.
Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
every country's got skeletons.
Yeah.
But and something Donald Trump talked about was China needs to pay for what they did. And what they did was, even if you tell, even if you're like, oh, well, the Chinese Communist Party didn't release it to the world on purpose, even if, they didn't do this on purpose, you know what they did do? They lied to us. They
Yeah.
told us, the time frame of the outbreaks, and it was false. They lied. They could have curbed it there in China, and they didn't.
Yeah,
They
that is
lied.
true.
So
That is true.
in turn, they killed Americans. They killed other people around the globe because they lied. They need to be held accountable. And that is where Donald Trump is correct. They need to be held accountable. They
Yeah.
absolutely need to be held accountable, because if not, they're going to just do it again. And what if it's something even worse?
Yeah, of course, that was wrong. And of course, that they definitely those first few crucial weeks of the major like outbreak in Wuhan, they lied. I mean, the government officials covered it up, and then they covered it first from the federal or whatever they call it there, the government, and then of course the CCP at the top national level then hid it from the rest of the world. Yeah, I know, and that is very wrong. But at the same time, well, like, I don't know. I just, what would you actually do in practice? Like, what kind of specific measures would you implement to make them like pay for that? To hold them accountable.
Well, I mean, here in the United States, we could erase some of our debt to China. We could, raise tariffs on China. I mean, there's a number of things that we could do. We could put sanctions on China. I mean, there's a number of things that we can do. I mean, how many times do we put sanctions on the USSR compared to how many have we put on China?
Yeah.
And right now you have China who's acknowledging the Taliban is the official party or the official government of Afghanistan. That what they did right there was the big dick energy. They just undermined 20 years of what America had worked and had tried to accomplish. They just undermined it by simply stating that the Taliban is the official government and we recognize it.
Yeah.
And the thing is that the Taliban, they don't like communism either. I mean, they, and when the Taliban took over, let me get to this point. When the Taliban took over, they didn't overthrow Afghanistan. Okay, they overthrew the American government. That's exactly what they did. So I want that part to be known. And second, the Taliban don't like communists. Okay, they fought USSR for ages. Okay, even USSR couldn't defeat them. The Taliban are a rough, tough group of fighters. I think they're degenerates. I think they're terrible. I think that many of them should have a lot of consequences put against them for what they do, especially to their own people. But the Taliban does not like communists. I see somebody in my chat saying they had a communist government, and they might have, but they overthrew their government. So I'm telling you, the Taliban does not like communism. But they're working with China. And what does China want out of Afghanistan? China wants their natural resources. They want the opium that they have, and they want the lithium mines that they have. I mean, there's estimations of over $1 trillion in the lithium mining industry in Afghanistan. So China undermined the United States by simply doing that. And that's a problem that we have with China. China and the CCP. I mean, they're in it for the long con. I mean, I don't know if anybody in my chat or anybody in your chat or this, but anytime a Chinese person comes to the United States as a foreign exchange student, they sign a contract with the CCP stating that while they are here studying abroad in the United States of America, that they will spy on America.
Yeah,
they're in it for the long con, and I mean that's a problem if they do become anytime there's a shift in world economic powerhouse. There's always a war. So this is something to concern yourself with. This is something that we should be concerned with. This is something we should be tackling, and the current administration in power right now is not doing that.
Yeah. Well, I guess my only sort of reluctance towards this sort of more confrontational attitude is the fact that I care about people. I care about the Chinese people, right? And so this is the problem with sanctions, right? Is that if you're actually in a way you're punishing the people with the sanctions by making the country suffer economically, you're going to make them poorer by potentially by enforcing sanctions. That is why sometimes sanctions can actually potentially backfire. You can think about the what do you call it, reparations that Germany had to pay after World War I. That created lots of resentment, which is in part what led to World War II. So this is kind of maybe the issue with sanctions. Did somebody just follow? Okay, here, danger is fear. Thank you for following. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for everybody in my chat that's following as well, and anybody in my chat, please follow Nathan L as well.
And likewise, anybody who isn't yet following Base Bastard, go ahead and follow Base Bastard, the Base Bastard.
Yeah, and some people were asking too what base bastard means. And based is the opposite of wokeism. It again, I said this earlier. What it is it is being a true American. It is loving the freedom of the individual and unlocking the individual genius of man, just as Ronald Reagan said. And I think here in the United States, we have done that better than any other nation on planet Earth. But anyway, please continue. I do apologize.
Yeah, well, I kind of finished at that point. I just wondered what you sort of had to say about that regarding the fact that you kind of also make the people suffer. Yeah, go ahead.
Right, and I agree. I hate to see people suffering because I do care about individuals. You have to care about people that are not in specifically just because they're not in your country. You can't care about them. And let's talk about Afghanistan, for example. I feel bad for some of the people that are crying and are being murdered by the Taliban, by their own people, and it's devastating. But we already knew that that as soon as we left Afghanistan, that the Taliban would eventually take over. Okay, it wasn't something that was a fucking mystery to everybody. Okay, they said, quote unquote, oh, it's not going to be that fast. It's not going to be that big of a problem. There's not going to be another Saigon like in 1975 in Vietnam. Well, that was bullshit. They knew about it. We got audio leakage of President Biden talking to the president of Afghanistan, and they knew it was going to happen. They knew it was going to happen. And I do feel bad for those people in Afghanistan. I mean, that's fucking horrible, and I feel bad for, putting, sanctions on a country and it affecting their people. But in my opinion, they have to, we have to protect our people before we can protect everybody else. Okay, we're not the police of the world. Okay, and our government isn't a humanitarian charity either. We are a government for the people and by the people.
Mhm.
We are not a government to go around telling everybody, "Oh, this is what you need to do. You have to do it." And it's just, it's difficult because we do care about people. But it's very difficult to care about everybody on planet Earth when it's just like the Bible says. You have Jesus talks about hypocrisy. You can't go to your brother and tell him he's got a plank in his eye when you've got a plank in your own eye. We can't go around solving the world's problems when we've got problems of our own.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. I don't really know
But
if I've got
again, I
much.
mean, as a human being, I have compassion to people that are suffering, of course.
Yeah. Okay.
And you should.
And you should. Okay. Yeah. I think that's the most important. Sometimes I get frustrated because I feel like, especially like on the right, there is this tendency to often develop a sense of callousness, I feel, and a sense
And
of
I think you're correct.
yeah.
I think you're correct.
Yeah, and this is really what gets me frustrated, and this is why I sometimes sometimes lash out also against people who seem to be overly complacent towards the suffering that people go through. And that's why I sympathize with this idea of leftism that of trying to have everyone be sort of at the same level and stuff. I mean, I don't know. I sympathize with leftist sort of vague principles, even though I don't actually like the specific ways
Right.
to achieve it. And I think lots of right wingers do too. In fact, I mean, I think lots of right wingers will say like, yeah, you have not all of them. Some of them will be more like genuinely just into having like lots of some people being the winners and some the losers, but I think others they do sort of understand that sort of idea of wanting to care for everyone, and I think we should, and I think I mean I think it's important to bear in mind also and sort of to remind people that, like, for instance, Christianity was very much about that. I mean, the missionaries that were sent across, across the world to convert people is because
Sure.
we would care about other people, not just your people, not just the people of your race, but like everyone. You're there to, to help them
Right.
out, spread the word. And so I don't feel it's being somehow anti-conservative or whatever. If you feel attached to the idea of wanting to be a conservative, for instance, I wouldn't say it's anti-conservative to have compassion for other people's.
No, and I
No.
think that's what a lot of the left says. That oh, you're a conservative, you're a racist, you're a bigot, you don't
Mhm.
care about people. And I don't think that that's the definition of a conservative. A definition of a conservative is to conserve. We like to conserve our land. I
Mhm.
mean, most of the people in the country that are conservative live in rural areas that
Mhm.
have acreage of land. They live near national parks. They have cleaner areas. Not always, but they're typically less polluted. And we like to we like to conserve life. I mean, that's why we are typically pro-life, and we are pro helping people, but we want to help people in a different way. There's the old saying, give a man a fish and he'll eat for a day, teach a man to fish and he'll feed him for a lifetime. We want to get people out there to work to support themselves for a lifetime. It's okay if you're a college student and you're working your ass off to become something of yourself, and you need some government handouts. Yeah, we'll give you a fish for a day while you go to school and you learn how to fish for yourself.
Mhm. Mhm.
That's
sure.
what a conservative does. That's the conservative mindset. The conservative mindset is to be an individual, to be independent. Because when you are dependent on the government, you work for the government. When you are independent, the government works for you. And that's what we have in this country. That's what we are supposed to have in this country. is to be an individual, to be independent from our government. Um, but I mean, I did learn difference in the military. They always told us, "Why the fuck are you being an individual, guy?" Because it's you're supposed to work as a unit, work together.
Yeah.
But as an actual American citizen, you're supposed to be an individual. You're supposed to achieve the individual genius of man. As Ronald Reagan put it, in the U.S. because that is how I mean, look at all the inventions that we have. That was we created the Wright brothers created the airplane, and because of ingenuity and genius and the individual, we learned to fly. We learned how to make commercial airlines way more affordable than what they were 40 years ago.
Sure.
We didn't even invent the automobile. They invented the automobile in Europe. The first vehicle was the Mercedes. But what did we do
Mass
as
production.
Americans? We learned how to mass produce it and make it cheaper for the common man to have one. That is what America does. And the whole world benefits from what the United States has done. And that's where I disagree with on the left when they say, well, other countries do this. No, 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 no. In America, people look to us on how to run things and how things should be done. Are we perfect? Absolutely not. Can we change things? Yes, we can. But compared to Sweden and Switzerland and to the UK and to all these other countries out there, we are a very, very young country in terms of world history. We haven't developed everything yet. We are still working on it every single day. But we are the greatest country in the world, not because oh, I'm an American, I'm superior to you, but because when someone and the left always says, well, America's a racist, systematic, bigot country. Well, then why are you telling every other race and nationality to come to this country? Because when you get here, you're not going to be treated, for the most part. I'm not saying racism doesn't exist, because it does. But for the most part, for the majority of the time, you are considered an American. You are a part of our society now. And you have opportunities that you have never had before. You have the opportunity to invent new things and to change people's lives. You have the opportunity to make money and get great jobs. You have, the opportunity to go to school and to do those things and to worship, your God however you see fit, as long as you're not hurting anybody else. And someone in my chat said the U.S. would be a lot cooler if it had less guns, and I don't believe that. I believe that you have the right to self-preservation, and that and what sets America apart from every other country on planet Earth is our Constitution and what our government itself believes. They and other people, they'll tell you too about America. A lot of conservatives. America is a free country, but there's a lot of free countries out there. But what's the difference between America and those other countries? Is in America, we recognize that there is a higher being above the government that has given you your rights. Whether or not you believe in God is a different subject, okay? But the government itself believes in a higher being. That's why on our monetary value it says, "In God we trust." Because in America, we don't put faith in government, we put faith in God, as Donald Trump put it. And the government recognizes that God gives you those rights. So if the government didn't give you your rights to begin with, they cannot therefore take them away from you.
Yeah. Yeah, but I wouldn't say that other countries. I don't know. I feel that kind of fails to recognize the ways that other countries might have also improved, and also the value that currently other countries have. I think the United States was certainly unique for being the first country to implement a democracy, even though it was limited in as much as it still had things like slavery, especially when it started. But I mean, it was certainly unique and innovative. And so like obviously there are lots of things that America does better than anywhere else. I agree with that. I'm just not convinced that just because that how should I put this? Just because there are lots of good things in the United States doesn't mean that everything is. And so and of course you acknowledge that, but so my point is maybe some of the things that we think make the country good actually maybe aren't the things that make the country good. And I would suggest that, for instance, when it comes to, for instance, like healthcare, I think everybody should have healthcare. And I don't think that is, for instance, one of the things that that makes, like, that is one of the ways that the United States distinguishes itself from other countries poorly. I think the
Well,
U.S. compares poorly compared to other rich countries in that respect.
okay, and I see where you're coming from, but you have to understand who has come up with all of this medicine. Who has come up with vaccines that actually work? And I'm not just talking about the COVID vaccine. I'm talking about vaccination for MMR. I'm talking about the smallpox vaccination. I'm talking about, HPV, hepatitis B, hepatitis A. The cure to hepatitis C. We came up with all of this. American ingenuity did these things.
Hmm.
I mean, we have cut down on flu deaths drastically over the past few decades because not only do we have flu vaccination, we have Theraflu, which treats actual flu, not just over the counter cold and flu medication, but actual Theraflu that can get you over the flu like 10 times faster. American ingenuity has done that. Now, again, we talked about it the other day too about how I don't believe that universal healthcare is a good thing because anytime the government owns something, it turns to shit. Let's be honest. I mean, anything. Name something that the government owns and it's garbage. Public school. The DMV/DPS. We have DPS here in the state of Texas, Department of Public Safety. Um, when you go to get free healthcare, you're at the bottom of the list. You're at the bottom of the list because you're not even paying. There are people from Canada and people from the UK who, come to the United States to get treatment, whether they got to pay out of pocket or not, because they get the better treatment.
Sure.
And that's what private institutions do. They provide better treatment to their customers, to their people that they have to treat. And there are articles of people who have come from Canada with universal socialized medicine that come here to the United States to get our standard of care.
Yeah, but the things that only some people can afford it. If you look at the point is that there's more inequalities. At least in a place like Canada, everyone can get fairly decent amount of care, whereas the United States, well, if you got money, then you get the best care, indeed. But if you don't have money and you didn't get yourself a health insurance, then you've got much worse care. And that's kind of the issue there. I think everyone should have at least some kind of decent care. And I mean, we could do, I was in Switzerland, and like they have a system where everybody has health coverage simply because there's a law that mandates that everyone has to get themselves health insurance. So
Right.
that would be a way of ensuring that everybody can get health care without actually
Sure.
having it become a state-controlled thing.
Sure, but I think that the government can come in and impose regulations on health insurance providers. But when Obama came in and said we're going to do Obamacare, it's not a tax, and then he changed it so it could pass to become a tax. You can't force free people to buy things, okay? And that's the problem with Obamacare was it forced you to buy health insurance, and if you didn't, you got fined. In a free society, you can't force anybody to buy anything. If that's the case, then it's no longer free. And I see people in my chat here who are talking about guns. I don't know what your stance on guns are, but they're saying you can do a lot more damage with a rock. Does nowhere near the damage that a gun can do. I beg to differ. I completely beg to differ. If I grabbed a rock and smashed your skull in repeatedly, it's going to do a hell of a lot more damage than any round or most rounds would do. A rock is excrement. A rock is much more brutal. I would rather be shot than be beaten to death with a rock. It's a lot quicker of a death.
Yeah, but it is easier to kill someone with a gun than with a rock. But
Oh
yeah,
sure, I mean a kid can kill someone with a gun.
Yeah. Look, with we could look at the guns. I'm just not too sure exactly what to think. I mean, like, ideally, you just wouldn't have bad people, and as a result, I mean, you wouldn't need guns, and you also wouldn't need to limit guns. So, like,
Well,
that's a kind of
the thing is that guns here in the United States, believe it or not, save more lives on average than end lives. And Ella says someone can't take a rock into a public building and wreak absolute havoc, and terror and havoc. And that's absolutely not true. There was a gentleman who took a knife into a public train station and killed like 150 people. A knife.
What
You know,
the
a
fuck?
rock can do the same
Is
thing.
that true?
Yeah,
Is that true?
that is absolutely true. Yeah, let's
Really?
see. I will Google this real quick. The
That sounds crazy.
worst knife attack in history. Let's see here. It was mass stabbing. Let's see here. It's on Wikipedia. I don't really trust Wikipedia, but a mass stabbing is a single incident in which multiple people are harmed. That's obvious. Definition, causes, schools, others. The 2014 Kunming attack. How many? Let's see. How
China?
many people? 31 people were killed, and a further 141 were wounded from a knife attack at the crowded railway station.
Jesus.
A knife, not a gun, a knife.
Wow.
The 2016, knife attack, and I can't even pronounce where this was at. What did he do? Let's see. 19 residents at the care center were killed, and 26 were wounded. You can do more damage with a knife than you can with a gun, believe it or not. Believe it or not. The 2017 London bridge attack. Let's see, how many people were killed? 8 victims were killed and a further 48 were injured. So yes, knives can be very, 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 very dangerous. And that is, guns are for self-defense and prevent crimes. Yes, they do. As I stated previously, in the United States, per the CDC, more crimes are stopped by just even brandishing a firearm than they do actually killing. I think the estimates, if I'm not mistaken, I think this was like 2018. I think 2 million people, 2 million lives were saved by just brandishing a firearm alone. And there is not 2 million gun deaths in the United States. That is an absurd amount of deaths. It's a lot lower than that.
Yeah.
But believe it or not, the majority of gun deaths are done by handguns. They're not done by, AR-15s.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Of course. Yeah, no, I think there isn't a proper solution. I mean, one thing that was interesting we looked into this was, for instance, the United States, so it has the highest gun per capita rate in the world at 120 guns per 100 people. And then it was interesting we had a look at El Salvador, which is the country with the highest homicide rate in the world. And so El Salvador has a homicide rate of 50 people per 100,000, which is 10 times more than US, which is 5 per 100,000. But meanwhile, the gun ownership rate is 1/10 that of the United States. It's 12 guns per 100 people instead of 120, which means that per gun there's 100 times more homicides committed in El Salvador. So I mean, obviously it's not, homicide rates are not just linearly correlated to the amount of guns that you have just in your country. There's obviously other factors that come into play as well.
There is other factors. There's quite a few other factors, and Ella says, I guess that's just part of your culture, assuming you're in the US. Here in the UK, it just seems so alien and nonsensical to arm the average person with a firearm. Well, let's talk about that real quick. Let's talk about the Second Amendment. I will bring up the Second Amendment so that I can actually quote it verbatim. Okay, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Why do you think the founding fathers wrote that? Why do you think that they made that an amendment? Why do you think that they did that? They did that not because they just got done with a hunting trip. They did it because they just got done fighting a revolution against a tyrannical government. That's the point of having the right to bear arms. That is the sole purpose, is to fight tyranny. You know, let's say, God forbid, you know, somebody like Adolf Hitler comes into power into the United States. That's why we have firearms, so that we can stand up against them. You know, and people say, well, what about tanks, and what about, you know, Apache helicopters, and about, you know, F-15s and all that other stuff. I don't think that matters. Look what just happened in Afghanistan. 75,000 Taliban members were able to overthrow 300,000 Afghan military members, take over the government, and kick out the United States of America. Okay? People do have a lot more power than they think that they do. And I'm not advocating for a revolution. I'm not saying that we need one. All I'm saying is that, you know, that's the purpose of the Second Amendment. Okay? The Second Amendment is there to preserve your life. It's the right to self-preservation. And the best way to do that is, you know, and what's funny is, you know, all these people are like, oh, only police need guns and only blah, 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 blah. But if you have an active shooter, okay, and nobody has a gun there, you're going to have to wait for someone with a gun to show up. So the only way to stop a bad guy with a gun, is a good guy with a gun.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, definitely. I'll agree with that. I think that, you know, another issue with if you make guns illegal, well, you know, then you're just gonna have a black market for guns, and then you're just gonna
Absolutely.
only have bad guys who have the guns, probably. It's
Right,
probably what
right,
they're.
right. And yeah, and people have told me too, well, if we stop selling guns, nobody will have them. If we take them off the shelves, nobody will buy them. I'm sorry, I've never seen meth or cocaine or heroin on a shelf, and yet I've seen people possess those items.
Yeah.
Just because it's illegal doesn't. I mean, that's the definition of a criminal, is somebody who disregards the law.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to disregard the law. I mean, is it legal to own a knife? Yes. Is it illegal to go on a stabbing rampage? Yes. I can't make it any more illegal for you to kill people. But criminals will find a way to do criminal activities.
Yeah.
But I think the problem, and I kind of wanted to touch base on this too. I think that the major problem with all of the world's problems, the majority of them can be solved if we stop corruption.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree that corruption is a huge problem. I mean, it's, you know, it depends on. I mean, United States is still limited compared to like some countries. I mean, I think, for instance, well, Afghanistan, we saw that was pretty like corrupt. Like many of the funds that were going to Afghanistan ended up, you know, lining the pockets of Afghan government officials and stuff. You know, lots of banana republics and stuff are highly corrupt. But I mean, corruption is a problem everywhere. I've actually, I know you're probably gonna disagree with me on this, since you know, you seem to be quite fond of, like, you know, the sort of way that you know, the founding principles of the United States. I think that
Yes.
probably not the best system to limit corruption. I've been sort of thinking about this, and I've been coming to the conclusion that it would actually be probably better to have a government system that relied on this thing that they call sortition instead of elections. So your representatives, instead of you voting for them, they get drawn by a lottery. Like anybody who wants to become a representative joins the pool of the lottery, you know, buys a ticket, so to speak, and then if that, you know, if you get chosen, then you become like a representative for 4 years, and or what, you know, however much time you want to make it. The reason that that would actually work is precisely because you're not just choosing one person. If you chose just one person to do a job, then of course you could just end up with a terrible person. But if you're choosing, you know, if you choose 100 people randomly out of the population, you're likely to get a pretty reasonable sample. You know, it's very unlikely that you'll end up with 100 really nasty, crazy people, right? I mean, it's not impossible, but just extremely unlikely. And so I think, especially if you got then separation of powers, then you can, like, it becomes even much, much less likely that you'd have like all powers be occupied by just really bad people. And so it actually works. It's like kind of the principle behind polling, behind scientific studies. You can just take a small sample of the population and very likely that sample is going to be representative of the population. And so that way you don't have this issue of having, establishment politicians, of having, people who end up, having to work their way up and requiring donations, and as a result, having, experiencing conflicts of interest, being
Sure.
susceptible to that kind of corruption.
Bribery
So
and
yeah,
lobbyists.
yeah. So of course, there is a risk for bribery with these people as well, because you could have then, once these people are chosen, they're chosen randomly. Once they're in office, companies could approach them, right? Once, and tell them, well, if you vote for this particular bill, I'm going to give you a bunch of perks, or I'm going to send your family a bunch of perks or something, or I'll do, it's pretty easy to do something that's like pretty hard to track. So there's lots of room for corruption there, of course, which is what brings me, of course, back to my concept of the income cap, right? Is if you don't allow there to be excessively rich people, well, you don't have these big elite oligarch people who can potentially, manipulate the electoral, the political system. There wouldn't be so much lobbying if you don't have rich people who are capable of, giving away the kind of money that would sway these representatives. So yeah, I don't know if you have, maybe, if did I explain that clearly? Would you have any
No,
sort of
no, no.
thing to say about that concept?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I think you're like overthinking it a little.
Mhm.
I think that we could get rid of a lot of this corruption if we put term limits on our House of Representatives,
Yeah.
on our Senate,
That would be a good idea.
and if we put limits on them, and we paid them, we pay them a salary already. We pay them a ridiculous salary, by the way. But if we pay them a salary and we just make lobbying illegal,
Mhm.
when we elect somebody to represent us, when they get lobbied and bought out, they're no longer representing us. They're representing themselves, and they're representing the lobbyists that have paid them.
Mhm.
And in order to keep it that way, because again, I talked about this in a previous video of mine too, is that we are not a democracy. We are a republic.
Mhm.
And what does that mean for example? Okay, for example, I live in the state of Texas. Okay. I vote for people like Ted Cruz. And I'm not saying these are the people I voted for. All I'm saying is, I get to choose between Ted Cruz or Beto O'Rourke, or Governor Greg Abbott, or another Republican, Alan West, who's gonna run for governor, and the Democrat. Those are the choices that I have. Okay, but I don't get to vote for batshit crazy AOC and brother fucker Ilhan Omar. Okay, I don't get to vote for them. Okay, they don't represent me. So is that a democracy if somebody doesn't represent me? No, that's not a democracy. That is a republic. And also, we're a republic because our elected officials have political power. Okay, we're also a republic because we don't directly vote for the president of the United States. We have the electoral college that does that for us. It's not like Donald Trump in 2016. He lost the popular vote, but he won the electoral college. And in 2020, Donald Trump lost the popular vote and the electoral college. Now we could debate that all day. That's a different topic. But the idea is, for example, the Supreme Court. We don't vote for the United States Supreme Court. They are appointed by the president and approved by Congress. The bicameral. When I say Congress, I mean the bicameral part of Congress, which is the House of Representatives and the Senate.
Yes.
They're the ones that approve the pick of the president, and then that Supreme Court justice is put there, an indefinite amount of time. There is no limit. They could be there, like Ruth Bader Ginsburg. She was there for a long time, and she passed away there, and you have some of them who have retired. So again, we are not a democracy. We are a republic, and the way to stop this corruption is to fight it at its roots. Get the people out who have been in power. I mean, Joe Biden's been in power for 47 years. Mitch McConnell has been in power for almost 50. Nancy Pelosi has been in public office for like 33 years. Okay, those are the things that we have to root out. We have to say, you know what? and I don't discriminate against age, because I think that, even if somebody's, older, they can, still get the job done. But you have the majority of these people are like in their 80s, and it's like, wait a minute, I'm 20 something years old. I'm not, how am I being properly represented by somebody who's in their 80s? They don't know what I need. They grew up in a different time. We got to get some of these people who have been in Congress for generations. I mean, that's literally like 1/4 the time of the entire existence of the United States of America. We need term limits. We need these people to be out or get in, do the job, no corruption, stop the lobbying, stop getting paid from, underground sources, and represent me. Don't represent, these big giant corporations, because that's where corruption comes in. I'm going to pay you X amount for the rest of your life if you vote yes on this bill. Or just like when they did the second stimulus check when Donald Trump was, exiting the White House, they gave American people $600 per person, $600, but they're giving like $10 million to gender studies in Pakistan. Wait a minute. And then they gave people in Israel a bigger stimulus check than we got. It's our tax money. How are you fucking us this bad? That's where corruption is. And then when they come out with the bill, it's like a 5,000-page bill. And AOC says something on her Twitter where I was like, damn, I actually agree with the batshit crazy AOC. She says, how can you expect us to read a 5,000-page bill in like 5 hours and then vote to pass it? And then like 2 hours later, she votes yes on it. Wait a minute. You were the one that just pointed out you can't get a bill passed that you have no idea what the hell is in the bill, and you passed it anyway? That's corruption.
Yeah.
And that's how we solve this corruption.
I'm not convinced it's that easy. I think you might just see lots of illegal. I mean, you limit it, just like for instance, prohibition did limit consumption of alcohol. Actually, likewise, you
Sure,
do
but it also
like
created a
you
criminal
created. Yeah,
activity for it.
yeah. I'm kind of worried that if you try to do that with like lobbying and stuff, you might end up with similar benefits and drawbacks potentially.
Well, sure, but I mean, wouldn't that happen even if we made a UBI that paid everybody, a
Oh,
maximum
sure.
of $50,000 a year? I mean, you would have that. People would be like, yeah, I'm going to make money on the side. You can't. The government can't catch everything that you're doing.
Of course. You'd also have that. Of course. That's I know. So no, overall I think you're right. I'm just pointing out the problems. Yes, there is also that problem as well with my proposal, for instance, regarding the income cap. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. Well, that would your support to limiting to term limits also extend to the Supreme Court?
Yeah, I say why not, and the reason being is because when the country first started, we didn't have you didn't get to vote for your senator. The governor appointed the senators, and they had no term limits. So what we can do to further our republic is, I mean, in the state of Texas, for example, we have a Supreme Court here in the state of Texas. It's the Texas Supreme Court. And then the next higher step is obviously the federal Supreme Court. But in the Texas Supreme Court, I don't think we have term limits on our Supreme Court justices, but we do vote in our Supreme Court leaders. And I think that that's something that, why not? Why not give the people a voice on who to vote for? But it's also a little more difficult too, because the question is that going to be a straight federal election? Are we all going to get to vote, as a whole on that one particular person, who is going to be the Supreme Court leader? Or are different Supreme Court justices going to represent certain districts? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because the Supreme Court, all of the justices, they represent every single one of us as Americans. Every single one of them represent every single American.
Yeah.
So, you also have to ask the question, are we just going to have a federal election on, hey, so-and-so is, their term is up and, it's this Republican versus this Democrat. And unfortunately, that's just the way it is. you have the two-party system, which I think is complete garbage. But that's just how it works because money is in politics. But if you have the Republican and the Democrat, are they only is that your district that's having this vote, and is this district covering multiple states? Because there's only 9 Supreme Court justices, so that means you'd only have 9 districts. But what districts do those cover? Do you see how difficult that can become? Or is it
of
a
course.
complete federal election where people in California are voting for the same, person or the same office as you? So that's where it becomes more of a problem than just voting for a senator. So those are the questions that you would have to ask. Would it solve things? I'm not entirely sure, because it would also make things difficult, because let's say you have a Republican in office who says, yeah, the Texas abortion ban is perfectly constitutional, and then a year later you vote in a liberal who's like, no way, it's unconstitutional, and you're constantly having to change laws and do things different.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it might become complete mayhem. I have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, I see that. But usually, the point is that the Supreme Court isn't going to be. I mean, it's going to be reluctant to overturn a decision it recently made, right? So you probably
Right.
probably not going to have too much of that kind of an issue occurring as a result of that kind of policy. But yeah, I see what you mean. But yeah, I'm glad. I mean, I'm glad to see that you're open to potentially, making improvements to the system, to precisely to
Absolutely. I
limit
mean, if we're not making
corruption.
if we're not making improvements, we're not moving forward.
Yeah.
And that's what we need to do.
Yeah. Let's see. Question regarding another thing that I'm quite fond of is getting to vote directly, having the people actually directly vote on some like legislative bills, for instance. What we call like direct democracy, which is, for instance, the case.
Right.
I've been voting actually in 2 places for that, which is both Switzerland and California, where you get to directly vote on stuff. I very much like it. I know that some people don't. I know that there are issues with that, of course. What are your thoughts on that?
On direct democracy?
Yeah, I mean, not sole direct democracy. It's not like everyone gets to vote on everything. It's just the more important bills, or if, like, basically the idea is you have an initiative, which is when like a political activist group like collects signatures, and once there are enough signatures, then it can bring that to the government, and then the government has everybody vote on it. Or referendum is the same thing, except that it's about like if Congress decides to enact a law, then there's a certain time to collect signatures to block the implementation of that law.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So it's not necessarily direct democracy, but it's direct democracy on certain bills. No, I actually completely agree on that. I remember when I was in elementary school, in the state of Texas, we had an election on whether or not we should allow same-sex marriage. And obviously, this was when I was in elementary school in the state of Texas. They voted no. So I think on some of the bigger bills, I think that would be, I think that's okay. It's not, I mean, the constituents, which is us, we're the people who have elected these leaders. And I don't even like to call them leaders, because we are the rightful, masters of the Constitution.
They're not leaders. They're representatives.
They're right. They represent us. They're, and that's the problem I had with AOC when I'm the boss. No, you're not the boss. I am. But for example, like when they do these, small little, when it's a big bill, and our representatives are, they come together, and they're, I think it's a good thing, because they sit there and go, what do our constituents want? What do our, people that we represent, what do they want? They're kind of like, okay, well, I can see where some of my voters are going to want this, but I see where some of my other voters aren't. Let's see what they want, and if they vote yes to same-sex marriage, we'll implement same-sex marriage, because it is by popular vote in the state of Texas, and that's a good thing, because there's no gerrymandering at that point. It's just who votes the most. It doesn't matter what district you're from. The math is going to be the same.
Yeah.
And I think that can be a great thing to have, some form of a direct democracy with important bills and important laws. I don't think it should be every single time, because a direct democracy doesn't work. I mean, look at Greece, for example. You had the city states, and they had direct democracy, and it fell because people become immoral. They become, they become corrupted. They become, they just become degenerates, and it becomes a bad thing. I mean, look at Greece, look at Rome. I mean, those are how these empires have fallen.
No, but they
because
mostly
of
they
direct
didn't. No, they didn't. They did. It wasn't really. It was mostly wasn't direct democracy. The problem is that's very hard. I mean, full direct democracy is very difficult because it would literally require everyone to vote on all the bills. I mean, and again, Congress, being a Congressperson is like a job. You know, it takes a
Right,
lot of your time.
right,
That is, I
sure.
think, I would say that is the issue with direct democracy. It's not degenerating. You know, I wouldn't say that is really the
Well,
problem.
I mean, if you look at Rome, if you look at Greece, I mean,
I don't think
they were
it's not.
they became pedophiles. They became okay with having sex in the streets and
Again, that
and doing all of these things. And that's a downfall
yeah, but
to
that is not direct
today's
democracy.
society.
They didn't have, by and large, they did not have direct democracy, and even if they
Rome didn't
did,
necessarily have direct democracy, but some of the city states in Greece did.
yeah,
And
but it's not like, yeah, but like overall, most city states for over most of the time of ancient Greece did not. And I wouldn't contend that the sort of pedophilia is caused. I don't know. That seems like a weird take to me. The idea that somehow
well,
that is what would have
and
caused.
when you have the lack of morals, it destroys a people. There's a story in the Bible, and I can't exactly remember what king it was, but he asked the prophet, "How do I destroy this enemy nation?" And the prophet said, "I can't tell you how to destroy their nation, but what I can tell you is send your women to them." And what happened? They were distracted. They were all being degenerate in the streets, getting drunk, doing all this other stuff. And what happens? They come in and they slaughtered everybody. And that's the problem with lack of morals. You have a lack of morals, and it's like, who determines what's right and what's wrong? Like in Nazi Germany, they said, "Oh yeah, it's okay to exterminate the Jews. They're just Jews." Okay, but we see that as wrong, but they saw that as right. So who determines what's right and what's wrong?
Yeah, but
And
that kind of is
a
always.
lack of morals, a lack of morals. Okay, and George Washington said it himself. Was that a lack of morals is what did he say exactly? Let me see if I can pull that out. Might not Washington. Let's see. John Adams. Our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other. And that's correct. I mean, he was one of the signers of the Declaration of Independence. He was actually one of the assistant authors in the Declaration of Independence. What it is we have to be a moral people, and when we just let debauchery roam free, we become a weak-minded people because we don't stop ourselves from engaging in earthly pleasures, and you don't have the discipline to be a superpower, country. You don't have the ability to be a superpower nation, a superpower military. You don't have those things when you let debauchery and degeneracy roam freely.
Okay, I don't know. I feel like you're maybe, I don't know. I just don't see that as a big issue. I mean, I would agree that if if everybody's just like a sort of a regular drug consumer and they're just stoned all the time, that's not good. I just don't really see that being like the case. I mean, and what would you include in debauchery? I mean, like, how about same-sex marriage? I mean, that would have been considered debauchery. I mean, it still is considered debauchery by some, but the majority of the population now supports it, and it has already been law for what, 6 years now. So like,
Right.
how do we even determine what that is? What debauchery is?
Right, and that's something that we can discuss is who determines what's moral and what's unmoral. I mean, for example, me myself, do I agree with same-sex marriage? No. Am I with Do I support them? No. Am I against them? No, I'm not. I kind of have the same stance that you do, is that the government doesn't belong in marriage. Okay, it doesn't belong. I mean, what is it? Why is it the government's business whether or not I'm married to my wife? What
Yeah.
business is it of theirs? Okay,
Yeah.
marriage is not a government institution; it's a religious institution.
Yeah.
Okay, and I saw that some people were talking about it in your chat that if we make it a religious institution again, some people can, some churches can deny same-sex marriage. Well, yeah, that's their right. That's their belief. They have the right to do so. That's why Governor Greg Abbott, when same-sex marriage was passed by the Supreme Court in the United States, he said, okay, well, if we're going to do that, then we're going to put in the Pastor Protection Act. Okay, where if a same-sex couple comes to a pastor and says, marry us, and he says, no, it's against my religion, they can't turn around and sue him.
Yeah.
Because it's against his religion.
Yeah.
But there are some pastors out there who will gladly marry you, and that is gladly their choice. Again, do I support same-sex marriage? No. Am I against it? Not at all. If you want to, I mean, you're an American. You have the right to do what you want to do. But I don't believe in, certain things that will lead to the downfall of a good and moral people. I'm going to leave it at that for just a moment. I need to use the restroom, so I'm just going to give a break here. But again, anybody in my chat that's not following Nathan L, please follow him, and also follow me too.
Yeah. Yep.
I will be right back.
All right. Okay, so let's see. I don't know. Yeah, I just don't think it's all that much. I just wouldn't consider debauchery as being really that much of a concern. I'm not even really. Somehow I'm not convinced that that is really what leads to the downfall of a civilization. It's more like, yeah, it is a lack of progress, we could say. It's a lack of progress, but I would say it's much more multifactorial and much more complex than just the result of people being, like, debauched, whatever that even really means, because I'm not, again, I wouldn't agree that, I certainly don't think that, like, for instance, homosexual, interactions are themselves like something that's going to make civilization collapse. I just don't see that. Like, you could say it leads to decreases in birth rates, sure, but there's plenty of countries that have, there's widely differing rates in birth rates despite having relatively, despite all countries being mostly heterosexual. You say it's only a problem if it's pushed. Yeah, but I don't think it is pushed. Like, the push is not for pushing you to become homosexual. It's just for the push is for homosexuals to be accepted. That's a different thing. I don't think that's a problem. I don't think pushing for acceptance is a problem. Pushing for everyone to be homosexual would be a problem, but nobody's doing that. That's a straw man. Who on earth is actually saying that everyone should be homosexual? Like, that's not a thing. What do you mean for degeneracy, not homo? Oh, for degeneracy. Yeah, okay, but what degeneracy is push? What do we even mean by degeneracy? I contend that some nasty, sort of conservative type of ideology is degeneracy. For me, like, sort of ethnostatism is degeneracy, for instance. I would call that degeneracy, you see. For me, letting people become homeless is degeneracy. You say it's in our culture now. Okay, like, I could consider that degeneracy, right? That's not a proper society. A proper society doesn't let people end up on the street, right? So you see, cruelty to dogs, for instance. Okay, yeah, I agree with that. I don't think it's cool. That is a big issue I have with lots of streamers here. They're like literally just doing drugs on stream. I think that's really not a good thing. I don't support drugs. I do support legalizing drugs, just because I think it'll help people who suffer from addictions. It'll also very much get rid of the power that these drug cartels have. But I don't support drugs at all. You should don't do it. Don't just say no. But yeah, I like the drug thing. Yeah, I could see. You there?
Yes, sorry about that. I just needed to use the restroom.
No problem.
All right. Okay. What were we talking about?
Well, we were talking about sort of like degeneracy and what maybe that constitutes. Like, what do you what would you say? What is degeneracy to you? What I was saying is that maybe some things that could be associated with more like not conservative, sort of the less the less savory aspects of conservatism, I would consider like degeneracy potentially, like sort of neo-Nazi groups. I would call that potentially degeneracy, or just letting people starve, and just sort of like letting people be homeless and starve on the streets or something. I think I would call that societal degeneracy as well. Um, you see, so like I don't know. I don't feel I don't necessarily feel like it makes sense though to to regroup all these things and then complain about degeneracy. I'd focus more on just policies that are that are dragging society down. I'm not sure degeneracy is really the best term. Maybe I don't know. Tell
Well,
me.
let's see here. You say that degeneracy is allowing poor people to starve, allowing people to be homeless.
For instance, it's just an
I wouldn't
example.
necessarily neo-Nazism is degeneracy, but you classified it as part of conservativeness. But in reality, the Nazis were left-wing socialists.
Well, that
Um,
is largely a misnomer. It was largely, I mean, they weren't. They actually very much persecuted actual socialists. The National Socialist, the socialist moniker was largely allured, basically to trick blue collar workers with socialist sympathies to vote for them. But I know what you mean. Like Nazis, like actual Nazis in Germany, were definitely not
were
not
were
they're not conservatives, right? Um,
No, they were
yeah.
left-wingers, and I mean, and we
I
can
disagree with
confirm
that.
this by some of the
I
policies that
disagree.
they enacted.
I disagree that they're left wingers. I just was
They
I can
banned
agree.
smoking in public. I mean, they did some of the things that the left is trying to do today. I
Yeah,
mean, if
but
you
at the
see
same time,
what the
it's the
left
right
is
that's
doing today,
anti-drug.
they're
I mean, for me,
what's that?
for me, smoking is a drug. So at the same time, it's more the right, which is anti-drug. So I mean,
Yes and no, but smoking doesn't alter your mind. It doesn't, it doesn't cause problems. I mean, when was the last time you heard somebody say, "Well, I was smoking and driving, and I got a DWI for it"?
yeah, no, of course
It,
that. I mean,
it, it
it alters
just
my a little bit,
right. That
but
that's a drug. Is it alters your motor skills? It alters your mental state. That's considered a drug by conservatives.
mhm.
But yes, some of the neo Nazis of today are associated. And thank you for the follow. But some of those, and thank everybody for following. And again, please follow me. Please follow Nathan L. But the thing is yeah, some of the neo Nazism, I do consider that degeneracy. I do. You're a degenerate. You are somebody who hates somebody based on their nationality, their race, their religion. That is degeneracy. Okay, and that's exactly what Rome and the Greeks did. They persecuted Christians. They
Yeah.
persecuted and executed them.
Yeah.
That is a part of degeneracy to me as well. But sleeping around with everybody is degeneracy. Pedophilia is degeneracy. All of these things that we're trying to make normal isn't normal.
Well,
That's why the majority of society doesn't accept pedophilia. That's why the majority of the society accept sleeping around with everybody. Do you have the right to sleep around with people? If you're a consenting adult, then yes, you have the right. But is it still classified as degeneracy? Sure, of course it's classified as degeneracy. It's just like, do you have the right to be a neo-Nazi? Yeah, you do. I mean, you're a piece of shit degenerate, but you have the right to do it as long as you're not harming anybody. And you have a right to be a part of Antifa and BLM as long as you don't harm people. What's the fucking issue? You're a free American. You can do what you want. But again, to me, it's all degeneracy.
Yeah. Again, I don't know. I find it weird to sort of like put like pedophilia and just having sex with a bunch of people in the sort of same category. I just don't.
No. It's definitely not the same category. It's absolutely not the same
Yeah.
category. Is it
No,
still
I'm
classified
I'm
as
not.
degeneracy? Is it still classified as degeneracy? Yes, it is. But is it in the same category? Absolutely not. Because
Yeah.
I don't
Okay.
believe
Okay.
you should outlaw, people sleeping with other people. You can do what you want. You're a free American. That's, my personal moral belief that you should
Okay.
be going around sleeping with everybody. But pedophilia should absolutely be outlawed. And people who are pedophiles, who actually commit those crimes should pay for their crimes. That's a crime. There's a difference between, two consenting adults and, one that's not. And I think I don't think a lot of people understand what pedophile actually is. Pedophile is somebody who is attracted to somebody before they are prepubescent. That is actual pedophilia. There's another name for somebody who's attracted to somebody who's actually gone through puberty who isn't a full adult. There's a word for that, and it's not pedophilia. But yeah, that is pedophilia. Somebody who's attracted to somebody who's prepubescent. Okay, as an adult. Okay, because of course when we were kids, you're in the 3rd grade, you had a little tiny puppy crush on a girl. I mean, you wouldn't classify that as pedophilia. They're the same age.
Yeah.
So it's somebody who is an adult attracted to somebody who is prepubescent.
Yeah.
And that to me is an absolute crime against humanity.
Well, I'd like to point out that, I mean, you can just have the attraction, but if you can't really help it, right? I think these people, they just experience this attraction. So I think we shouldn't be, it's sort of like with people who have drug addictions. We should be helping these people not give in to their urges, right? I think the problem is when people actually, do something. I think that's why it's also best to talk about, child sex abuse rather than pedophilia. Because lots of people who commit child sex abuse actually aren't specifically pedophiles. They're more like opportunistic people who will just be moderately attracted to children, but will just do it because they can. And lots of pedophiles, etymologically speaking, the ones who actually really prefer children, they won't ever do anything, right? Because they're still people who have a who recognize that it would not be a good thing to do. And I think sometimes, some people tend to have a bit overly simplistic sort of reaction to this, and they kind of fail to make that kind of distinction. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, so I agree with a few things that you said, but I disagree with the majority of it. I think that you have a problem, and you should refrain yourself from doing that because you know the consequences. And it's not just I did something illegal. It's not like I was speeding in my car and I could have harmed people. No. You acted on your urges and you did harm somebody. You harmed somebody psychologically. Okay, a 6-year-old is not mentally capable of understanding any kind of sexual nature, period, the end.
Mhm.
They're too young for that. That is a child. Okay, if you commit that crime, you need to pay the bill. I don't care if it was an opportunity, whether you were, but there are people, you're right, that I am sure that are attracted to, prepubescent children and never act on it. Those are the type of people that you can have in your society. Because again, we're not the thought police. Okay, I can't arrest you for having a different opinion than I do, but I can arrest you for the actions that you commit.
Yeah. That's just what I'm saying. Like we shouldn't be like stigmatizing people just for having this feeling. I mean, you can't choose it, right? I mean, it's sort of like gay people. They just feel this attraction to people of the same sex. It's not. I mean, it doesn't seem to be a choice. So yeah, that's just what I'd like to point out.
I mean, I don't know if homosexuality is a choice, but I definitely don't think it's genetic either.
You don't
I
think?
think it's just no, not at all. Because if you have let's take an identical twin for an example. Okay, and let's talk about the science of an identical twin. Okay, there's fraternal twins, which come from 2 eggs being fertilized by 2 different sperm at the same time.
Mhm.
Okay, but then you also have identical twin, which is fertilized by 1 egg and 1 sperm.
Yep.
Okay, they have the exact same DNA, the exact same. All the egg does is it splits, and then you have 2 different babies who are absolutely identical twins. One of them is gay and one of them is not. How can that be genetic then? They have the same genetics. They have the same DNA.
Well,
the same exact DNA. So it can't be genetic. It can't be
well, we'd have to look
DNA,
at this. We'd have to look at the
because one of them
studies.
can't have Down syndrome. One of them can't have Down syndrome, and the other not have Down syndrome.
Yeah, of course. We'd have to
That's a
look at
genetic disability.
studies seeing how much difference there is, between on average between identical twins versus fraternal twins. I don't know what the studies
There's
are about
not
that.
much. There's not much. I mean, do they have different fingerprints? Yes. But do they have the same DNA? Yeah, they do. They are the exact same human being.
Yeah,
Almost
of course.
to a T.
The point is that,
But
like,
again, you can't. If it's a genetic issue, though, you can't have one twin identical, born with Down syndrome, and the other not,
it
because
could be
Down syndrome is
partly
caused by an
genetic.
extra chromosome.
It could be like genetically
You know,
influenced, right?
I mean, maybe that's the case, but it cannot be a genetic factor in your DNA stating this person's going to be born gay and this person isn't, because again, you know, if somebody has Down syndrome, you know, one of the twins has Down syndrome and the other one doesn't have Down syndrome, you can't say, you know, that it's impossible,
Mhm.
because Down syndrome is having an extra chromosome. Okay, and you either get that from the egg, or you get that from the sperm. And the sperm can't go, all right, well, I've got an extra chromosome, but I'm only going to give it to one twin. How did you only give it to? It's impossible.
Mhm.
So the gene would have to be there for both.
Yep.
That's what I'm getting at, and it's impossible. So do I think it's a choice? I wouldn't say necessarily a choice, okay, because we don't have choices to what we like and what we technically don't like. We are genetically dispositioned to, be attracted to certain, things like music, sports, politics. We are programmed differently. Okay. Uh, but everybody's got what do they call that? They their secret attraction, I suppose, or their what they do, that they like, that other people might not agree with or like.
Mhm.
And I think one of those things could be homosexuality. And I think that somebody who is a homosexuality, I'm not telling them that they don't feel that way, because they probably very well do feel that way. But again, is it genetic? I don't think so.
Yeah. I don't know. I would say that it's it's not genetic, just like one gene doing that for sure. Like, yeah, it's you can't say you have this genome, so you for sure are going to be gay. But it's more like you might be more likely to become gay depending on the genes that you have. I think that does
See,
strike
I
me
don't
as
know if I
likely.
would go off of genes, but let's talk about environment too.
Well, also environment.
Environment plays a big role in who a person becomes. I mean, like, let's look at some of the serial killers, for example. You look at John Wayne Gacy, Pogo the Clown Killer. He was beaten and abused as a child, and he was raped. That
Yeah.
kind of played, and I'm not, and it's not an excuse to be a monster. It's not. But we have to study it and understand, how do we prevent this from happening. And I'm not saying, oh, we need to prevent homosexuals from happening. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm talking about serial killers in this instance. Do you think somebody has the genetic makeup of a serial killer? I don't think so. I think that it's that people are a product of their environment. So I think being a homosexual is more a product of your environment than anything else.
Yeah. I would. I think it's both. I think it's a combination of both. I think we're seeing that lots of traits in general are a combination of both. I I don't know. I would be very surprised actually that it not have a genetic component, that you not be more or less predisposed to homosexuality depending on your genetics, and then of course there's the environment as well. I mean that would be the way I would see it. Um, uh, I don't know. But going back onto this issue of like degeneracy in general, what somebody in my chat brought up is regarding drugs. So he said, for instance, he brought up as an example of what excrement here. He says, for example, it's in our culture now. It's cool to do drugs, for instance. It's pushed to kids in music and movies, etc. Um, so I agree that that's a problem. I'm not pro drug. I don't think, unfortunately, I think the war on drugs does not seem to be the best solution to eliminate drugs. I mean, it's creating lots of problems. I've been advocating sort of half-heartedly to legalize drugs, just because I think we're probably going to actually have less negative effects as a result. But I'm not really I'm definitely not pro drug. I mean, I think it's not good for your health. And as a result, it's also going to be indirectly bad for society and other people in society. So I agree that I find it concerning that drug use, and in particular, for instance, cannabis being considered something, almost like, yeah, something cool that like almost like you should want to, you should consume cannabis. I think that is a problem. I don't think, eh, yeah, I think they're going too far. Like legalize it, yes, but don't actually promote it. I don't know if you have something to say about that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that drugs should be legal, and I think the war on drugs is an absolute failure. And I think it's done a lot more harm than almost any good. And let's use this for example. We talked about the prohibition earlier in the live stream here. You had Al Capone, who was running, alcohol because it was illegal and people wanted alcohol and they were willing to pay high price to get it. But if you legalize, if you legalized, drugs, you get to set the price. Does that make sense? Like, for example, imagine if cigarettes became illegal. People who still smoke cigarettes are going to pay top dollar to get them too. Okay, and they're going to do some shady shit to get them. So if you make meth and heroin and cocaine and all these drugs legal, you are going to cut the crime damn near in half on the drug crimes out there, because they're legal. You can go to any pharmacy and go get them. Now, again, I don't think the government should be concerned with your health. It's not their business on what you do. It's like, how do I put it? Like, I mean, come on, McDonald's is illegal. You think McDonald's is healthy for you? You think smoking cigarettes or drinking alcohol is healthy for you? You think not getting any type of vaccine, not just the coof vaccine, but any type of vaccine is good for you? They don't care if you don't get the MMR vaccine or the bacterial meningitis or hepatitis B or hepatitis A vaccine. Okay, they don't care about your health, and nor should they care about your health. But again, I don't agree with drinking and driving either, but you have the right to drink. But as soon as, my right ends where your right begins. Okay, I have the right to drink and get drunk, okay? But I don't have the right to drink and drive on the same road that you and your family drive on. You see where it becomes a problem? Now, if somebody wants to do meth and stay at home and smoke as much meth as they want, hey, man, that's on you, dude. Like, yeah, I feel bad for your family. I feel bad for you because you're addicted to a horrible drug. But, it's your decision. And I think that it would stop a lot of these drug cartels and a lot of these drug dealers from actually coming into the country and dealing these drugs. I mean, who the hell is running tobacco illegally across the border? Nobody, because I can buy tobacco anywhere at any convenience store. Who's running alcohol illegally? Nobody, because I can go to the store and buy any brand of alcohol that I want. And that's, I think the war on drugs is horrible. Do I agree with doing drugs? No, I don't. But do I believe you're a free American and you should be able to do drugs if you like? Absolutely. And I also believe that it would cut down drastically on the crime that is committed in this country.
I think so too. And also, for instance, the crime in Mexico as well, for instance.
Yeah.
What would you think about like what they also call like sin taxes, right? Like the idea that if you consume something, then you're likely to be sick, and as a result, in the long term you're going to get some illness from it, and as a result of that, you're either going to be societal costs that are going to be burdened by other people, and so as a result, there's this idea that you should have to pay for that. And so like you tax, for instance, alcohol, you tax tobacco, you tax drugs, you can tax like junk food, that kind of thing. I quite like the idea personally. I don't. Yeah, what do you think?
Like the thing is like, as a conservative, okay, this is what I believe, and this is gonna, some people will agree and some people will call me crazy, but I believe taxation is theft. I believe that when you take my money that I've worked for, you're stealing from me. I like what the state of Texas has done, and a few other states have done as well. It's called a sales tax. When I get a paycheck from my job that I work at, the only thing that gets taken out are federal taxes. I don't get anything. Texas doesn't take my paycheck. But when I go and I buy a pack of cigarettes, not only am I paying a sin tax, I'm also paying a sales tax. And I agree with a national sales tax. Let's abolish the IRS because it's, and you know what I don't like either? I don't like these rich people getting super big tax breaks. Okay. That's ridiculous. You need to pay your fair share in taxes, period. The end. That is, what you need to do. You are a part of society. You need to pay your taxes. Okay, but let's say somebody who's a billionaire decides to go and buy a Lamborghini, right? Not only in the state of Texas are you going to pay a luxury tax because that is a luxury item, you are going to pay a sales tax. And guess what? There is no way to get out of paying that sales tax. You have to pay that sales tax. And if, I have bought a few guns at pawn shops, and, I've tried to talk them down before, and they sit there and say, well, we can, sorry, I'm packing my cigarettes here. We can get rid of the sales tax for you and make it cheaper because we want this gun gone, right? But in the end, they still have to pay those sales taxes to the state of Texas. So it's not like somebody didn't pay them; they were still paid. But again, you can't get away from in a sales tax society, you can't get away with, oh, it's a tax write-off. No.
Yeah, you can't do
There's
that,
no
yeah.
way in hell. Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
you're going to pay your fair share of taxes. But again, it gives you the freedom of choice. If you don't want to pay taxes, don't buy anything. Don't buy anything. And you know what it also does for the conservatives who are like, well, the illegal immigrants are here and they're not paying taxes. Well, in the state of Texas, they are paying taxes, regardless if they, when they
Yeah.
work, even if it's under the table. Guess what they do? And
Buy
a
stuff,
lot
yeah,
of the
without- yeah.
illegals here are, in the state of Texas, the majority of them are Hispanic. They're not necessarily always, from Mexico, but they're from, Central America and Mexico. And, they still have to buy shit. They have to buy groceries. They have to buy, the food that they want to eat. They got to buy clothing for their kids. They've got to pay rent. And guess what? When they pay rent, they are paying for the public schools here in the state of Texas. So do I believe that they have the right to go to school here in the state of Texas? Yes, I do. They paid their taxes.
Yeah.
They paid their taxes by paying their rent.
Yeah.
And I think that would solve a lot of the problems of, well, the illegal immigrants don't pay taxes. Well, if you implement a sales tax, they will pay their taxes, because if they buy a car, they pay their taxes. If they purchase groceries, they pay their taxes. If they pay for rent, they're paying their property taxes. If they pay a mortgage, they're paying their property taxes. And that's something that I believe in. But I also believe that, in the Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson says we have, we are endowed by our Creator certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And that actually wasn't coined by Thomas Jefferson. That was coined by John Locke. And what he said was, we have the right to life, liberty, and the right to own property. Okay. In the state of Texas, we pay property taxes even if we own the home. I think that's bullshit, because if we're paying, if you pay off your home to the bank, you're like, yay, I own my home. And the government's like, yay, you own your home. Good job. Here's some tax incentives. By the way, if you don't pay your property taxes, we'll take your home. Wait a minute. So I don't actually own my home. The government owns my home. And the condition is I pay continuously for the rest of my life to live in my home. That's correct. Okay, you don't own that property. The government does. I believe in abolishing property taxes. I think that we should have property taxes when you have a mortgage. So obviously we can continue to pay for those schools. But I think that once you actually pay off your home, you should not have to pay property taxes anymore, because it's yours.
Interesting. Yeah, I've been looking at it. Have you looked at so I mean, already, how does your sort of you're considering these various tax things square in with what you said before about how you just think taxation is theft? I mean, would you want to just
Okay.
yeah.
Well, go ahead. I apologize.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, don't apologize. But I mean, just like, the question is, would you ideally just get rid of all taxes, or not?
No, not at all. Because you need taxes. You need taxes to function as a society. I mean, who's going to pay for the infrastructure? Who's going to pay to make sure that your water is being cleaned? Who's going to make sure your sewage, isn't, overflowing and poisoning the local water? Who's going to make sure the trash is taken out and properly, disposed of? But what I do believe is in freedom of choice. Okay, if I don't want to buy the junk food, I don't buy the junk food, and I don't pay taxes on it. I choose what to put my taxes to. To a certain extent, I choose on what to pay taxes on. Okay, If I buy healthy vegetables, here in the state of Texas, they're considered necessities like water. You don't get taxed on that because you have to have that, to live. So it's tax free. But again, I get to choose on what I pay my taxes to. Let's say I'm a millionaire and I'm like, I don't want a Lamborghini. Why? Because I got to pay a luxury tax and I got to pay a really hefty tax on it. Let me just get a convenient $30,000 car and all I do is pay a sales tax and it's very minimum on the sales tax. So it's more freedom of choice when you have the ability to purchase something. Do I believe in luxury taxes? Yes, I do. Do I believe in sin taxes? Yes, I do. But again, it's your choice. You're choosing to pay that. Nobody forced you to pay the sales tax. Nobody forced you to pay the sin tax. But when the government comes in, gives me, and I get my check from my job, and the government says, "Hey, we took all your money. Have a nice day." That wasn't a choice. They did it regardless. That's theft. When somebody takes something without your permission, it's theft.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I see what you mean there. I see what you mean there. Couldn't you, however, I would point out how should I put this? Like, in a way, when you purchase an item, if you purchase your Lamborghini, if you purchase your healthy carrots that maybe don't have a tax, or you purchase your pack of cigarettes that do, like, you're basically providing income to the shop owner, the person that is selling you the item. And so in a way you could almost see it as like the sales tax is the government that is stealing from the income of the shopkeeper, right? So in a
Right.
way, don't you see how in a way it's not quite so clear cut? It's not quite so black
But it
and
is,
white. Okay.
and I'll tell you why.
Okay, tell me.
Okay, because the store owner charges you the tax. Okay, and then okay, so for example, okay, we have an
Yeah.
8% tax here. When you buy something for $1, right? If it says $1 and you come up to the register and I scan that item, it says $1.08, right?
Mhm.
That 8 cents goes to the government.
Yeah.
Okay, but I charged you, the consumer, the 8 cents. The shop owner didn't have to pay that 8 cents out of his pocket. He charged you the 8 cents because you pay your taxes. And of course, they have taxes on businesses as well. But again, is it your choice to open up a business? Yes, it is. Are you agreeing to the terms and conditions of the state of Texas to open up your business? Yes, you are. It
Yeah,
was a
but
choice. You don't have to own your own business.
okay, but then I could say that the
Again,
same
it's
for a
all
wage income, right? If you don't have to, choose to be an employee where, it's your choice to become an employee in this particular state where you've got income taxes, say.
sure. But how are you going to make a living? You either got to own your own business or you got to work. And what's easier? It's easier to get a job than to open a business because a business requires time and it requires money.
Mhm.
To go to an employer, it requires your time, but it doesn't require a ton of money.
Yeah.
So, when I get a job, I'm like, "Hey, I got to pay taxes on this." And the federal government comes in and they say, "Hey, we are going to take taxes from you." Okay, yeah, I voted for my representatives to, implement federal taxes, but I didn't get a complete say in how much taxes are taken out. You know,
Yeah.
and same goes for the state of Texas. I didn't get a say in how much taxes we pay. But I do have a say in whether or not I want to buy anything that requires me to pay taxes.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, I mean that I see your reasoning. I don't know. I just don't necessarily feel like I I don't mind. I feel like there's lots of different ways you can do taxes, and I feel, yeah, I still, to me, I still feel like it's gray in the sense that, like literally, like a shop is going to have to, raise the price, right? If there's going to be a sales tax, the price is going to be higher, which means that people are less likely to buy the item as a result, and you're going to have this phenomenon that gets called deadweight loss.
Oh, not necessarily. I don't know what state you live in. But here in McDonald's, when I went up to Missouri to see my father, me and my wife went to McDonald's to get a quick meal, and they didn't have a dollar menu. In the state of Texas, I've actually got a dollar menu where I can actually buy a sandwich and a drink for $2. I mean,
Yeah.
it'll come out to $2.14, but it actually keeps things cheaper because everybody in the state of Texas, even people who come to visit, pay our taxes. Anything you buy, you are paying your taxes because
Yeah.
we have a sales tax.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
it actually keeps things cheaper. And it encourages people to move to our state and get work because they don't have all those taxes taken out by their state government.
Yeah. Again. Yeah. I mean, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. I'm just not. I don't know. I just don't feel it's necessarily all that. I don't know, like different. Just all that significant in terms of the net
Give
effect, your net
somebody
purchasing power. Yeah.
right, but giving somebody the choice, okay, to purchase something or to not purchase something, that goes a long way. To give somebody the ability to purchase something,
Mhm.
you know, and having the ability to choose on whether or not what they purchase and what they pay taxes on.
Mhm.
You know, you're giving somebody the ability to choose.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, when you
Yeah.
take
Yeah.
my taxes on the
Yeah.
like,
I
let's say the state of California, you know, they take out taxes, you know, from people's paychecks.
Mhm.
People didn't get to choose what they paid their taxes on. You know, I
Mhm.
mean, you at least have a choice of, you know what, I am going to pay my taxes on a bag of chips. I
Yeah.
am going to pay my taxes on a dollar beverage.
Mm.
You know, but again, I mean, I see where you're coming from, where it's not entirely choice, but I can choose whether or not to pay extra taxes or not on what type of, how expensive a food I buy or how much, uh, you know, uh, it's just sorry, I was kind of reading the chat there.
Yeah.
But yeah, like somebody who makes a lot of money who's like, could I buy a Lamborghini where I have to pay luxury tax and a significant sales tax because it's an expensive vehicle, or should I go with something cheaper and I pay less taxes? You see what I'm saying?
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. I see what
You,
you're
you
saying.
get the opportunity.
I see what you're saying, and like, funnily enough, I would almost again because I'm sort of, I guess you're like to sort of focus on choice and like limited government intervention, and I like to focus more on fairness, and as a result, I'd almost have the opposite stance of precisely not letting people choose, and so why? Because that way we can like ensure that everybody pays like the same, or the same proportional amount in taxes, and the way to do that is precisely by focusing actually on income instead. You see, that way, like
Yes,
literally
yeah,
just
yeah, yes and
yeah.
no. But you have like, let's say in the state of Texas, we have quite a few rich people. Okay,
Mhm.
they're gonna buy their $1 million home, and they're gonna pay a shit ton more in property taxes.
Yeah.
And guess
Yeah.
what? You can't write that off. You can't be like,
Yeah.
oh well, I did so much, so I can write off my property
Mhm.
tax. No, motherfucker, you're gonna pay your taxes. So there is no write off. Okay, but somebody who has an average $250,000 home here in the state of Texas, they're going to pay their property taxes, and it's their fair share because it's not going to be the property taxes are not going to be as high for somebody who owns a $250,000 home compared to somebody who owns $1 million home plus. You see, and when somebody buys a Toyota Corolla, they're going to pay their taxes, but they're not going to pay a luxury tax. It's not a luxury to have a car; it's a necessity so that you can continue to work. It's your livelihood.
Yeah.
So yeah, you do pay a sales tax, but you don't pay a luxury tax. But to the millionaire who buys a Ferrari, a Lamborghini, a Rolls Royce, you're going to pay your luxury tax and you're going to pay your sales tax. And guess what? You can't write that off. You have to pay that. That has to be paid. You
Yeah.
can't write it off. You can't be like, oh well, but to the federal government you can, and that's the problem. That's where these loopholes come in. They're like, oh yeah, I bought a $1 million Lamborghini for my business.
Yeah.
That's a tax write-off.
See
What the
that?
hell? Why are you getting? That's bullshit. You have to pay your fair share in taxes. Taxes have to be paid.
Yeah.
Regardless if you're rich or you're poor.
Yeah.
Just like Benjamin Franklin said, he said, there are two things that are absolute in this life: taxes and death. And you have to pay your
famous quote.
taxes. But again, the rich people who are buying more luxury items and more things and paying their bills, they're paying their taxes. They're paying their fair share of taxes to purchase these items.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
there is no write-offs. You don't get to write it off.
I I would,
And that's where some of these people get those loopholes.
yeah. Regarding the write-offs, I would basically counter that. So what I was thinking is actually, like I said, I'm actually quite in favor. And again, it's not necessarily like a leftist thing necessarily to consider it this way. I recall, for instance, Milton Friedman, who's by and large considered like right wing and quite like, for instance, I think Reagan and stuff was inspired by him. He was in favor, in fact, for instance, of an income tax as the main source of tax revenue. Maybe I'm wrong. Correct me if somebody knows that I'm wrong, but that would seem to be the case. Just a flat tax. So then everyone just pays a proportional tax on the income. So then you just literally pay in proportion to how much you earn. So everybody just pays like 30% or something, or whatever. And just everybody from the lowest to the top, they just pay that, and that's it. And you don't even bother with many other taxes except just a few things like SIM taxes to focus on,
Right.
like
But
behavior.
would that be considered fair? Somebody who makes $1 million a year, 30% is $30,000. To a millionaire, $30,000. Am I doing that math right? Let me see here. Pull up my calculator here. So if you make $1 million a year, right, and you tax it at 30%, yeah, that's $300,000 a year. That's quite a bit of money, I mean, to somebody who's making $1 million, they can still survive off of the remaining $700,000 that they have. But somebody who's making $50,000 a year on average, and they're paying $30,000 in tax or 30% in taxes, that's 15 grand. That is, you're taking away 15 grand from somebody, and they're only left with $35,000. That's a lot more significant, to somebody who makes 50,000 compared to somebody who makes $1 million a year. I wouldn't call that fair. I would call that completely unfair. But what fair is, I don't get taxes taken out of my check period at the end. And when I pay, to buy something or to get something, I pay my fair share of taxes, and there's no write-offs. Because do you honestly think that somebody who's making $1 million a year is actually paying, their percentage in taxes? Of course not.
Yeah,
They
no.
get their accountant
Yeah, of course.
to say, well, you know what, you put this much into the business, you paid this many employees, you did this, you did that, all that's tax write-off. And now guess what? Oh, you didn't even pay anything in taxes. But that's not fair to the gentleman who makes $50,000 a year and busts his ass every day. That's not fair to him.
No,
Because he's like, well,
of course.
I bought gas, to go to and from work. I bought work uniform. And they're like, oh, okay, you have dependents and stuff, but yeah, you still owe us $5,000. $50,000, take away $5,000, you're still left with $45,000. That's not a significant, that's still a significant portion to somebody who only makes $50,000. $5,000 to somebody who makes $1 million. That's pocket change. They've got that at any given time.
Yeah. I like what I would suggest is that you actually couldn't necessarily write off taxes so easily. So what I've been sort of thinking of is, so instead you get rid of corporate tax for small businesses. So you have just 0% corporate tax. That way, if you want to start a business, you just create a little, just a corporation, one person corporation, and you get 0% tax. But then as a result, well, you can't write it off, your like your personal income. I mean, you can transfer it, but then it becomes a business expense. And then like we can't, like Lamborghini, unless your business is clearly involved in the business of, like, I don't know, somehow like renting out Lamborghinis to people or something.
Lamborghinis.
Like,
Right.
Then you can't write it off as a tax expense. Like how could we? I think we could have a system, and I mean, even without doing what I'm saying, like I fail to see how, for instance, a Lamborghini could be written off as a tax expense unless, again, you have a business
Well,
which rents
it was
land.
just
Yeah.
it was just an example.
Of course,
They
of course.
they buy these things and they write them off. And some of these people who make a lot of money, they write it all off, and they're not paying their fair share of taxes. And it's like, look, man, we're the little man, and we're the ones supporting the country. Why? And I'm not saying tax the the rich, just because they're rich. I'm saying, hey, let's all pay a fair share. And I think the best way to pay a fair share is a sales tax, because you can't write off anything. Like, you have to buy it and you pay your taxes. But the good thing is too is now I'm not taxing everybody, to death, because you cannot tax a nation into prosperity either. Okay,
Yeah,
you
sure,
can't.
of
And I know
course,
that's something
of
like
course.
Bernie Sanders is wanting to do. He's like, well, we're gonna pay taxes and we're gonna solve all our problems. Well, that's not how it works. Okay, a nation needs to be successful on its own. But I think that's the fairest way to pay taxes. I really do. I think it's a great thing. I think that anybody here in the someone in my chat said a sales tax is unavoidable and fair. It is unavoidable and fair. I think it is fair because, again, if you're like, damn, I didn't make a lot on my check and I had to pay some bills, and imagine if you had taxes on it, they take that away, and now guess what? You're left with even less money to pay some bills. But when you have that extra cash in your hand that the government didn't strip away from you, you can budget that extra money and go, okay, what do I actually need to spend this on? And you can go, okay, well, I can put some of it to savings, and build up me, a savings retirement, or, a rainy day fund. And you know what? I can't go out and get the most luxurious meal, but I can go and buy myself a small little meal and eat with the remaining money that I do have that wasn't taken away by taxes.
Yeah, again, I see where you're coming from. It also makes a fair amount of sense. Again, I guess my point is that I don't think it necessarily matters so much, and yeah, another thing I'd like to bring up maybe is the issues for like some things don't seem to have like many taxes. Lots of rich people, they'll like use like financial instruments and stuff. They'll go to like a hedge fund manager and have these sort of things that will just like multiply their money, and that often doesn't necessarily typically doesn't get taxed very much. And then you just get like what happens is that like the financial economy becomes much bigger than the real economy as a result, in fact, and that's what we've been seeing over like the past few decades. There's just sort of a massive amount of just this sort of separate parallel economy just based on these sort of non-existent financial stuff. I'm not really sure I'm not fond of that. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Right, and yeah, I'm not fond of that either. I'm not fond of fucking the little man here, and I think that that's what a lot of these places are doing. The stock market. I mean, let's talk. Everybody here, especially in my chat and your chat, and you remember, AMC, and the stocks that that the internet manipulated. Such as Dogecoin, for example. We manipulated Dogecoin. But it's kind of one of those things. What is classy when you're rich, but trashy if you're poor? The answer is manipulation of the stock market. And I think that we have those problems. We really do. We absolutely have those problems. For example, when Robinhood, Robinhood is supposed to be for the little man. It's for the little man who doesn't make millions of dollars, and he can go in and he can buy some stocks and work his way up and build his portfolio. And when AMC started, making a shit ton of money, and they started building that stock in Dogecoin, Robinhood was like, sorry, you can't buy any more stocks with AMC and Dogecoin. That is corruption. That is your pockets being lined by the rich, telling you not to allow us to buy it anymore because we figured out your game and we used your game against you and you didn't like it.
Yeah. I guess I quite like sort of simple but radical solutions, which is why I kind of like this idea of just like literally just putting a limit on how much you can earn and how much you can own. And I'm sure like the like compelling arguments against that. We know that like the principle of capital accumulation is a sort of a major driver of the economy. But as I've also pointed out, we know that most workers are most people who actually work and do stuff are middle class people. I think, okay, so then there's the issue of investment. Economies require investment, not just labor. That's the whole idea behind the word capitalism, in fact. And so I guess my response to that is that we could instead have just lots of middle class people just using a bit of their money to invest in shares and stuff, instead of relying on a few big capitalists to do the big investment. Just be everybody
Right, and
being
that's actually why I'm against Social Security. Okay,
uh-huh.
I'm not against people getting retirement checks. I'm not against disabled people
Mhm.
getting checks because they can't work.
Mhm.
SSI.
Mhm.
But what I think we could do is instead of having Social Security, and that's another reason why socialism doesn't work. I mean, look at Social
Mhm.
Security. I mean, Social Security is going to run out here soon.
Mhm.
So it obviously doesn't work.